In this alternate world, Mr. Kim is human, but he stands at the absolute apex of the food chain. Whatever prey he devours and crushes, it instantly transforms into his own legendary power. Shark teeth, armored scales, and twin wolf heads. This is his ultimate transformation combo when facing deadly threats. Thanks to this divine devour ability, Mr. Kim became an unbelievably notorious hunter. Despite being heavily wanted, it was just another day. Kim and his blonde teammate packed their ammo for a hunt, but little did he know, that blonde rat was smiling maliciously, leading him straight into a desolate trap. While Kim questioned his partner's suspicious behavior, the traitor suddenly roared, "Arrest this criminal immediately." The truth hit him like lightning. The blonde was an undercover agent, who instantly declared Mr. Kim arrested for 37 severe crimes. They threw him into a heavily armored transport van. Sitting safely inside, the arrogant agent thought he had the upper hand, praising his flawless master plan. But the very next second, pure terror drained his face. Kim had transformed into a nightmarish monster. After a devastating bloodbath, Mr. Kim slowly stepped out of the wreckage. But before he could even catch his breath, reality shattered around him. He stared in shock at the sky. There were 2 moons. The truth was undeniable. He had crossed into a brutal new world, crawling with terrifying monsters. Colossal mutated bears, razor-horned stags, and even inferno dragons. Before he could even mark his territory, Kim felt a chilling killing intent. Turning around, an entire pack of bloodthirsty wolves was glaring at him, ready to tear him apart. Without a single word, Kim morphed into an overwhelming beast with a massive tiger head. He instantly slaughtered the alpha, turning it into a mere appetizer. In just 1 week, Kim devoured a colossal number of wild beasts, piling up a towering mountain of bloody bones. While scouting this dangerous new terrain, Mr. Kim stumbled upon a critically injured hunter, bleeding out, in a massive pool of blood. Having zero reason to play hero, he simply looted a monster illustration grimoire from the dying man. It contained ultimate knowledge about local species. Armed with this, Kim sliced off a giant troll's head just to brutally test its legendary regeneration ability. He was acting like an absolute mad scientist. Meanwhile, a vicious horde of trolls marched toward his cave, catching the scent of human prey. But something felt terrifyingly wrong. The overwhelming stench of troll blood filled the air. By the time they realized the danger, it was too late. A colossal shadow stepped out of the darkness. Before they could flee, a monstrous arm swung down. Fusing troll muscles with lethal bear claws, he smashed them flat into paste. Witnessing their mighty boss crushed to absolute bloody pulp, one berserker charged forward in a blazing fury, swinging a massive stone club. But steel sang against stone. Not only was the club sliced completely in half, its entire arm was cleanly severed. Before it grasped what just happened, Kim delivered a fatal bite. Using the lethal fangs of a death serpent, he completely nullified the troll's infinite regeneration, watching their invincible comrades fall into endless despair. One by one, the last survivor was paralyzed by soul-crushing fear. Trembling uncontrollably, its legs refused to move. Suddenly, Kim's terrifying, shape-shifting face loomed right in front of its eyes at point-blank range, ready to send it straight to the afterlife with its friends. After conducting insane biological research for a whole month, he unlocked some legendary secrets. He realized that even if the death serpent's venom was devastatingly powerful, his overpowered body was completely immune. However, when he injected it into his morphed bear claw, the beast arm suffered massive paralysis. But the most mind-blowing revelation was that earthly apex predators like tigers did not exist here. In other words, creatures bearing Earth's DNA were completely immune to the magical laws of this fantasy realm. But his devastating physical strikes still inflicted massive damage on local monsters. Thanks to this absolute cheat, Kim could finally fulfill his wild dream. Because in this savage new universe, there were absolutely no nuclear bombs or human laws holding him back. He was free to unleash his absolute predatory dominance. To ascend to the peak of this food chain, Mr. Kim needed to savagely devour everything that could multiply his overwhelming strength, even if it meant hunting a ferocious dragon. Meanwhile, nearby, a greedy slime monster was drooling at the sky, staring hungrily at a flying dragon. Because it also possessed a terrifying devour ability, it swallowed a deadly death serpent in one single gulp. Opening its system status board, it grinned. It had stolen the serpent's skill, even though its soul was fracturing from over-consuming This delusional blob stubbornly believed it was the chosen main character. It ruthlessly devoured everything unfortunate enough to cross its path. Across the Emus continent, a legendary hero stood at the pinnacle, blessed with divine protection. But in his apocalyptic final battle, a monstrous beast slaughtered him without mercy. Miraculously, the heavens rewound his fate. He reincarnated as a 5-year-old, gaining a legendary second chance. The hero vowed to hunt down that monster while it was weak, but fate played a cruel joke, and he instantly bumped into that terrifying slime. Panicking slightly, the slime still suffered from protagonist syndrome. It opened its massive maw to devour the hero, but before it could even flex its power, a blazing sword aura slashed it into a pathetic puddle of mush. Anticipating the monster's regeneration, the seasoned hero mercilessly chanted an absolute incineration spell. However, the moment he walked away, that relentless slime clung to life like a cursed leech. Dropping from the ceiling with a wet splat, it slowly reconstructed its shattered body, slithering into a dark cave to plot a bloody revenge. Believing its luck had turned, it walked right into Mr. Kim carrying his fresh kills. Kim's eyes darkened with blinding rage. This worthless slime had devoured his entire food supply. Seeing a mere human standing there, the arrogant slime chose violence, basically pressing its own self-destruct button by attacking him. In its past life, this slime was actually a human, or rather, a gluttonous, utterly useless, lazy pig. His earthly bedroom was filthier than a rat's nest. Worse, he was an unfilial piece of trash to his parents. Even at 40 years old, he refused to work, forcing his elderly folks to break their backs just to feed his pathetic existence. Finally, the heavens granted his family ultimate salvation by forcefully transmigrating that fat loser into a slime. But because his brain was completely rotted by delusions, he genuinely believed he was the legendary anime slime Rimuru. Now, it lunged fiercely at Kim, wanting to show him who was the real main character of this world. Kim didn't even blink. He simply unhinged his jaw and swallowed the slime in one terrifying gulp. The bad news? His entire laboratory cave was now coated in disgusting mucus from that trash monster's tantrum. But the glorious news? Because that idiot practically committed suicide by jumping into his mouth, Kim just unlocked an overpowered slime absorption skill. Usually that jiggly abomination could devour literally anything in its sight, from hard minerals to legendary medicinal herbs. And since Kim had completely digested its essence, his supreme body could now effortlessly consume raw minerals just like the slime's innate trait. The scene violently shifts to the ancient dragon's sacred domain. This terrifying red dragon was worshipped like an absolute god, feared under the legendary title Crimson Light. It possessed a newly hatched offspring, an adorable creature needing ultimate divine protection. The fanatical lizardman tribe served as its loyal retainers, devoting their entire existence to worshipping this catastrophic ancient dragon. In exchange for divine protection and unmatched prosperity, they sacrificed mountains of glittering gold and priceless jewels. However, distracted by the birth of its precious, newborn heir, the ancient beast had slightly neglected its ruler duties. Now, it needed to check on its loyal vassals, leaving its vulnerable infant dragon safely hidden at home. But fate is cruel. Arriving at the swamp forest, the dragon found its domain completely eradicated. Staring at the devastating battle scars and an intruder's bloody footprints, Crimson Light erupted into an apocalyptic, blazing fury. Who dared to butcher its protected followers and trespass on its sacred territory? Meanwhile, Kim's body was now coated in a tough lizard skin membrane. However, it lacked the absolute indestructible hardness of the adamantine wolf's armor. But the divine twist? This slime layer served as an ultimate antibacterial shield, an instant healing ointment. If Kim managed to devour raw metal right now, fusing hardened plating with slime mucus, he forged an indestructible metal slime body, activating his Hawkeye skill. His predatory gaze pierced the horizon. He spotted them, but this was orc territory. Over 40 bloodthirsty warrior monsters prowled the lands. Taking them all solo was absolute suicide. Suddenly, a colossal dragon shadow blotted out the sun. Thanks to his devour system, he accessed the consumed beast's memories. This ancient dragon treasured its offspring above all. A brilliantly wicked scheme formed in his mind. Inside the lair, a mountain of hunted prey sat waiting. The mother dragon prepared to leave her hatchling behind. Before taking flight, she strictly commanded the baby to stay hidden. The crimson dragon then cast a high-tier magic barrier, sealing the cave entrance. She soared into the heavens with absolute peace of mind. The lonely hatchling watched her fade away. But then, a shadowy hand gripped the ledge. 30 minutes prior, our ruthless hunter tracked down the nest. Facing the magical ward, he tossed a dead deer as a sacrificial pawn. Instantly, the carcass was incinerated to ash. Yet, when our protagonist reached through the barrier, nothing happened. The ancient magic had zero effect on an earthling's body. He successfully dragged himself into the dragon's den. The brutal climb left his joints screaming in agony. His chimera disguise completely bypassed the wards. But his predatory gaze shifted. A massive mountain of glittering treasure awaited in the shadows. The hatchling stood guarding the sacred loot, detecting the intruder's unyielding greed. Its draconic bloodline awakened with fierce territorial instincts. It lunged with a fiery roar, but our overpowered main character casually slammed the beast and tossed it like trash. 1 week later, the Crimson Dragon returned. She found zero traces of the attacker, entering her sanctum in absolute panic. Horror struck her soul. Her precious heir lay dying. Despair consumed the mighty creature. She frantically poured high-tier healing magic into the hatchling. Awakening, the baby clung to her, wailing endlessly. It described its brutal attacker, a monster with horrific fangs. Furthermore, the vault was empty. The gold and food were entirely wiped out. Hearing the description of those distinct red fangs, the mother dragon's mind locked onto one target. The orcs. They were the only suspects. Draconic fury shattered the skies. She swore to drag those green skins to hell. Meanwhile, our mastermind watched from the shadows. Time to reap the ultimate rewards. Back at the orc stronghold, a scout presented a freshly bloodied artifact. The orc elder took one sniff and instantly recognized the scent of dragon blood. Our main character's chaotic masterpiece was complete. A flawless war manipulation between two apex predators. His dark intellect was absolutely terrifying. The Crimson Dragon descended like an apocalyptic storm, incinerating the orc forests to literal ashes, sensing her hatchling's blood on their weapons. Her wrath became absolute. War horns echoed through the burning woods. The orcs braced for total annihilation. A bloody massacre raged for 3 days and 2 nights. The orcs barely secured a tragic victory. Their forces were completely decimated, forced to abandon their ancestral homeland. The true victor was our devouring hunter, feasting upon an unimaginably epic banquet of corpses. Far away, the baby dragon lost its mother's presence. Realizing its protector had fallen, sorrow ignited a forced, rapid evolution into adulthood. A beast born of absolute vengeance stepped out. Meanwhile, our protagonist checked his bestiary log. He had devoured every single monster in the territory. With the hunting grounds dried up, he moved on, playing the classic amnesiac card. He hitched a ride with a kind traveling merchant, pumping the old man for vital world-building lore. But a critical system error occurred. The status window was a universal magic identification card. Except for our anomalous hunter, his earthling soul completely glitched the fantasy system. Unrecognized by the world's laws, parting ways with his guide, our protagonist finally infiltrated Santo Cano City. But something felt incredibly off. The medieval streets were flawlessly clean. Public health mandates plastered the walls. Sanitation laws to prevent plagues. Local gossip pointed to the second prince, a so-called 10-year-old unparalleled genius. A child teaching germ theory? These were 21st century Earth concepts. In a primitive fantasy world crawling with monsters, the anomaly was glaringly obvious. Our hunter's sharp instincts immediately connected the dots. Another transmigrated Earthling walked this realm, and fate orchestrated their reunion swiftly. It was like running into a toxic ex. The sheer, unadulterated terror on the prince's face was absolutely intoxicating to witness. Unbelievable. It was the traitorous undercover cop. The very bastard who stabbed our main character in the back. An elite international agent who died a brutal death. Yet here he was, reincarnated into the body of a royal child, now known as Prince Edward. Using his modern tactical training, he was rapidly conquering this primitive society, easily eclipsing the incompetent first prince. Edward was the prime candidate for the imperial throne. Wearing his perfectly crafted mask of benevolence, he basked in the citizens' adoration. The royal bastard retreated to the lord's extravagant mansion. But his moment of peace was shattered. A monstrous, giant lizard lurked in his room. Cold sweat drenched the reincarnated prince as he drew his blade. But then, the beast shifted forms, revealing our protagonist's sinister smirk. Absolute, soul-crushing terror paralyzed Edward. His mind fractured, praying this was just a nightmare. He collapsed in pure shock. The heavy thud alerted a nearby servant who rushed in to investigate, only to find the prince peacefully tucked into bed. But the servant's blood ran ice-cold, staring at our hunter posing as a massive stuffed bear. Karma was truly a merciless hunter. Edward had betrayed him in their past life, and now, his own loyal retainer held the exact same murderous intent. But razor-sharp claws intercepted the assassin's blade. This royal pawn needed to live, so he mercilessly executed the treacherous servant instead. The commotion triggered a massive influx of footsteps. But these weren't royal protectors. They were fellow assassins. Left with zero options, he had to play the righteous hero. Snatching Edward from the jaws of death, he leaped straight out the window. While he landed with absolute grace, the prince kissed the dirt hard. Meanwhile, the local lord received frantic reports of a brazen intruder kidnapping the second prince. He immediately ordered his entire army to rescue Edward. Failure meant the king's wrath, but in the shadows the messenger flashed a sinister grin. Facing an overwhelming force, chasing them down, our overpowered hunter was gasping for air carrying this royal deadweight. Edward had slept through the chaos. Waking up to see Kim's face looming over him, the prince realized this nightmare was real. In pure denial, he fainted again, foaming at the mouth. This pathetic display left our main character utterly speechless. He could only shake his head in sheer disappointment. Once, the weakling woke up again. Both demanded to know why they were here. The terrified Edward trembled in fear, but Kim coldly declared his survival. Back on Earth, the prince had already paid the ultimate price for his bitter betrayal. Yet Edward refused to snitch, protecting the masterminds behind Kim's capture. Playing mind games, Kim hit a nerve. While Edward died and Kim vanished, those useless elites stole all the glory. They lived like kings while doing nothing. The sheer injustice made Edward's blood boil. He suffered the absolute most, but received the cruelest ending. Refusing to let those parasites win, the weak prince extended his hand. He offered an alliance with our overpowered hunter. Now, both harbored their own selfish ambitions. They planned to use each other purely for survival and massive gains. Discussing the recent assassination attempt, it seemed Edward already knew the mastermind's identity. 300 years ago, the kingdom's ruler rested at the Kanago Inn. To repay their immense hospitality, he bestowed them the title of Baron. Backed entirely by the royal bloodline, the Baron would sacrifice everything to protect the throne. Meanwhile, the brown-haired villain smiled with arrogant pride. He planned a fake rescue mission for the prince. But shockingly, Edward strolled right back into town, completely untouched and unharmed. He stood confidently at the grand gates beside Kim, who casually carried a massive pillar. Just as the noble Baron rushed down to welcome them, Edward stopped him cold. He introduced Kim as his ultimate shadow guard, a secret weapon summoned whenever his royal life was threatened. Outnumbered by an army of overwhelming assassins, their only option was tactical retreat. Hearing this legendary tale, the brown-haired traitor completely panicked. He wildly denied everything. He accused Kim of kidnapping and brainwashing the prince. This blatant disrespect ignited Edward's blazing fury. "Watch your tongue," the prince roared with savage authority. "Do you think I fear the truth?" His tyrannical aura left the traitor shaking. He could barely stand. Sensing the prince's dominant presence, the crowd inspected Kim's terrifying aura. Seeing his legendary death snake armor, they realized this was no ordinary kidnapper. The absolute order was given. In a flash, the three assassins were tied up like pathetic prey. Edward viciously mocked his would-be killer, reminding him of the Lord's famous torture techniques. "Enjoy your slow, agonizing pain." The brown-haired traitor seethed with endless rage. Kim had single-handedly destroyed his absolutely flawless master plan. Noticing the villain's death glare, Kim slowly removed his helmet. He revealed his terrifying beast-like face to the enemy. The traitor's eyes widened in sheer horror. It was the monstrous beast from last night. Frozen in absolute terror, he screamed as they dragged him away. "You monster!" Following a brutal interrogation, the dark truth was exposed. They were Hell's envoys. Hearing this sinister name, Kim brought up their secret discussion regarding the second queen's tragic death. She was actually poisoned. The moment those words dropped, the Baron instantly deduced the true mastermind's identity. He prepared to unleash his furious vengeance. but Kim instantly appeared behind him, stopping his tracks. These were high-ranking elites, heavily protected and untouchable. Gripping his shoulders with overwhelming strength, Kim forced the Baron back into his seat. "Leave this battle to me. An old man shouldn't interfere." With the prince pulling the political strings, the Baron obediently submitted like a truly loyal hound. Cruising confidently in their royal carriage, Edward actually had zero solid clues about the assassination. He just guessed the mastermind's name. Why bother with annoying investigations? However, he wanted to keep this absolute secret, to give Kim a massive surprise. Ignoring the chatter, Kim focused entirely on his system screen. It refused to open. Was he rejected by this new fantasy world? What troubled him deeply was that even the dirt and trees here had their own status windows. Without hesitation, Edward activated his advanced perception skill. He tried to inspect Kim's stats, but saw only a blank void. Not a single drop of information appeared. After analyzing the system's rules, the prince told Kim to transform into a beast, but specifically a creature from this world. Instantly, Kim's veins throbbed with chaotic crimson energy. He morphed his arm into an orc's limb. Suddenly, the glowing status window materialized before their eyes. This absolute proof confirmed the system was biased against Outworlders. It only recognized native lifeforms. Exploiting this bizarre loophole, our overpowered hunter rapidly transformed, using every creature he had ever devoured. The system went absolutely berserk. An insane list of terrifying skills exploded onto the screen. With an unknown mountain of devastating abilities secured, they finally arrived at the royal palace. This was the grand stage. The supreme leader of the assassins was still sitting arrogantly on the throne. Pushing the massive doors open, Kim was completely dumbfounded. The mastermind wasn't the first prince nor the evil stepmother. It was his own flesh and blood father, the majestic emperor himself. They wore matching masks of perfect family harmony. But deep down, the absolute ruler was questioning reality itself. How did his useless son survive the impossible? Even an outsider like Kim could feel the suffocating killing intent. Their silent clash sparked with endless hatred. Shifting his piercing gaze, the emperor finally noticed Kim. This was the very first time he saw his son's mysterious Shadow Knight. Emitting a tyrant's pressure, the king tried to crush Kim. But a hunter who devours dragons felt absolutely nothing. Amused by this defiance, the emperor wanted to snatch this legendary pawn for himself. Obviously, Edward fiercely rejected the offer. Deliberately provoking his father, he stated Kim was no mere tool to be traded. He was his sworn brother in arms. Catching the drift, Kim gladly played along with the disrespect. Watching them act so casually infuriated the king. The emperor's face twisted in pure fury. Veins bulged on his forehead as he violently banished the two of them from the throne room. Outside, they casually cracked open some premium fermented wine. They drank with absolute exhilaration. Relishing the old man's absolute rage, the system rewarded him with an ancient, deeply enchanted armor set. Long ago, the emperor had forcefully trained countless orphaned children into absolute killing machines. Disguised as humble servants, they were actually elite shadow assassins. Anyone blocking the tyrant's path was immediately sent to the afterlife. That blood-soaked strategy was exactly how the fourth prince ruthlessly stole the crown. Edward smashed his wineglass in seething frustration. He never expected that his own brilliant master plan for the throne would be shamelessly stolen by that geezer. But just remembering the emperor's blood-boiling anger from earlier sent Edward into a fit of maniacal, echoing laughter. Suddenly, from outside the heavy oak doors, an arrogant girl violently kicked the door open. When Kim immediately blocked her path, she screeched, "Do you have any idea who I am?" She threw vicious insults right at his face. "This is the personal sanctuary of the second prince. Barging in without knocking? Have you no absolute shame?" Before the insolent brat could scream another word, Kim casually drew his blade. Cold steel gently rested against her trembling throat. The overwhelming murderous aura shattered her pride, leaving her paralyzed and collapsing onto the cold floor. Only then did Edward step forward to casually halt the execution. After flawlessly playing the gentle, protective older brother and escorting her out, his expression instantly turned to pure, unadulterated disgust. That arrogant pest was Princess Eleanor. She was the youngest daughter, born long after the royal succession bloodbath had sent all other siblings to the imperial graveyard. Yet, destiny was fiercely unfair. From birth, the goddess had unjustly blessed this spoiled brat with supreme absolute authority, despite her twisted, obsessive nature. Even as half-siblings, she was relentlessly and disturbingly obsessed with Edward, making his skin violently crawl with sheer absolute disgust. But the dark history ran even deeper. In the past, the second Empress Edward's beloved mother was ruthlessly poisoned. The mastermind behind her tragic death was none other than the first Empress. She had spun a venomous, treacherous conspiracy just to monopolize the Emperor's affection and birth that wicked Eleanor. The Emperor shamelessly walked free from the murder of Edward's mother. He masterfully deflected the entire bloody scandal, ensuring that all the devastating blame fell squarely onto the first prince. However, speaking of him was strictly forbidden without his explicit presence or permission. This was bound by a sacred, unbreakable vow to the goddess regarding the assassination. As legends state, if a father slaughters his son within his own domain, divine wrath will absolutely annihilate him. That divine curse is exactly why the cowardly old emperor constantly plotted to violently banish Edward far beyond the palace walls for a silent assassination. Yet now, Edward had fully awakened his powers through the coming-of-age ceremony. He was no longer a weak, manipulatable pawn. Suddenly, while walking, Edward practically tripped over a man violently flattened against the floor. Unbelievably, this pathetic figure was actually the legendary hero chosen by the goddess herself. Meanwhile, the tyrannical emperor was still seething, with endless absolute fury. He was a bloodthirsty monster who had slaughtered every single one of his siblings for the absolute throne. So, seeing his second son confidently bring home a dangerously powerful, sworn blood brother felt like a direct, unforgivable insult to his ruthless legacy. According to the brutal royal survival game, the first prince was deemed the ultimate, most flawless vessel, to eventually inherit the supreme golden throne. Meanwhile, the second prince, Edward, was expected to silently and brutally annihilate every single obstacle in his brother's path, securing absolute dominion for whatever dark ambition he secretly harbored. But because the first prince possessed an unbearably sickening level of righteousness, the goddess crowned him the divine hero. Now, only 2 royal candidates remained. Yet, the stubborn emperor would rather hand his empire to his spoiled daughter. Upon finally facing the hero, Edward accidentally slipped up, almost exposing his hidden brotherly bond, but instantly snapped back into a coldly perfect formal bow before the goddess's champion. The moment the legendary hero stepped into view, Kim's monstrous instincts flared. He instantly recognized an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. This man could easily become a fatal stumbling block in their dark conquest. Striding into the grand hall, the hero proudly declared that he had just received the absolute holy light directly from the divine goddess. This apocalyptic revelation had already been flawlessly verified by the High Saintess herself. He now demanded the king's full military backing. In stark contrast to the emperor's twisted delight, Edward was consumed by absolute, raging fury, violently shattering the furniture. He never anticipated the devastating Demon King would awaken at this exact, chaotic moment. They were the catastrophic ultimate force, eternally warring against humanity. Yet both factions were historically bound by an ironclad cosmic balance. If one side ever tipped the scales of catastrophic power, the goddess would violently forcefully awaken a champion for the opposing side. The terrifying absolute authority of the holy light meant he could slaughter opposing kings without facing divine judgment. Originally, Edward thought this apocalyptic war didn't concern his dark path at all. But unfortunately, since he had formally passed the blood-soaked coming-of-age ceremony, he was brutally bound by fate to save this pathetic world. Exactly as expected, the cunning emperor instantly summoned Edward. The very next morning, ruthlessly commanding him to march into the catastrophic war against the Demon King. Seeing Edward's overwhelming, dominating presence, the old snake outwardly praised him, falsely claiming he finally saw the true, awe-inspiring aura of a king. But internally, he was smirking like a victorious devil, thanking the heavens for an easy assassination setup. With no other immediate choice, Edward set off, forced to strictly follow these suicidal orders to farm massive war achievements. Coming back later to brutally crush that old tyrant wouldn't be too late. However, the battlefield situation outside the capital was already insanely terrifying. These hidden enemies were the Emperor's elite shadow hounds, deployed for an immediate, bloodthirsty assassination. Unable to wait, an assassin viciously slashed at the royal carriage, trying to shatter the defensive magical barrier. When mere steel proved utterly useless, 2 mages flanking the carriage instantly chanted lethal destruction spells. But in a blinding flash, Before the carriage driver could even react, his neck was brutally snapped, and he was casually tossed off the rig. Just witnessing this sent phantom pain shivering down their spines. Before the two flanking mages could process the terrifying speed of the counterattack, the carriage horses were abruptly cut loose, the crosshairs of death now locked onto the remaining assassin on the right flank. Like a bullet erupting from an unyielding chamber, the momentum was unstoppable, and he swallowed a devastating, explosive strike. Without horses, the massive carriage aggressively violently slammed to a dead halt. This catastrophic stop caused the pursuing assassin to violently crash in a spectacularly brutal collision. From the shattered wreckage, Kim dragged his massive frame outward, fully transformed into a terrifying, bipedal, draconic monster. Even after witnessing this bone-chilling, monstrous awakening countless times, Edward still couldn't adapt to the sheer demonic pressure. The sight of this nightmarish, otherworldly beast instantly paralyzed the ambush squad with absolute, soul-crushing dread. With just one apocalyptic, eardrum-shattering roar, the warhorses descended into absolute chaotic madness. Seeing his unit crumbling, the enemy commander instantly chanted a forbidden mind control spell, desperately stripping away their crippling fear, turning them into brain-dead, suicidal puppets bound to his absolute command. Drawing his blade, the commander led a frenzied, fearless charge. But Kim simply exhaled a blast of blazing hellfire, instantly incinerating the arrogant leader, leaving absolutely zero trace of his pathetic skeleton. Watching their commander vaporized into nothingness, the brainwashed soldiers erupted in a blind, furious berserker rage. Yet tragically, their devastating synchronized sword strikes felt like mere tickles against Kim's indestructible draconic scales. The very moment their blades connected, the steel violently shattered into a million pathetic fragments. Kim swiftly seized a warhorse by its tail and hurled it skyward, straight into the bleeding heavens. The surviving grunts finally realized they were fighting an absolute god of death and scrambled in pure terror to report back. But their trio instantly became a duo as one was brutally roasted alive. The final two hadn't even processed the horrific nightmare before they were instantly obliterated by a blinding flash. It was Edward's devastating absolute light magic. Born deep within the darkest, bloodiest shadows of royalty, he ironically wielded such supreme, divine power. It was laughably absurd. This catastrophic holy power was violently unfair to the demon tribe. Yet, the goddess's twisted cosmic scales demanded absolute balance, ensuring that whoever reached the absolute pinnacle, even if the holy light's power claimed her life, she would face no judgment. But such a loophole had never been triggered, because that would spell the absolute end for humanity. Edward was paralyzed by paranoia. Would Kim stab him in the back mid-quest like before? A binding pact was their only insurance, since our main character was the sole monster who actually understood his twisted tongue. Back then, the Holy Maiden was branded an absolute monster. But hey, if you talk trash about someone in this world, they are definitely standing right behind you. Talk about enemies on a narrow bridge. The two traded sugar-coated curses, airing out all their dirty laundry. It all climaxed when she delivered an earth-shattering blow straight to his shoulder. Just like that, the duo dragged each other outside for a literal death match, brawling like bratty first graders. That left Kim to clean up their catastrophic mess, tossing a handful of gold to seal the lips of the bystanders. The Holy Maiden? She was a lethal knight forged by a saint. They mimicked the goddess to create ultimate warriors. But it takes 10 grueling years to forge an ordinary human into a saint. We are talking magic-blessed metallic bones and raw, impenetrable muscle mass. At age 6, Edward spotted her unmatched genius. He locked his sights on molding her into his personal killing machine. But some rogue priest had already snatched the contract and whisked her away. Watching his two so-called comrades tear into each other like feral kindergartners, Kim could only sigh in utter exhaustion. All right, knock it off. Catching the footsteps of approaching warriors, the Holy Maiden vanished to prep their gear. In a flash, Edward found himself hoisted by the throat. Kim had only signed up as a guardian knight. Being a babysitter was absolutely not in the job description. After dropping a lethal warning to stop dumping extra work on him, Kim stormed off, leaving that punk hacking and coughing his lungs out. The so-called warrior finally hit the rally point. Honestly, the guy looked tragically average. No majestic white steed for this prince, and zero flying abilities. He radiated basic soldier energy. But seeing the second prince safe and sound, The warrior let out a massive sigh of relief before spinning around to introduce himself to Kim. The second their hands met for a shake, Edward's face twisted with jealousy worse than a toddler. Right now, the legendary holy sword had not been reclaimed by the goddess. That meant the Demon King's dark aura was mutating stronger by the second. With the squad officially assembled, they marched forward, bracing for the endless gauntlet of nightmares ahead. They were hyped up like an invincible hero squad, until an uninvited guest crashed the party from the shadows. One look at those razor-sharp fangs and lethal claws. The warrior instantly knew. Demon! It was none other than Oman, the dark demon general. He unleashed a deafening roar, forcing the agonizing villagers to desperately cover their bleeding ears. But this was not some peaceful settlement anymore. It was prime demon territory. In the blink of an eye, those innocent people mutated into bloodthirsty, terrifying werewolves with glowing crimson eyes. The rescue mission just turned into a suicide trap. The four of them were completely boxed in by the monstrous horde. Werewolves, low-tier demonic trash that multiply by infecting humans. Once tainted, the path back to humanity is shattered forever. When a savage beast locked onto the second prince, he vaulted into the air, pulling an epic mid-air flip before blasting 3 fatal shots. Instant werewolf extermination. Watching Edward flex his shield and light sword forced the 7th Demon General to furiously scribble down threat notes. Next up was the Holy Maiden. Covered in countless top-tier support buffs, she totally ignored magical attacks and instead unleashed pure, unadulterated physical destruction. One brutal punch buried a werewolf 6 feet under the dirt. Even the demon flinched. Who engineered this Holy Maiden? What insane stats? Next in line, the warrior stuck to his standard combat style. His blade danced smoother than a master illusionist. A werewolf wearing a ragged dress lunged straight at him, making him freeze like a statue. It was just an infected, innocent child. But hey, the hero's aesthetic was not saving Lolis. A second later, crimson syrup blasted. Across the battlefield, the 7th Demon General finally got what he wanted, fully analyzing their overwhelming combat data. But wait, he froze. Something about the squad's head count felt completely wrong. He graduated 1st grade, so he was damn sure he could count 4 people. If you are wondering where Kim vanished to, he was already lurking right behind his back. By the time the 7th Demon General felt that icy chill creeping down his spine, it was game over. One ruthless strike deported him back to the underworld. The demonic horde instantly sensed his obliteration. Sure, he was the absolute weakest of the 7 demons. But ultimately, the elite 7 demon generals were just meat shields meant to conceal the great Demon King's true might. They did not even sweat the hero's arrival, because the goddess had him heavily nerfed. The real nightmare was that the demon army had shattered the power limits set by the goddess. Kim casually dragged the dead general's corpse back for inspection. Plot twist? The weapon he swung was not a sword. It was a bootleg thunder hammer. It pulverized the demon's head so badly that a disgusted Edward had to cast restoration magic on his upper skull just to make it recognizable. With the face repaired, the hero identified the top-tier demonic spy. This brutal revelation sparked a burning question in Edward's mind. Why dispatch fragile werewolves as cannon fodder? An unseen mastermind was definitely pulling the strings. Kim stared intensely at the mangled corpses. A while back, he had devoured lizardmen to max out his genetic compatibility. Now, staring at this all-you-can-eat werewolf buffet, his gluttonous devour system was screaming. Seeing the second, Prince, glaring at the dead general, Kim projected his own hunger onto him. Want to feast on his stats, buddy? But seriously, why would Royal Edward consume that toxic garbage? It was purely a tactical suspicion. The Demon King probably trashed this guy because he was dead weight. A massive shift in the demonic hierarchy was definitely unfolding inside the demon realm. That is when an absolutely insane theory hit Kim. A third player had entered the game. Edward was player 1. Kim arrived as player 2. This meant an unknown third variable was already lurking in the Demon Kingdom. After burying the werewolf victims and chanting a quick requiem, the squad secured an abandoned carriage to hit the road. Kim took over the navigation user interface, while Edward handled the reins, catching that punk running his mouth. In cryptic Russian, Kim instantly recognized he was plotting something. Cutting to the chase, this guy actually knew the cheat code to assassinate the hero. Obviously, pulling it off would not be a walk in the park. The hero was meticulously handpicked by fate. He might look like an aggressively average warrior, But that recent bloodbath proved the hero dominated, relying solely on raw swordsmanship. He obliterated the horde without activating a single special skill. But he was not completely invincible. The ultimate requirements to maintain the goddess's blessing relied strictly on unwavering honesty, extreme justice, and pure kindness. To remain a holy knight, shattering those core virtues, would instantly strip his qualifications and trigger divine punishment. But right now, the squad had zero concrete plans, just rolling with the chaotic flow. Mid-strategy talk, suddenly, the annoying Saintess simply would not shut up. Irritated by their endless bickering, Kim retreated to the carriage. But the hero followed him, determined to have a serious chat. Expecting an interrogation about his nightly rates, Kim scoffed. Instead, the righteous hero asked a truly surprising question. Why did you become Edward's trusted aide? He just wanted to protect his little brother from deceit. This fierce sibling devotion triggered the system. The hero gasped in sudden, agonizing chest pain. A divine penalty for showing favoritism. Watching a righteous hero protect a brother who actively wanted him dead, Kim found the irony absolutely delicious. Kim smirked and gave a brutally honest reply, unwilling to humor the hero. It is just a mutually beneficial business deal. Nothing more. This shifted the hero's focus back to the ultimate prize, the grand reward for defeating the Demon King. Later, they rested at a lively tavern. Near the Demon Realm's border, they briefly split up. Kim pulled Edward aside with a sly grin. After we complete this dangerous mission, the goddess will grant us a special reward. Thrilled, Edward chugged a massive mug of barley ale. He ate like a starving beast, but then, he violently hurled his guts out. Kim recoiled in absolute disgust. Suddenly, the entire tavern erupted in mass vomiting, dropping like flies. Outside, the hero was doing free charity work for the village. Suddenly, an old villager glared at him, black veins violently bulging around his eyes. Sensing overwhelming killing intent, the hero took a combat stance. But they were surrounded. A sinister voice echoed from the creeping shadows. I am the 7th Demon General, the Gluttony King. He was using a vile puppet art to completely control the innocent villagers' minds. He had sneakily spiked the well water with demonic parasites. Once ingested, they mutated and completely hijacked the host's central nervous system. The entire village was under his absolute control. To find the general, they had to slaughter them. But the demon smirked knowingly. He knew the hero's absolute rule: never harm the innocent. While the hero panicked over his exposed weakness, a terrifying sight appeared. Kim saw his 3 useless teammates standing on the roof. They were infected too. The demon extended an arm, using Edward as a meat shield. Without hesitating, Kim instantly severed the infected arm in half. Before the demon could issue another command, Kim delivered a brutal punch to his face. Watching his precious meat shields get absolutely pulverized, the demon general screamed. Even the controlled Saintess got ruthlessly battered into the dirt. Kim tossed their unconscious bodies to the ground. No more hostages, he sneered. Then, he unleashed an absolute bloodbath upon the remaining mob. The arrogant demon smugly thought Kim was bound by the hero's rules. Big mistake. In a flash, an infected villager's head flew off cleanly. Both the hero and the demon general froze in pure shock. Kim did not care at all. Dead infected could not snitch to the authorities anyway. He charged into the mob like a bloodthirsty Grim Reaper. Wherever Kim stepped, a massive bloodbath followed. His overpowering brutality terrified the enemy. Panicking, the demon tried to surrender and retreat to stop the massacre. Crack! Kim violently snapped another neck, without a second thought. The swarm is thickest here. You are hiding nearby. The demon general, observing from the wall, realized his cover was blown and desperately fled. Too late. The human meat grinder chased him down, grabbed his throat, and violently slammed him into the earth. Those writhing tentacles triggered Kim's devour ability. He aggressively craved this unique skill. This was the general's 82nd catastrophic tribulation. An unprecedented disaster. His flawless plans had always guaranteed victory. He never expected a cold-blooded monster who would ruthlessly butcher his own allies without hesitation. But a proud, majestic demon general refused to die in disgrace. He unleashed his ultimate desperate tactic. But hilariously, instead of an epic clash, he launched himself straight into Kim's waiting mouth. Free food delivered directly. Let us replay that epic slow-motion fail as the demon dove in. He planned to infect Kim's brain as a supreme parasite. But before he could even finish his villainous monologue, he was instantly digested. Kim blinked in sheer shock. Why do these idiots keep suiciding into my mouth? He had devoured similar pathetic parasites back on Earth, but their skills were too weak to absorb. Time for a crazy experiment. Kim ruthlessly bit off his own thumb and spat it out. Thanks to his troll regeneration, a new digit instantly sprouted, a perfectly convenient lab rat for his terrifying abilities. The severed finger on the ground squirmed and mutated into a grotesque fish. Kim controlled it effortlessly like his own limb, though its size and duration were strictly limited. Meanwhile, the surviving villagers finally regained their consciousness. Deep in the demon realm, the ominous death toll rang for another fallen comrade. His vile parasite experiments tragically perished alongside him. But the absolute worst part was that the demons now knew about the terrifying anomaly. They discovered Kim existed as the second prince's lethal knight. Only 2 down, 7 demon generals remained. The General of Wrath, an absolutely invincible powerhouse, was furious. Hearing that gluttony essentially fed himself to the enemy left the demonic council utterly speechless. Why did he play so stupidly? Back at the village, the crisis was resolved, but the hero glared at Kim's brutally savage methods. Acting like a pure white lotus, he nagged with unbearable arrogance. He sounded like a hypocritical monk scolding his absolute strongest disciple. To the hero, Kim was just a bloodthirsty monster, even though Kim hard-carried the team. Suddenly, Edward's jaw dropped in sheer terror. The demon general of wrath suddenly materialized before them. He looked like a towering ankylosaurus with a devastating clubbed tail and glowing eyes. "I will crush you for disturbing my eternal slumber," he roared. Edward trembled, recalling a terrifying 50-year-old legend about the last Great War. Back then, demons rode apocalyptic beasts far larger than dragons. A single earth-shattering roar from this monster could flatten entire forests instantly. These ancient reptiles never stopped growing. Now, it was the size of a colossal mountain. While they stood completely frozen in absolute terror, the enemy initiated the strike. Its massive mace-like tail obliterated our carriage. The furious spin crushed the surrounding forest into splinters. Amidst the devastating ruins, our party struggled to dig themselves out. Edward was buried so deep his head was completely hidden underground. That towering beast did not care who killed its comrades. Its raging aura screamed one absolute rule: slaughter them all, spare no one. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, it whipped its monstrous tail. The party scrambled to run but tumbled down in defeat. The saintess quickly ordered Edward to summon his defensive shield and block. But look at his fragile frame. He was built like a skeleton. How could he possibly block that catastrophic strike? So he shoved the deadly duty to the hero. But his defense was paper-thin too. They turned to the saintess, but if she could do it, she would not ask a useless second prince. In perfect sync, all 3 turned their desperate eyes to Kim. Did he look like his stomach could digest a giant monster? But facing their blazing, expectant glares, he sighed internally. If I do not walk into hell, who will? He quickly forged a tactical battle plan. The saintess firmly rejected it, calling it a suicide mission. But there was no other choice. If they fled, the nearby villagers would face absolute slaughter. The hero drew his divine blade, ready to charge into the abyss. Kim also prepared his battle stance. He looked confident on the outside, but, internally, his mind was racing. The goddess's holy sword only unleashes its true power against absolute evil. This beast was merely consumed by vengeful grief for its fallen kin. Since it lacked demonic intent, the holy aura might not awaken at all. If the blade failed, they would instantly become monster food. The hero dashed between the colossal titan's legs. He narrowly dodged the earth-shattering stomps. They collided head-on in a deadly clash, like moths drawn to a blazing inferno. At the climax of the tension, the beast suddenly inverted itself, slamming its tail down like a meteor. The devastating impact sent the hero flying. He barely survived the fatal blow, gasping for air. Yet, his absolute faith in the strategy remained unshaken. Kim's master plan was completely flawless. The hero acted as the ultimate bait to draw aggro while Kim tunneled beneath the earth for a lethal stealth strike. Their target, the vulnerable wound beneath its impenetrable armor. Kim's stealth skill was top tier, but digging created vibrations requiring the ultimate distraction to succeed. The hero accepted his deadly role without a second thought. His unwavering resolve actually caught Kim completely off guard. How could he place such blind faith in Kim? Naturally, the hero was incredibly cautious. However, his ultimate lie detection skill showed zero warnings, prompting his bold gamble. Unbeknownst to him, Kim was a cunning schemer. The detection system was utterly useless against humans from Earth. Returning to the chaotic battlefield, the hero desperately held the front line. Meanwhile, Kim finally breached the surface, emerging from the depths. He locked his target onto the beast's exposed belly. Kim had tunneled an incredibly long distance to completely bypass the monster's senses. His sudden phantom-like appearance left the colossal monster in a state of absolute shock. Its life detection aura had been active, yet it sensed absolutely nothing. But it was too late. Kim unleashed his dragon arm directly at the festering wound. Ignoring its blood-curdling, agonizing shrieks, Kim pierced straight through the flesh and brutally forced his way inside its actual stomach. The beast thrashed in absolute agony, horrifying even the hero. Having successfully infiltrated the host, Kim immediately activated his parasite skill to scout the internal darkness. The squirming swarms mapped out the internal organs, instantly transmitting the heart and lung coordinates to his brain. Just when the raid seemed over, his senses detected a hidden anomaly. Kim frantically tore through the internal flesh until he finally uncovered it, an elusive artifact hidden within. Seeing it, his true devourer nature awakened as he drooled with insatiable hunger. This was the golden window to strike. But the hero simply froze. The colossal beast wept pitifully, completely shattering his resolve. It shed endless tears, begging for mercy. But its massive body ultimately collapsed. Bursting straight through its hollowed eye socket, Kim crawled out, dripping in grotesque monster slime. He was literally still chewing on the beast's flesh. The suffocating silence made everyone question their sanity. He had utterly traumatized his own party, but Kim could not care less. He had devoured an absolute feast of stats. Those dinosaur-sized lungs granted him an overpowering oxygen capacity. Now, breathing hellfire would be absolutely effortless. Second, the ultimate vascular system. A massive body requires extreme pressure to pump blood, meaning even if his heart shattered, his life force would continue to flow flawlessly. But the ultimate prize was the hidden drop he found at the final second. That legendary core granted him the power of absolute flight. The enemy's elite commanders had dwindled in number. Yet, instead of raging, the sinister shadows twisted into a terrifying smirk. Everything flowed perfectly according to the Demon King's grand design. This war was never fair. The hero only needed one head to win. Conversely, the demon race needed absolute human submission to conquer the realm. But the hero, the goddess's chosen champion, stood as humanity's ultimate beacon of hope. As long as he drew breath, humanity would never bow down to darkness. Rather than wasting time on a drawn-out duel, their ultimate strategy was total human extinction. This was the terrifying mandate of the new Demon King. The demonic legions swore their dark oaths. Kim's deduction was absolutely flawless. These terrifying new strategies existed because the new Demon King was a twisted anomaly from another world. Arriving at a desolate ruin, an elite demonic vanguard blocked their path. A demon struck Kim directly in the face, but he did not even flinch. In the blink of an eye, he obliterated the entire squad. His piercing gaze noticed a dropped item, and he casually looted the spoils of war. It was a master map, detailing every hidden shadow of the Demon Kingdom. Edward's sharp eyes instantly realized all sinister routes converged on a single coordinate. Driven by reckless justice, the hero charged blindly toward the Demon King. But Edward violently held him back. What an absolute fool. It was an obvious death trap. Hidden completely off the grid, this unmarked village was the absolute final destination of a secret supply route. It practically reeked of being a highly crucial enemy base. They definitely had to investigate this place. After a grueling, exhaustive week of tracking the map through unforgiving terrain, the hunting party finally uncovered the absolute truth of it. The entire settlement was crawling with monstrous demons. Even the youngest demonic children were ruthlessly enslaved to forge lethal weapons of war. Witnessing this, Edward immediately drew his blazing blade of pure light. He fully prepared to strike them down, but the stubbornly naive main character quickly blocked his path. To Edward, absolutely every weapon maker here was a completely guilty target. But before he could even finish, the hero completely exploded in furious, screaming rage right at his face. But his own moral system instantly punished him, twisting his entire body in agonizing, paralyzing pain. Seeing this pathetic weakness, Edward coldly laid out the utterly ruthless logic of total war. Completely destroying the enemy's blacksmiths right now would effortlessly prevent countless future battlefield massacres and significantly save innocent human lives tomorrow. The hero completely froze, utterly choked by the terrifyingly gray morality of survival. He could only watch in absolute horror as the overpowered Kim began to move. In a blinding flash of overwhelming might, Kim instantly wiped the entire village completely off the map. He ruthlessly left absolutely zero survivors to seek any future revenge. Meanwhile, the deeply conflicted hero was actively collapsing internally, completely crushed by his breaking ideals. Even the pure holy maiden violently fell to her trembling knees, utterly traumatized by witnessing the brutal, tragic slaughter of innocent demon children. But the core issue right now was that the calculating Edward simply couldn't believe his own eyes. Exactly how were these primitive demons manufacturing highly modern firearms in this fantasy era? The terrifying answer was so glaringly obvious that a single glance confidently confirmed the dark truth. A shadowy third party was absolutely involved. It had to be the legendary Demon King himself. This wildly sinister, mind-bending conspiracy instantly left the naive hero trembling in sheer absolute dread as the grim reality fully set in. The monstrous Demon King was desperately arming his entire civilian population for all-out war. Because with lethal firearms, even a remarkably frail child could instantly become a cold-blooded killer. The sheer, unadulterated cruelty of this terrifying tactic completely pushed the horrified hero far past his breaking point. Violently clenching his trembling fists, he outright rejected reality and stormed off. Unfazed by the drama, Edward smoothly handed Kim a brand new strategic target map. He confidently told the overpowered hunter to devour absolutely anything heavily marked on the parchment. It deliberately sounded like a grand, rewarding feast, but Edward was actually just secretly weaponizing Kim's endless demonic hunger to do his dirty work. Naturally, Kim very gladly accepted the bloody slaughter. Suddenly, an absolutely agonizing, blood-curdling scream echoed loudly through the dark trees. Edward slightly flinched, then slowly revealed a wickedly triumphant smile. Everything was falling perfectly into his grand master plan. Meanwhile, deep inside the darkest part of the forest, the broken hero was completely losing his fragile mind. Endless tears aggressively streamed down his desperate face as his sanity violently fractured under the hopelessly crushing weight of his absolute helplessness. At the exact same time, a struggling half-demon boy named Midel was literally breaking his own back, hauling heavy cargo at the busy docks. After endless, grueling days of back-breaking labor, his highly anticipated payday had finally, mercifully, arrived. His deceptively heavy coin pouch completely vanished immediately after paying off steep rent and buying the most basic survival supplies, leaving just one single, pitiful copper coin. Yet, the resilient boy never complained even once about his harsh fate. His only blazing driving force was desperately keeping his precious little sister alive. The very next morning, Midel faithfully returned to the bustling docks. His deeply calloused hands finally moved with a seasoned worker's rhythm, making the brutal work feel slightly easier. Suddenly, a massively terrifying shadow entirely eclipsed the bright sun. A deeply horrifying, dragon-like monstrosity aggressively hovered high up in the sky. This impossible nightmare was the direct result of an ancient secondary monstrous brain, a highly primitive neural core biologically designed to perfectly control massive lower extremities like a legendary dinosaur. Kim had previously ruthlessly devoured it directly from the bloody corpse of a massive wrath beast. Absorbing it carried the incredibly deadly risk of absolute spiritual corruption and madness. But by completely dominating this dangerous secondary brain, Kim effortlessly unlocked the truly horrific ability to aggressively assimilate endlessly terrifying monstrous body parts. That imposingly massive, levitating nightmare of a dragon was none other than Kim himself. Aside from his own original core consciousness, his absolutely entire physical body was now a terrifyingly perfect chimera built from legendary beasts. He had literally patched his invincible form together, using the absolute strongest traits of his heavily devoured prey. Kim was now an unstoppable god of destruction. The precise moment Midel recognized the apocalyptic dragon, a truly devastating, hellish inferno, mercilessly rained down upon the doomed port. Absolute panic violently erupted as terrified demons fled for their pathetic lives. A completely paralyzed blue-skinned fish demon just stared up in pure, unadulterated terror. Right before Kim's unbelievably massive jaws instantly snapped its pathetic head clean off. Midel frantically sprinted toward his flimsy inn like an absolute madman to desperately save his little sister, pushing far beyond his physical mortal limits. But he was tragically too late. Kim's colossally heavy foot brutally crushed the entire building into incredibly fine dust. As the choking smoke finally cleared, the utterly broken boy's shattered world focused on one terribly horrific sight: his precious little sister's lifeless arm tragically buried deep beneath the heavy rubble. A wildly blazing, soul-consuming fury ignited his heart. Midel aggressively charged with a desperately rusted sword, but against Kim's impenetrably legendary dragon scales. The fragile blade pitifully shattered into completely worthless fragments. Kim casually spat a highly lethal, acidic breath, instantly melting the poor boy away. The ruthlessly calculating hunter had brilliantly, successfully obliterated their entire gunpowder supply chain. Word of the port's absolute, utter annihilation aggressively sent terrifying shockwaves through the highest demon ranks. Facing a wildly critical supply crisis directly caused by a legendary dragon, the furious demon generals immediately turned their blazing suspicion directly toward the highly fierce, red-haired dragon general sitting suspiciously right beside them. As explosive tempers violently flared and toxic accusations aggressively flew, a heavily cloaked, one-horned supreme commander brutally slammed his heavy fist down to demand total silence. They absolutely needed a highly immediate, flawless countermeasure right now. The catastrophic massacre at the docks had firmly planted deep seeds of sheer, unadulterated terror across the entire demon kingdom. This wildly blazing public panic had to be completely extinguished. Hearing this absolute insult, the wildly furious red-haired general aggressively stormed out to personally hunt down this pathetic rogue dragon. Meanwhile, right after gloriously feasting on entire tribes of aquatic and highly venomous insectoid demons, Kim flawlessly optimized and perfectly assimilated their absolute best survival traits. His newly evolved form proudly boasted an absolutely unbreakable, titanium-grade exoskeleton. He menacingly descended upon the very next hidden demon settlement, like an unstoppable god of death. At very first glance, the completely foolish demons easily mistook his overwhelmingly dark aura for their own mighty demonic general. But when they finally realized the breathtakingly apocalyptic truth, pure, horribly unadulterated terror violently gripped their screaming souls. They pathetically scrambled desperately for their own miserable lives. Kim brutally stomped the absolutely loudest screamer into a bloody paste, then casually exhaled a devastating sea of hellfire to completely consume them all. Following the reported carnage, the blazing red-haired general aggressively tracked his massive, undeniable path of destruction. Her golden draconian eyes widened in absolute, breathtaking shock. A heavily fortified, massive demon village had been effortlessly reduced to smoldering ashes in just one single hour. She horrifyingly witnessed the invincible monster casually toss an entire centaur demon into his gaping jaws like a tiny, crunchy snack. Instantly, Kim's lower body aggressively mutated, violently sprouting remarkably powerful, muscular equine legs right before her very eyes, hilariously wobbling wildly like a newborn fawn as his adapting body adjusted to the new flesh. He honestly looked completely ridiculous. But seeing her desperately slaughtered kin brutally devoured ignited a wildly blazing inferno of pure demonic rage within her. She fiercely unleashed the absolute, godlike authority of the legendary dragon speech. A divine, overwhelming command specifically designed to forcefully crush any lesser dragon into instant submission. She desperately screamed for him to halt, literally tearing her own vocal cords. But Kim simply stared blankly back at her with a completely unfazed, highly confused expression. He genuinely didn't feel a single, microscopic ounce of fear. His sheer, incredibly blatant, absolute disrespect made her violently grind her razor-sharp fangs in unbridled fury. The incredibly furious red-haired general completely erupted in pure wrath. Her slender hands violently mutated into massive, insanely razor-sharp draconian talons. In a single blinding heartbeat, she aggressively expanded into a towering, unparalleled behemoth, fiercely slashing downward to utterly annihilate him. Faced with a breathtakingly devastating, relentless flurry of apocalyptic draconian strikes, Kim casually, effortlessly raised a single, heavily armored arm to perfectly block absolutely every single devastating blow. 10 incredibly exhausting minutes later, she was desperately gasping for any air, and he practically hadn't taken a single, tiny scratch. Ice-cold panic finally pierced through her blazing rage. This absolute monstrosity wasn't just a dragon. He uniquely possessed insanely dense demonic muscle mass, thoroughly wrapped in an absolutely impenetrable, legendary mithril-grade shell. While she frantically, desperately scrambled to actively find any tiny weakness in his legendary armor. Kim was just highly casually treating her like a completely glorified training dummy, effortlessly shifting between terrifyingly new forms to leisurely test out his freshly devoured catastrophic powers. Seeing the hardened skin vanish, the slime witch seized her chance. She lunged forward, binding Kim tightly with her hands and tail, preparing to strike. Her razor-sharp fangs sank deep, tearing a bloody chunk of his flesh. But Kim simply kicked her away like trash. Humiliated yet arrogant, she believed. She had the absolute upper hand. She swallowed his flesh whole, but her triumphant smirk froze. His torn muscles and shredded tissue instantly regenerated before her eyes. Cold sweat drenched her trembling body. Sure, it stung a bit, but Kim had shown her mercy. He purposely let her bite him just to complete his grand experiment. Sparing her pathetic life felt like the ultimate insult. Ungrateful and enraged, she activated the dragon's wrath, greedily absorbing a massive surge of aura. But then, Kim casually muttered the command, "Devour." Instantly, her majestic dragon's wrath collapsed into a blood-vomiting nightmare. Countless pitch-black parasites squirmed out of the shadows, writhing like demonic maggots. She collapsed in soul-crushing agony. The flesh she ate was bait. He had planted tadpole parasites directly into her core. Just as Kim prepared to execute the red-haired monster, a desperate telepathic message exploded in his ear. It was Edward's pathetic party, screaming for a savior. They were crying out for a daddy to rescue them. The so-called hero, hailed as the goddess's envoy and a legendary regressor from 10 years in the future, was supposed to defeat the ultimate enemy of humanity and demons alike. They were meant to unite the races. But instead, they kept marching straight to their doom. Thanks to his regression, the hero altered destiny. He prematurely eliminated the slime, believing it was a future calamity. He even saved the doomed second prince, but manipulating fate shattered the timeline. The butterfly effect wiped out his future knowledge. Now, despite being a legendary regressor, the hero was completely flying blind. He had zero clue what nightmares awaited them. Ignorant of the enemy's true forces, their incompetence led to disaster. Now, Edward was lying paralyzed on a gambling table, rewinding back to their journey. After splitting up with Kim's overwhelming presence, the hero's party ventured toward their next destination, only to abruptly freeze in their tracks. A towering demon awaited them. This three-eyed monstrosity was none other than a demon general. The town behind him was his personal domain of despair. His sudden appearance spelled absolute doom. Yet surprisingly, the vile creature proposed a peaceful resolution. He challenged the party to a simple game of high-stakes gambling. The trap was incredibly obvious, but the naive, idiot hero agreed without hesitation. His pathetic excuse? He was simply too exhausted from the endless slaughter. Even the demon general openly mocked his unfathomable stupidity. How the hell did this weak-minded fool survive his past life? As they stepped into the shadowy fortress, swarms of lesser demons gathered to witness the slaughter. Edward arrogantly stepped up first. He boasted that poker was his divine mastery. Yet, predictably, he lost absolutely everything. Edward trembled with explosive fury. The demon had clearly cheated, but without undeniable proof. Complaining was utterly useless against a master manipulator. The penalty was absolute. The demon general brutally ripped out the second prince's soul. A seemingly ordinary casino coin transformed into a cursed void, sucking his life force straight into its metallic core. As Edward's terrified face materialized on the coin, he unleashed a desperate telepathic cry to Kim. Seeing their royal companion lying completely lifeless, the furious saintess charged. She unleashed a devastating, muscle-packed punch, aiming to blast a massive hole straight through the demon's smug face. But her overwhelming strike hit like a gentle breeze. The three-eyed demon smirked. He had activated his broken skill, Absolute Peace Zone. It unconditionally nullified every single ounce of physical and magical attack. He then tempted the seething saintess. To save Edward, she had to play his twisted game of fate. Risking her very soul, she blindly offered her life force on the gambling table. Seeing the saintess recklessly throwing away her existence, the cowardly hero desperately tried to stop her. But, just look at her crazed expression. She fully believed she was the ultimate gambler of the holy convent. She arrogantly swept the playing cards aside, and aggressively demanded to play dice. And boom, destiny struck. Her overconfidence crumbled as she lost instantly, collapsing in sheer defeat. Even the demon general sweated bullets at her monumental stupidity. Now, only the so-called hero remained. The demon recycled his wicked trick, using the trapped souls as bait. But unfortunately, it was a massive miscalculation. Because aside from being totally useless, this pristine hero had never gambled once in his life. Tension snapped like a wire, when suddenly, a deafening crash echoed outside. A lesser demon was violently blasted through the heavy doors. The hero's terrified face instantly lit up with overwhelming joy. Kim had arrived. "I swear I have to carry this entire team," Kim grumbled, staring down the arrogant three-eyed demon. He glanced at the two useless burdens, who had long passed out. Kim prepared to annihilate everything with one apocalyptic punch. But the demon cockily revealed his ultimate trump card, absolute attack nullification. Yet, this terrifying revelation only made Kim's blood boil with excitement. His devourability hungered for that overpowered skill. Grasping the twisted rules, Kim mercilessly kicked Edward's useless body away and took his throne at the gambling table. Kim audaciously wagered his own soul, plus the hero's soul. The cowardly hero panicked and shrieked in protest, boring Kim to death. The hero constantly preached about saving humanity, yet pathetically refused to risk his own skin. But one spine-chilling, murderous glare from Kim was enough to violently shut him up. He had no choice but to nod. The demon greedily asked what game they would play. Kim simply raised his hand. The demonic general assumed they were playing rock, paper, scissors. But Kim's rock was a devastating, aura-infused punch that ruthlessly smashed directly into the demon's smug face. Complete confusion was instantly followed by merciless, bone-crushing devastation. For the first time ever, his absolute nullification skill had completely shattered. The profound, soul-crushing terror of utter defeat forced him to release the captive souls. Seeing the battered demon's lingering defiance, the overpowered main character graciously offered a rematch. A brand new game of death. The rules were simple. Guess whether Kim would annihilate him with his left or right hand. But no matter what that pathetic creature chose, his fate was sealed. Because Kim never intended to use his hands. He channeled immense aura, transforming his leg into a literal mountain of crushing weight. The impact exploded, splattering the demon into bloody syrup. The spectating lesser demons finally realized the apocalyptic danger. Panic erupted as they desperately scrambled for their lives. But thick iron bars had already sealed every single exit. Escaping Kim's wrath was impossible. Cue the hypocritical hero, who suddenly begged Kim to spare these innocent monsters. Innocent? Kim's eyes blazed with lethal intent. Tell me how they are innocent. These filthy creatures use human lives as twisted entertainment. The true slaughter had just begun. The hero's pathetic savior complex finally shattered his patience. Drawing his blade in a blinding flash, he pressed the cold steel against the fool's throat. He threw Edward's naive words right back at him. Did he want absolute justice, or did he want to survive? The harsh reality slammed the hero's mouth shut. Everyone wanted to play God without paying the bloody price. Deeming the naive hero as absolute dead weight, Kim instantly banished him from the room. The moment those three stepped out, he slammed the shattered door completely shut. It was finally hunting time. The lesser demons shrieked in absolute terror, begging for a mercy that would never come. Once that three-eyed beast lost the ultimate gamble, its dark power was instantly devoured by Kim. Disabling every safety system in the casino, he locked the monsters inside a total death trap, pumping the room full of pure oxygen. A single spark triggered a catastrophic inferno. The roaring flames made the hero outside flinch, but remembering the harsh insults he had swallowed earlier, he forced himself to look away. Meanwhile, the grand demonic vanguard had been reduced to 2 pathetic survivors. This grim report echoed straight to the demon lord's ears. A 2-horned subordinate trembled as he delivered the devastating news. The elite vanguard sent to crush the hero? They were either utterly slaughtered or vanished without a single trace. Hearing their survival chances were absolute zero, Demon Lord Loy actually shed a bitter tear. His servant quickly comforted him. Their sacrifice was not in vain, for they had successfully bought the time needed to trigger the ultimate master plan. Despite knowing they died for the greater good, the Demon Lord's heart ached with heavy sorrow as he retreated. The final phase was terrifyingly close to completion, requiring just a fraction more time. Now, one of the 2 remaining commanders had to offer their life. The 2-horned demon hesitated in cold sweat, so the elder demon boldly stepped forward, embracing his grim fate. I am old, and my strength fades. I die with 0 regrets. Meanwhile, dragging his battle-worn body, Kim finally emerged from the smoldering rubble. Incinerating the entire casino was a massive gamble. His stolen regenerative powers had strict limits, severely weakening against raging flames. Thankfully, that massive red dragon hadn't unleashed its breath earlier, or he would have been roasted alive. Yet, Kim wasn't the only survivor of the inferno. A bizarre golden lizard slithered straight out of the blazing ash. It had to be that three-eyed demon's exotic pet. To think its scales were tough enough to completely shrug off an explosive inferno. This was exactly the kind of rare prey Kim was hunting for. Stretching his jaws impossibly wide, he measured if he could swallow the 3-meter beast whole. The creature froze in absolute terror and desperately tried to flee the bloody scene. But there was zero escape from the ultimate predator. Yanking its tail, Kim bared his razor-sharp fangs and took a devastating bite. While Edward clutched his violently throbbing head, Kim's face radiated pure, demonic bliss. He had just devoured a supreme delicacy. This elemental salamander was an unimaginably rare beast, granting absolute fire immunity. Its entire cellular structure was a biological fortress against extreme heat. Meanwhile, twisted good news awaited Edward upon waking from his blackout. Kim had flawlessly executed the bloody plan in his stead, forcing the so-called hero to shatter his righteous illusions and choose brutal survival. A sinister smirk crossed Edward's face. This was step 2. Only one final piece remained to completely break the continent's strongest existence. The hero wasn't just a monster of sheer strength. He was a transcendent being shielded by fate itself. Even a surprise ambush by vile demons would miraculously miss him, requiring absolutely zero effort. Yet, right in this desperate moment, a towering, bloodthirsty brute charged at godlike speed, far too fast for the hero to parry. But instantly, the monstrous beast violently exploded into ash. The Holy Saintess had intervened. This was a hero's privilege. When he faced absolute death, salvation would instantly arrive. When odds were impossible, heaven-defying luck would strike. But this invincible armor of destiny had one sacred condition. He must remain an uncorrupted hero. The grueling journey to sever the demon lord's head was still incredibly far from over. Yet, a chilling, triumphant smirk crept onto Edward's face. Why? Because the divine protection of fate had officially abandoned the fallen hero. The system's absolute law demanded pure righteousness, unwavering justice, and flawless morality. But that hypocritical fool had ruthlessly abandoned the demon children and the doomed casino captives. His sacred hero status was rapidly crumbling into dust. Ironically, Edward's original master plan was never this twisted. But after stealing the old sage's forbidden manuscript, he warped destiny to his own design. The greedy emperor had fiercely desired his firstborn to seize the supreme throne, forcing the second prince into eternal servitude. When the goddess bestowed the hero's crest, instantly stripping the eldest's royal birthright, the furious emperor plotted a vicious scheme to turn the chosen savior into a miserable outcast. Terrified of the goddess's divine wrath, the cowardly ruler hesitated to strike, but the timing was utterly perfect. Edward was the exact catalyst needed to ignite this absolute chaos. By manipulating the corrupted manuscript, he engineered the ultimate, flawless motive, a bloodthirsty obsession to slaughter the crown prince. The logic was brutally simple. The prince's gruesome death would plunge the emperor into absolute despair. Edward's ultimate goal. After an endless, grueling march, they finally laid eyes upon the terrifying silhouette of the demon lord's fortress. But a chilling sense of wrongness hung in the air. Not a single guard stood watch at the towering gates. The entire domain radiated an unnatural silence. Kim's hunter instincts had been screaming the entire trek. Despite massive ambush caverns, they hadn't encountered so much as a demonic insect. Just as they hesitated, blind to the looming nightmare, waiting in the shadows ahead, their horses violently reared up and locked their hooves. An unearthly hum echoed through the wasteland. The majestic steeds began violently shivering in primal terror. The overwhelming dread forced the hero to dismount and inspect the path himself. He assumed the beasts were simply exhausted, but staring up at the monolithic demon lord's citadel, a horrifying realization instantly struck him. An eerie, crawling sensation warned him to step forward and uncover the twisted truth. But the paralyzed horse completely refused to take another step. Even as Edward offered gentle whispers of comfort, the terrified beast clamped its jaw shut. The Saintess's divine healing? Useless. Kim's murderous aura? Utterly ignored. The hero even attempted his majestic bard songs, but it only pushed everyone toward a mental breakdown. Finally surrendering to the stress, the party set up camp. Instantly, the crazed horse planted a brutal kick into Edward's chest and bolted. Suddenly, the hero's spine turned to ice. A catastrophic wave of bloodlust crashed down, completely suffocating the entire group. From the pitch-black void, a haunting voice echoed with dripping malice. Is this pathetic gathering truly the legendary hero's party? Stepping out, a one-horned anomaly, whose skeletal frame looked like death itself, officially entered the battlefield. Slamming his grotesque, five-fingered staff into the earth, he unleashed absolute terror. The very ground violently fractured and quaked. Decaying hands clawed out of the dirt as a terrifying undead legion tore free from their graves. The nightmarish entity commanding them was no foot soldier. Standing before them was a supreme demonic general, the Avatar of Envy. This absolute monster had come to slaughter them all. For 200 straight years, he had ruled as an apex predator in the demon realm. He was an undead, but never mistake him for a mindless zombie. Nor was he a fragile skeleton or a pathetic, blood-starved vampire. This entity was a legendary lich, the absolute pinnacle of the undead hierarchy, a supreme being wielding true, horrifying immortality. Upon resurrecting, his dark power only grew more terrifying. When the previous hero's elite party raided this demonic stronghold decades ago, this exact monstrous lich fell to the legendary Sword of Light. By the time the one-horned demon's body regenerated from the ruins, it was too late. The hero had already obliterated the Demon King. The world mocked his catastrophic failure. They branded him a selfish coward for fleeing while his lord was butchered. But this absolute humiliation didn't shatter his iron will. Instead, this dark survivor refused to surrender. Awakening his twisted genius, he unlocked the ultimate counter to the Holy Light Sword. He resurrected an unstoppable undead legion from the shadows. And now, this nightmare army encircled them. The terrifying truth? The divine power bestowed by the goddess upon the hero and saintess was completely blind to these monsters. Their holy aura couldn't detect these walking corpses. Ordering a divine strike, the powerhouse saintess charged into battle. One devastating punch shattered a skeleton's horns. But then, the unthinkable happened. The holy magic began to reconstruct it. The undead monster was polished until its bones gleamed like a luxury makeover. The trio's jaws dropped in sheer disbelief. Holy magic wasn't purifying the undead, it was buffing them. It looked totally revitalized, like returning from a divine spa. But the nightmare escalated. The one-horned demon smashed his dark staff into the earth, triggering a massive magic circle. Radiant runes erupted across the battlefield. Thousands of rotting undead were instantly cloaked in a blinding, sacred glow. The hero and saintess questioned their entire existence at this impossible sight. How could demonic scum wield pure holy power? The smug, one-horned freak happily explained, dramatically summoning the official holy Bible of the goddess. The absolute absurdity left them speechless. After tanking countless strikes from the Holy Light Sword, this demon actually converted to the faith. Now, he and his horrific undead minions were officially baptized as Holy Crusaders. Receiving direct blessings from the goddess shattered the saintess's sanity. But the ultimate critical hit to her pride came when she realized this demonic abomination outranked her in devotion. He was a more senior believer than her. Her years of faithful service were outclassed by an ugly, fly-infested zombie. The sheer cosmic disrespect made her blood boil violently. The deep-rooted demonic hatred and agonizing jealousy carved into his bones had been miraculously purified. Through absolute religious devotion, he perfectly suppressed his darkest, most destructive villainous instincts entirely. He achieved perfect enlightenment. Yet, the saintess aggressively rejected reality. There was absolutely no way mindless, rotting, undead monsters possessed the pure faith required to worship the holy religion. Seeing her pathetic denial, the demon shamelessly flexed his theological mastery. He began chanting complex, high-level scriptures with flawless precision, delivering an overwhelming holy sermon that echoed with power. Panic gripped her heart. She desperately tried comforting herself, refusing to accept the goddess would bless murderous demons who only caused apocalyptic suffering. But the antagonist swiftly destroyed her logic. He countered with a devastating scripture, quote, "Those who achieve the impossible receive infinitely greater divine rewards than ordinary believers." This flawless argument pushed the saintess to absolute madness. She couldn't accept this cursed reality. The fact this monster recited sacred texts without butchering a single holy syllable drove her completely insane. Even as self-proclaimed loyal servants, this was ridiculous. They had sacrificed everything to the Demon King, proving exactly where their true loyalty lay. Yet here he was, acting like the ultimate straight-A student of the Holy Academy. "Enough talk!" the one-horned commander roared, unleashing his holy undead legion. Reacting instantly, the desperate saintess summoned her ultimate defense, erecting a massive, brilliant, golden barrier of pure light. But the absolute defense was utterly useless. Because these monsters were officially recognized believers, they casually phased right through the holy shield. Instantly, a monstrous skeleton grabbed her arm. It opened its rotting jaws to devour her. But before the undead freak could taste her flesh, Edward's blinding light shield violently smashed into it, sending the monster flying backward. After saving the terrified saintess, Edward mercilessly crushed the creature's skull. Suddenly, a sneaky undead assassin lunged from the shadows, aiming a lethal strike directly at Edward's blind spot. The saintess unleashed a devastating barrage, obliterating the ambusher into bone dust. Meanwhile, our overpowered main character, Kim, was casually napping. An opportunistic monster crept up, aiming to kill him. Without even opening his eyes, Kim delivered an earth-shattering punch, completely caving in its skull. Seeing him awaken, the panicked hero shouted a desperate warning about the useless holy magic. Did Kim care? Not even slightly. Our badass main character cracked his knuckles and marched straight toward the Nightmare Legion. The hero frantically tried stopping him, screaming about magic immunity. But what does magic immunity mean to Kim? He runs a pure physical build. When a suicidal skeleton charged, Kim grabbed its arm with terrifying, overwhelming brute force and gripped tight. He brutally twisted its limb, snapping it off like a cheap breadstick. Wielding the torn-off bone like a legendary weapon, Kim unleashed a savage barrage directly upon the horrific monster. The brutal beatdown pulverized the undead into useless dust. This was Kim's savage masterclass for the hero. Blinded by rigid teachings to only use holy swords, they had forgotten violence. The hero finally experienced a massive enlightenment. Holy magic might be useless, but these monsters were still made of fragile bones. Dropping his rigid mindset, he readied his blade instantly. He charged into the front line. If the blade couldn't cut them, he would smash them like brittle ice. Beside him, the furious saintess threw overwhelming holy punches without any hesitation. Edward fiercely joined the bloody brawl. Yet, the one-horned commander remained arrogantly smug. Even with their superhuman combat skills, fighting this endless ocean of enemies manually was pure suicidal exhaustion. They would inevitably be crushed by the sheer numbers. But suddenly, an apocalyptic inferno erupted out of nowhere. Everyone's jaws dropped as raw, devastating ancient power dominated the entire battlefield. Kim had transformed into a colossal, awe-inspiring dragon. He scooped his comrades onto his massive back, completely ignoring the useless mob, and blasted straight toward the Demon King's dark fortress. Sweating bullets of sheer terror, the hero nervously glanced at Edward. He quietly voiced his mind-bending suspicion. Was their overpowered main character secretly an ancient mythical dragon all along? Edward immediately shut that down. Exposing Kim's true, terrifying identity would definitely get them dropped from the sky. Processing this, the hero desperately tried rationalizing this insane, reality-breaking situation somehow. He convinced himself Kim was just a master illusionist. But deep down, he knew such legendary transformation skills belonged exclusively to supreme beings possessing the darkest ancient demon bloodlines. The hero mentally drafted a dramatic backstory. Kim was a peace-loving outcast who rebelled against his dark heritage. Yet, haunting flashbacks of the monstrous slime from his past life surfaced. The terrifying nightmare flashed before his eyes, but he forcefully crushed those suspicions. To him, Kim wasn't a monster. He was the absolute savior who carried their pathetic lives endlessly. Kim had pulled off back-to-back legendary clutches, saving them countless times. Even though they defeated the slime, the hero's lingering anxiety was overshadowed by his absolute trust in Kim's strength. Soaring through the heavens, they left the confused undead army choking on dust. Within just 30 minutes, their majestic flight brought them right to the Demon King's terrifying stronghold. But below them, the fanatic legion relentlessly chased like obsessed stalkers. Being undead, they never felt fatigue. Tactical calculations confirmed this terrifying horde would inevitably catch up very soon. They had exactly 2 hours before the Nightmare Horde arrived. That gave the hero a brutal 2-hour timer to assassinate the Demon King, remount Kim, and make a dramatic escape. Landing with an earth-shattering thud, the trio immediately stormed the dark fortress. Spotting the intruders, The elite demonic guards instantly triggered the alarm and unleashed a vicious, bloodthirsty pursuit. But their chase ended abruptly when a mysterious, highly flammable slime drenched the guards. Outside, Kim casually sparked a tiny flame, instantly triggering a legendary, catastrophic explosion that consumed everything. The horde was reduced to absolute ashes. This blazing firewall completely halted the enemy vanguard, trapping the undead army outside the inferno. Speak of the devil, the demonic reinforcements finally arrived. They ran themselves ragged just to reach the battlefield. But seeing Kim's terrifying dragon form made them sweat bullets. Terror paralyzed them instantly. You see, these undead monsters possess 3 fatal flaws. First, holy light magic annihilates them effortlessly. Second, direct sunlight melts their grotesque faces right off. And the most critical weakness? Natural decomposition. To counter this rotting curse, they became corrupted disciples, absorbing holy magic to survive. At dawn, they completely shut down, avoiding the sun's deadly rays. Why? Because to preserve their decaying bodies, the undead were completely dehydrated. They became literal dry firewood. However, this created one massive, fatal flaw. They are incredibly flammable. If one sparks, the horde burns. And now, they faced a literal fire dragon. Despite the overwhelming odds, that one-horned demon commander remained completely obsessed with proving his absolute worth to the Demon King. He harbored a foolish, suicidal dream. He wanted to capture Kim, invade the inner sanctum, slaughter any hero in sight, and secure a swift, glorious victory. But his delusion shattered instantly. Out of nowhere, a massive stone pillar smashed him away, while the demonic cannon fodder rushed forward recklessly. A towering 2-horned demon, looking like an absolute warlord, made his grand debut. Known as the Demon of Ambition, he possessed pure, terrifying demonic blood, flexing his rippling, rock-hard muscles. Yet shockingly, his class was incubus. In other words, a literal demonic gigolo. His entire existence revolved around charming humans and endlessly draining their precious life force. But after being ruthlessly discarded, he resolved to evolve into a muscular beast. Suddenly, the hero descended with the holy sword, brutally interrupting his tragic villain backstory. Furious that his dramatic flashback was ruined, the hulking demon hurled a massive pillar at the hero. But time was running out. With a few blinding sword strikes, the hero completely shattered the pillar. Charging forward, his divine slash clashed with the demon's giant fist. The 2-horned beast was blasted into the wall, instantly defeated. Yet, the hero's party callously ignored him. Without a single backward glance, they ruthlessly moved on. They left the washed-up gigolo coughing up blood, ascending to the afterlife in sheer humiliation. The hero frantically dashed toward the Demon King's throne room. But the moment those heavy doors swung open, they were absolutely stunned. While the inside was a chaotic comedy show, the battlefield outside was suffocatingly tense. Everyone held their breath in sheer terror. They waited in pure agony as Kim charged up his devastating dragon fire. Losing his mind, the 1-horned commander frantically dug his staff into his agonizing minion. Realizing he had trolled them long enough, Kim suddenly dived from the sky. Like a living missile. Panicking, the demonic army desperately deployed anti-fire magic shields. They stared up in absolute dread. Jaws completely dropped to the floor, just as Kim slowed his fearsome dive to a literal crawl. Instead of flames, he spewed a disgusting, sticky slime, completely drenching the undead horde. The 1-horned commander took one sniff, and immediately recognized the toxic poison. He scoffed mockingly. Who uses poison on the undead? Obviously, it dealt 0 damage. However, Kim's true, terrifying master plan was far more sinister. He opened his massive jaws and exhaled a pathetic, tiny spark. The 1-horned demon burst into hysterical laughter. That weak flame couldn't kill a single fly. The smug smirk vanished instantly. In the distance, an apocalyptic explosion shattered the battlefield. Everyone held their breath as a blazing severed limb launched through the air. It crashed right onto the monster's shoulder. Boom! Another devastating blast erupted. That black slime was highly toxic, but its explosive power was worse than high-octane fuel. The demonic flame spread like a ravenous wildfire. The 1-horned beast stared in absolute disbelief. But before it could utter its final words, the blast consumed it completely. With the commander obliterated, the sprinting undead army suddenly froze in their tracks. Kim let out a disappointed sigh. This pathetic display wasn't even a real battle anymore. He refused to waste his precious stamina on trash mobs. The raging inferno would turn them to ash anyway. Pivoting on his heel, he headed out to hunt the Demon King. Might as well find some real entertainment. Stepping inside the fortress, he spotted 2 crippled lesser demons. Without hesitation, he devoured their essence to fuel his empty stomach. His hunger sated, he kicked open the boss room doors. Inside, the 2 brothers were arguing fiercely. The naive hero was blindly defending a trembling, petite girl. The foolish hero was actually dreaming of a peaceful life with the enemy. Annoyed, Kim interrupted their little drama, demanding to know what the hell was going on. As he glared at the shivering girl hiding behind the hero hesitated to speak, but Edward did not hold back. He coldly exposed her true identity. This crying girl was the terrifying Demon King, yet the hero desperately shielded her. He started babbling nonsense, claiming she was the Demon King, but also wasn't. He rambled that her dark reign was over. Kim felt a massive headache coming on. Gritting his teeth, he gave the idiot hero exactly 1 chance to explain this garbage. The vessel belonged to the boss, but the soul inside was actually from another dimension. The hero swore by his absolute lie detection system skill. She was telling the truth. Edward had died and reincarnated into this realm. Meanwhile, Kim had physically transmigrated with his original body. But this girl? She had forcibly possessed the Demon King's flesh. It was a classic case of soul hijacking. In her past life, she was just a pathetic corporate slave who read way too many cheap web novels. Drunk on her own delusional power fantasy, she took over the demonic throne. She aggressively weaponized modern Earth knowledge, sparking a catastrophic war against humanity. She ordered the ruthless slaughter of innocents, truly believing she was the untouchable main character of this world. But now, her tyrannical empire had completely crumbled. The elite general she trusted most had betrayed her. Reality hit her like a devastating shockwave. Realizing she was just a tragic side character, she sobbed pitifully for mercy. Wiping out millions and thinking a simple apology would fix it, Kim was utterly disgusted by her audacity. Yet the pathetic hero kept desperately begging for her life. He pleaded with tears streaming down his face. Despite holding the grand title of a chosen hero, his weak mental state had completely shattered from the endless bloodshed. His fragile heart simply could not endure another execution. Kim met Edward's cold gaze. An unspoken agreement passed between them. The time for talking was officially over. Both warriors instantly drew their blades with murderous intent. A blinding flash of aura surged forward. Panicking, the hero frantically raised his holy sword to block the fatal strike. But with a deafening crack, the legendary weapon shattered into countless pieces. In that exact moment, Edward's merciless blade plunged straight through the naive hero's chest. His strike pierced straight through that vessel, instantly shattering the Demon King's core while he was defenseless. Purging that innocent demon village felt entirely justified. But unfortunately, a true hero would never turn a blind eye to casino thugs. He only protected his comrades. That was not justice. In the end, that hypocrite even shielded the Demon King. Treating human lives like mere weeds meant he lacked true righteousness. Stripped of those 3 virtues, the so-called hero lost his title. And that naturally meant his immortal holy sword was now just a useless piece of scrap metal. The hero died in absolute agony, unable to accept his defeat. Meanwhile, Edward continued playing his villainous role perfectly. He would not blame the fool for protecting the demonic threat. Seeing her beloved hero collapse in a pool of blood, the saintess panicked. She desperately tried to cast a spell. She tried to cast recovery magic, but Kim forcefully dragged her back. She struggled wildly to save her fallen comrade, but she froze in sheer terror. Suddenly, his head transformed into a monstrous serpent, jaws wide open and ready to strike. Previously, the duo had planned this out perfectly. To completely eliminate the hero, they absolutely had to erase the saintess too. Why? Because her divine healing ability was insanely overpowered. Based on their gathered intel, they knew her miraculous power could easily revive the hero from the brink of death. Her terrifying restoration skills could literally stitch a dismembered corpse back together. It was a divine, miraculous ability. To ensure their absolute victory, they had to act fast. Edward casually shifted the bloody burden onto Kim's shoulders, throwing him a quick wink. Transforming into a dragon to devour her was child's play, right? But the overpowered main character simply bared his terrifying fangs to assert dominance. Even without his dragon form, he could devour absolutely anything. Edward shivered at the monstrous sight, but quickly returned to reality. He actually worried Kim might get an upset stomach from eating such absolute trash. But Kim's devour skill was like a bottomless meat grinder. From the very beginning, anything entering Kim's throat was instantly erased into the void. He swallowed the Saintess whole without a second thought. Edward still wondered if Kim should slaughter the Demon King too, but that was completely unnecessary. Since they had just crushed the system's favorites, they only needed to wait for the goddess to hand over their epic rewards. While still lost, in thought about how long this would take, a blinding light suddenly erupted. Kim was instantly teleported into a pure white dimension. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw a mysterious floating cube. This was not the true form of the goddess. It was merely a conceptual interface generated by the system's psychic link. Finally, Kim received his long-awaited answers. The goddess was the supreme creator of all things. Space, time, and the very concept of reincarnation bent to her absolute will. She was literally the ultimate god. The reason he was summoned here was simple. This dimension and Earth were cosmically close and shared multiple parallels. Thus, these dimensional rifts happened quite often. Furthermore, assassinating the chosen hero meant absolutely nothing to her. Instead of divine wrath, the goddess actually praised and rewarded Kim's brutal actions. Why? Because the hero system was supposed to force human and demonic evolution. Instead, it only caused pathetic stagnation. It was completely useless. Thanks to Kim's ruthless intervention, the broken hero would be permanently deleted from the system. After the lore drop ended, it was time for the main event, the legendary reward for eliminating the greatest threats. Kim had only one demand. He simply wanted to return to Earth. However, the system immediately rejected his sole request. It was impossible. Kim's overwhelming existence had already heavily impacted this realm. Simply put, the system's power level was too weak to send his massive aura back. Therefore, Kim had to find his own way home. But first, he needed to become the absolute supreme overlord of this world. Although he had devoured a mighty dragon, it definitely was not the strongest apex predator here. So, he boldly asked the goddess if there were any transcendent beings left to hunt. Without a word, a massive wave of unique mutated abominations flashed directly into Kim's mind. However, their physical forms were not fully rendered yet. Right now, he practically held the admin rights to spawn one of these legendary beasts. Unsure of which overpowered skill to harvest and devour for himself, he decided to temporarily postpone their creation. The reason was brutally simple. His current stats were still too low to solo these transcendent nightmare creatures. Besides, becoming undeniably overpowered too quickly would just make him lazy. He would lose his hunter's edge. Furthermore, there were still countless lesser monsters out there that Kim wanted to devour and taste. So, there was no rush. The goddess saved his selection for later. Since Edward was still claiming his own epic system reward, Kim decided to ditch him and return to reality first. After waiting a while, that dramatic fool finally respawned. But suddenly, he was bawling his eyes out, with literal waterfalls of tears. Kim was utterly bewildered. Edward was deeply moved by the goddess's divine presence. With bloodshot eyes, he proudly flexed his newly granted wish. He had asked for supreme tactical knowledge for their upcoming conquest. Kim smiled, realizing this intelligence was the key to finding his way back to Earth. Naturally, Edward prioritized his master's ultimate goal. He could not let his overpowered boss look clueless in the empire they were about to conquer. Meanwhile, although the Demon King was defeated, her terrifying legacy remained. A massive demonic legion wielding highly advanced modern weaponry was ruthlessly bombarding the city guards. These were not normal fantasy weapons. Bullets pierced through armor like paper, scoring instant headshots. The Red Mohawk commander desperately tried to hold the front line against the slaughter, but his sword was absolutely useless against the heavy artillery of the demon army. Just when humanity's annihilation seemed absolutely certain, epic reinforcements finally dropped in. In a flash, devastating fire and ice magic blocked the mechanical barrage. Yet, while they defended the walls, some absolute suicidal idiot decided to throw open the main gates. It was the classic arrogant side characters, the infamous Unit 3, a squad made entirely of utterly useless, flashy nobles trying to steal the glory. But before they could even finish their arrogant monologue, they were instantly headshot. Total brain damage. These pathetic trashes couldn't even show off properly. Witnessing this absolute disaster, the commander frantically screamed to lock down the city gates immediately. But even as the desperately struggling soldiers pushed the heavy doors, heavy fire rained down. The commander knew it was totally over. But suddenly, ripping through the clouds, a colossal dragon descended. Edward dramatically leaped off like an absolute superhero. The explosive news quickly shattered the silence of the royal palace. Everyone was thoroughly stunned. How could one man single-handedly obliterate an entire demon army? But the insane rumors made sense when they heard Edward had tamed a legendary dragon to wipe out everything in his path. Naturally, the emperor found this epic tale absolutely absurd. Hearing such unbelievable fantasy nonsense made his blood boil in jealousy. However, he forcefully suppressed his killing intent, maintaining his royal facade in front of the gathered high nobles. Outwardly, he loudly praised the prince as humanity's new glorious savior. But inwardly, his stomach churned with pure, absolute disgust. Yet, it made terrifyingly perfect sense given Edward's hidden monstrous talent. And of course, he didn't buy the tragic sacrifice of the hero and saintess for a single second. He immediately deduced the chilling truth. Edward was absolutely the one who slaughtered them. A glaring loophole remained. If that bastard truly slaughtered the hero, why hadn't the goddess unleashed her divine wrath? The emperor's mind spun with endless questions. What fueled the emperor's blazing fury was the high priest. Once a loyal dog to the princess, he now worshipped Edward as a savior. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. The old man clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. But slowly his grip loosened. He tried to convince himself that his son had truly awakened, transforming into someone worthy. He couldn't just cast Edward aside anymore. Meanwhile, our overpowered prince was being hailed as a legendary hero. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, massive crowds swarmed him. The citizens frantically prepared a massive banquet to celebrate his triumphant return. As for Kim, he was enjoying some rare downtime. Since he had thoroughly pissed off the emperor, he was completely banned from the royal feast. But our main character couldn't care less. His eyes were locked onto their grand scheme. He vanished into the shadows, setting the stage for their next move. Waiting for the perfect time to strike, Edward confidently strode into the grand throne room. Seeing the absolute arrogance radiating from him, the old emperor trembled with crippling anxiety. Royal guards immediately blocked his path, demanding he surrender his weapon. The emperor's secret order was absolute: if Edward drew his blade, execute him on the spot. However, amidst the suffocating tension, Edward decided to play with his prey. He moved at a terrifyingly slow pace, making their hearts hammer in fear before finally unbuckling his physical sword. He tossed it aside and knelt down, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance. He boldly declared that he finally understood the massive sacrifices the emperor had made, to bear the crushing weight of the crown. But before the old man could shed a fake tear, Edward abruptly stood back up, completely ignoring royal etiquette. He boldly raised his hand. Instantly, a blinding blade of pure, holy light materialized. Meanwhile, the physical sword held by the guards vanished into thin air. He smirked, stating his father looked far too exhausted, so as a filial son, he would happily relieve him of this burden. While the emperor stared in utter shock, Edward leveled his glowing blade. He mocked them with a righteous tone, claiming he was sacrificing himself to take the throne. The royal guards immediately swarmed Edward. But did his face show even a hint of fear? Hell no, because he possessed far more than just a divine blade. A blinding armor and shield of light erupted around him. The ultimate overpowered combo. With a single devastating flash of his sword, he sliced all their heads clean off. Yet the emperor hadn't given up hope. Anticipating this exact betrayal, he had hidden elite assassins in the shadows. He desperately signaled for the ambush, but absolute silence echoed through the hall. Not a single shadow moved. Cursing his useless hidden guards, the panicked emperor turned to his loyal ministers for salvation. But as he looked at them, he froze in pure terror. Their eyes glowed with a sinister blood-red light. They all smiled with twisted mind-controlled grins. Cold sweat drenched the emperor's back. His brain completely short-circuited. What the hell was happening here? It didn't take a genius to figure out whose masterpiece this was. It was Kim's devour ability. After consuming a bizarre, monstrous creature, our main character acquired its terrifying psychic skills, capable of manipulating emotions and wiping memories. Edward capitalized on this to brainwash the entire royal court. Infecting the palace officials was child's play. They simply unleashed the mind-controlling parasites directly into the kingdom's main water supply, a flawless infiltration tactic stolen from the octopus demon. Back to the blood-soaked throne room, the horrifying scene continued to unfold. Edward's heavy boots splashed through the massive puddles of crimson blood. his chilling gaze locked onto only one target. Once he desperately sought the truth behind his mother's tragic death, but now he didn't care. He violently thrust his blade into the old man, a brutal payback for all the assassins the emperor had sent after him. Even with a foot in the grave, the stubborn emperor dared to glare at his son without a shred of remorse. But our ruthless prince gave zero craps. He callously ripped the royal cape off the dying man and draped it over his own shoulders. Suddenly, something plunged from the ceiling. Not a falling coconut, but the emperor's last hidden elite assassin. Yet before it could even land, the shadow was instantly obliterated by a single devastating strike. From Kim! With the trash finally disposed of, Edward picked up the blood-stained crown. Placing it upon his head, he ascended the throne. The brainwashed ministers erupted into a deafening roar of applause. He had finally seized the absolute power he craved. Yet amidst the twisted victory, a ghostly figure materialized. The lingering spirit of the fallen hero stood silently right in front of him. Having absorbed the profound wisdom gifted by the queen, Edward also inherited the late first prince's final words. It wasn't a curse of vengeance. It was a desperate warning urging him not to cross the line of humanity. Hearing this, Edward shook with uncontrollable rage. But it was far too late for redemption. He raised his hand, summoning an explosive orb of divine light, and hurled it directly, completely shattering the hero's illusion into dust. Thanks to Kim's overwhelming power, the coup was a success. But before our main character could return to Earth, he needed ultimate sacrifices. The heads of the Goblin, Lizard Man, and Deep Sea Beast Kings. Meanwhile, Kim was casually documenting every single epic event, detailing his bloody journey of elevating Edward to the absolute peak of the throne. He poured his experiences into a thick notebook. Edward was utterly baffled. Since when did a battle-crazed glutton become a damn author? But this was Kim's genius foresight. Once his brutal revenge on Earth was complete, he would obliterate those who betrayed him and start a peaceful new life. He was literally writing a fantasy web novel to farm cash. However, the title he chose was incredibly cringeworthy. Edward deadpanned and suggested, "The more I devour, the stronger I get." But our overpowered main character didn't care. He was currently lost in his own wild delusions, absolutely certain his debut light novel would become a massive global blockbuster. He imagined swimming in endless royalty checks. Edward just sighed, completely speechless. But to finally open the portal back to Earth, they desperately needed those non-human kings' heads as an offering. However, striking blindly right now would alert the entire continent. It would practically force the monster races to form an unstoppable alliance, aiming to completely wipe out humanity. Whether it was the deadly archery and magic of the High Elves, the advanced technological warfare of the Dwarves, or the terrifying physical specs of the Beastmen, they were all legendary tier threats. Although the human kingdom boasted a massive population, they were practically just cannon fodder taking up space. Compared to the monstrous base stats of the other races, humanity's combat power was pathetically weak. So they needed to drastically buff their internal forces. Forming a grand coalition with the surrounding human nations was crucial to survive the impending demi-human war. But before dealing with politics, Edward tossed a top-secret hit list straight at Kim. Our main character's eyes instantly darkened with killing intent. Since when did this brat dare to order him around? But as his gaze shifted to the contents, the second page revealed a breathtaking lineup. A massive roster of legendary boss-tier monsters complete with exact spawn coordinates. Kim's eyes instantly lit up like he just found the ultimate dungeon treasure map. Spotting his excitement, Edward smirked and pulled out a glowing golden emblem. He officially appointed Kim as the Royal Secret Inspector. With this VIP badge, our overpowered hunter could bypass any border, freely hunting across the continent without a single obstacle. It was the ultimate win-win quest line. Without hesitation, Kim accepted the grand mission. Before he vanished into the shadows, Edward issued one final reminder. Return exactly 1 year from today to attend his official coronation ceremony. If he didn't show up, the public might spread nasty rumors about their alliance breaking. Armed with absolute confidence, Kim stepped out. He knew this hunting trip would boost his stats to a godlike level. But as the heavy doors closed, leaving Edward completely alone in the silent throne room, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, dripping with fake concern. A hidden presence lurking on the roof had been watching everything, listening in on them. This was the shadow he kept close, the master assassin himself. Right after Edward slaughtered the king to steal the throne, he devoured every ounce of the emperor's power. The entire assassin guild and the armed forces, all still perfectly brainwashed by Kim's parasitic skill. But there was a fatal flaw. Once our main character leaves this territory to begin his real journey, his parasitic control will slowly lose its absolute grip. So, Edward devised a cunning scheme to fully absorb them into his faction. As for Kim's original armor, sure, it packed great stats, but it lacked mobility. That heavy gear was practically a death sentence in stealth. Therefore, he commissioned a brand new, streamlined combat suit, imbued with high-tier magical enchantments. With a flawless mercenary disguise, Kim's true grand adventure finally kicked off. To the world, he was already the legendary hero who struck down the Demon King, praised by the masses. Yet, he could never forget his dark past. A globally wanted criminal for illicit monster poaching. To perfectly mask his identity, Kim avoided his usual flashy hobbies and gaming. Instead, he forced himself into the quiet world of reading. But surprisingly, this mundane activity soon awakened a genuine passion within him. Most of this world's literature was absolute trash, leaving Kim completely unimpressed. However, one particular legendary tale actually managed to catch our overpowered hunter's sharp attention. It was sung by a wandering bard. Tricked by an aggressive scammer, the naive Fina had foolishly enrolled in a shady bard academy. Sadly for her, she ended up completely broke and battered. A harsh lesson in false advertising. Stepping into the rugged tavern, Fina sharply scanned the room. The rough mercenaries, Kim silently studying his quest map, and even a mysterious cloaked figure lurking in the shadows. Her sharp eyes instantly locked onto the outrageously expensive armor hidden underneath. Sensing the gold, Fina immediately started belting out the most viral song right now. An epic ballad about the prince and his loyal knight. As her melody echoed, the entire tavern's heavy atmosphere completely shifted. Everyone eagerly tossed silver coins her way. Thrilled by the loot, she desperately wanted to rush straight into the grand climax, the ultimate gold mining chorus. The legendary hero's tragic death, which plunged the second prince into an ocean of sheer, devastating despair, allowing him to temporarily awaken the supreme hero's aura. With one strike, his blade pierced the Demon King's wicked heart. But before she could collect her tips, a sudden brawl erupted. A massive, bald thug flared up in sheer rage. He lunged, grabbing Kim by the collar, accusing him of mocking his beloved prince. The odds were 4 against 1, a guaranteed death sentence for any normal guy. Panicking, Fina desperately tried to switch to a mercenary praising tune for extra survival cash. But suddenly, the entire tavern froze, as the bald thug's wrist was instantly crushed into powder. The brute just blinked in sheer disbelief. A second later, the horrifying reality set in, and a delayed, but absolute symphony of bone-shattering agony echoed out. Annoyed by the pathetic screaming, Kim's eyes flashed with irritation. Without breaking a sweat, he slammed the thug's skull straight into the solid wooden table with a deafening crack. Seeing their boss get absolutely demolished, the remaining grunts charged forward like rabid dogs. But before they could even bark, Kim casually swatted one away, sending him flying straight into the bar. Another suicidal fool drew a rusted blade, aiming right for Kim's throat. Yet, our overpowered hero didn't even flinch. Steel shattered against his unbreakable skin. Terrified by the blood-curdling screams, Fina bolted for her life. Kim was furious. They had completely ruined his favorite storytelling session. With blazing wrath, he hoisted the last trembling thug by the throat, leaving him gasping and crying for mercy. Suddenly, the mysterious cloaked figure in the corner stepped out from the shadows to intervene. This nosy intruder was none other than a holy knight. Kim's piercing gaze instantly locked onto her gleaming holy crest, a direct symbol of the goddess theocracy, a nation practically breeding superpowered freaks. Their ultimate trump card? Forging invincible holy maidens, a terrifying fusion of human bones and divine enchanted metal. Packed with absolute muscle and divine blessings, they were virtually unstoppable titans of war. However, forging a single holy maiden was a monumental drain of massive wealth and time, taking a grueling 10 years just to perfect one ultimate weapon. So, the greedy theocracy devised a much darker shortcut, mass-producing a brutal, rapid-fire killing machine known simply as the Holy Knight, costing only a tiny fraction of the budget, yet wielding nearly half the terrifying power of a maiden. Kim could crush her with a single thought. But, starting a full-scale war with the theocracy on day one? Not his style. He casually tossed the thug aside, leaving the Holy Knight completely stunned by his immediate compliance. Usually, these arrogant tavern thugs fought to the bitter end. But naturally, our main character operated on a completely different level of intellect. He had zero time for petty bar brawls, and only struck back because those fools targeted him first. Suddenly realizing she had heroically defended the actual instigators, the righteous holy knight froze in absolute humiliation. She had just blamed the victim. Her face burned red with unbearable shame. Wishing the earth would just swallow her whole, she quickly retreated back into her shadowy corner. Kim couldn't care less about her embarrassment. His secret rendezvous was fast approaching, so he slipped into the night. This neutral zone remained completely untouched by the Demon King's catastrophic invasion, since the demonic forces had only targeted humanity's central strongholds. Now, this borderland had transformed into a chaotic sanctuary, a melting pot swarming with desperate refugees and ruthless mercenaries, seeking temporary shelter. This massive influx of survivors caused the local economy to absolutely skyrocket. But a dark hierarchy quickly formed, with the powerless refugees crushed at the very bottom. The native locals clung to the middle, while the overpowered mercenaries ruled at the absolute top. Drunk on power, they terrorized the streets daily. Even worse, the corrupted local officials were nothing but greedy puppets, collecting their monthly gold while turning a blind eye to the chaos. After finally regrouping with his dark-circled informant for an urgent intel drop, the duo split up to execute their master plan. But the moment Kim stepped out of the shadows, a massive mercenary gang ambushed him. The pathetic thug from earlier had called for backup. A flashy, gold-toothed captain was barking arrogant threats, making the original thug cringe in sheer humiliation. Who even asked for your help? But the second their eyes locked onto Kim, the battered thug instantly recognized the absolute monster who nearly ended him. Terrified, he scrambled back into the alley. Meanwhile, Goldtooth smugly stepped forward, eager to publicly slaughter our main character, just to restore their pathetic gang's reputation. Knowing Kim's terrifying strength, the bruised thug desperately hissed at his captain to back off and run for his life. But the arrogant fool refused to listen. He aggressively doubled down, screaming empty threats at our deadly protagonist. Suddenly, a lone figure staggered out from the pitch-black alleyway. Not Kim, but a golden-haired, completely wasted drunkard. Relieved by this pathetic sight, Goldtooth smirked, planning to brutally crush the drunk man just to intimidate Kim. However, the very second he ordered his violent lackeys forward, a lethal arrow violently pierced the night sky, burying itself deep into the drunkard's chest. Chaos erupted instantly. As blood hit the floor, a massive crowd mindlessly began cheering for the mercenaries. Kill them all! Let the rebellion begin! The mob surged forward, leaving the gold-toothed thug completely paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, the supposedly dead drunkard was very much alive, acting as the perfect bait. Count Febro was absolute trash. This territory once shined with endless prosperity, but now it rotted away. Ever since this tragic excuse for a noble took over, ruin followed. Orphaned early, he wasted his life on pathetic pleasures, possessing zero drive to level up. Despite holding a noble title, his pathetic stats landed him straight on Edward's elite purge list. Our main character thought the reports were just dramatic rumors, until he stepped into the territory. The truth hit him hard. What should have been a bustling hub was a decaying ghost town, reeking of despair. While the inner capital thrived, the outer sectors were completely abandoned. Suddenly, a starving kid grilling fish noticed the rustling bushes. Fear paralyzed him completely. A terrifying goblin lurked in the shadows. But wait, this monster was actually trembling in sheer terror, traumatized after our overpowered hero had previously crushed its soul. His daily grind was flawless. Farm monsters in the deadly forest, cash in quest rewards at the guild, and devour massive feasts. An oddly peaceful hunter lifestyle. Every single day, a new overpowered skill was absorbed. Paying respects to the fallen beasts, he continuously devoured their essence. To master these unfamiliar, terrifying new abilities, he used the forest's high-level monsters as his personal training dummies. Flashback ends. Let us rewind to when our hero met Edward's elite shadow assassin. The mission was absolute. Eliminate the corrupt Count Febro. Our main character perfectly disguised his deadly aura as a staggering drunk, syncing flawlessly with the shadow operative. The assassin was a master of deception, throwing voices across the alleyways, shifting between frantic male and female screams. They framed the local mercenaries for brutal murder. Finally, using a forbidden dragon tier voice projection, they commanded the oppressed citizens to awaken, reclaim your destiny. Instantly, torches ignited the pitch-black night in absolute fury. To spark the ultimate chaos, Villagers infected by parasitic mind control water were launched as the unstoppable vanguard. The raging mob charged forward, weapons raised to slaughter. The mercenary guild was completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, our overpowered mastermind stood casually on a rooftop, enjoying the bloody theatrical show. The catastrophic riot quickly reached Edward's ears. The chaotic rebellion wiped out the sinners, and Count Febro mysteriously perished in the crossfire. Plot twist. Our main character had personally assassinated that utter trash. Edward smirked in the shadows, his master plan executed flawlessly. Yet publicly, he unleashed fake royal fury. He issued a brutal decree against all useless aristocratic leeches. Any noble failing the royal evaluation would be instantly stripped of their rank. Furthermore, strict containment protocols were slammed onto rogue mercenary factions across the entire kingdom. With the purge perfectly completed, it was time for the next epic subjugation quest. A high-ranking Griffin raid, clearly marked on the system's glowing holographic map. But before he could even teleport out, fate threw a massive curveball. The annoying Holy Knight from the tavern blocked his path. Now, regarding those mythical griffins, they were legendary beasts native to Earth, towering over 2 to 3 meters tall, boasting the razor-sharp beak of an apex eagle, fused with the terrifying hind legs of a king lion. These predators hunted in massive swarms, their absolute favorite prey, war horses and innocent humans. Thus, the guild issued a merciless extermination quest to our legendary hunter. While scanning the quest details, the fanatic Holy Knight suddenly dropped to her knees, aggressively claiming him as her supreme master. Why was the Holy Church's elite stalking him? Let us rewind a few days back. After the shadow assassin effortlessly eliminated the Count, the stealth mission was supposed to be a flawless stealth clear. But the Holy Knight's eagle eyes had locked onto the assassin. Trailing the shadow through the darkness, she accidentally uncovered the secret rendezvous with our main character. The assassin vanished into thin air, but that was not what shattered her mind. The holy warrior stood completely paralyzed because she recognized the god-tier hero standing before her. Sensing a hostile presence in the bushes, his murderous intent flared. He almost silenced her forever. But plot twist. This elite knight was his ultimate, obsessed fangirl. Witnessing his legendary clash against the terrifying Demon King, she had practically worshipped his overwhelming stats. Realizing no blood needed to be shed, he deactivated his lethal aura. Before he could even flash his hunter license, she frantically interrupted. She swore eternal loyalty and absolute secrecy, begging him to take her as his combat disciple. Because producing a holy knight burned millions of gold, the church implanted them with advanced magical tracking signals. Assassination was impossible, so he casually handed her a trash-tier quest, digging a massive trench. Surprisingly, her stamina stats were absurdly high. She excavated a gigantic cavern without a single complaint. Her absolute persistence was borderline terrifying. The master and disciple ambushed inside the pit. The sky darkened as the majestic griffins descended upon their nest. Time to test this useless knight's actual combat rating. Eager to prove her worth, she blindly charged into the boss room. She drew her blade with explosive momentum, miraculously avoiding a clumsy faceplant into the dirt. But reality was cruel. A griffin instantly crushed her helmet with its massive talons. Our hero facepalmed hard. Her combat prowess was absolute, irredeemable garbage. If not for her legendary tier holy armor, she would have been instantly deleted from existence. Zero hesitation, our main character unleashed a devastating verbal beatdown upon her. Her attack power was utterly pathetic. She coddled her fragile weapon too much. Constantly checking her blade's durability completely ruined her casting speed, making her magic laughably slow. Even a blind monster could dodge those sluggish strikes. If this was her ultimate swordsmanship, he coldly commanded her to throw the useless weapon away immediately. Those harsh words completely shattered her reality. An elite holy knight without her sacred sword, she felt utterly worthless. Realizing his brutal honesty had crushed her spirit, he decided to demonstrate true, overwhelming power. Without a weapon, his bare hands morphed into terrifying demonic claws, ripping the beast's armor apart while her jaw dropped. She possessed zero legendary talents, no overpowered sword mastery like the hero, lacking Edward's blinding divine light, and missing the Saintess's monstrous physical strength. Absolutely average. But seeing her tremble, fists clenched tight with unbreakable willpower, that spark of desperation convinced him to teach her. Suddenly, the raid escalated. 10 griffins locked onto them. The sky swarmed with over 10 elite monsters. Unfazed, our hero accessed his premium spatial inventory pouch, a legendary artifact crafted by a supreme Grandmaster Mage. Its infinite storage was absolutely broken. He materialized a massive chunk of premium horse meat, the ultimate griffin bait. Instantly, the starving beasts practically drooled waterfalls. But he was not here to feed them. He ruthlessly slammed the premium bait into the filthy dirt, violently stomping on it. This ultimate disrespect shattered their pride. Enraged, the swarm dive-bombed to slaughter him. Smirking, our hero shifted his stance. He channeled an ancient, forgotten martial art, preparing to mimic the devastating power of legendary beasts. Mastering the movements of beasts was impossible. His human vessel simply could not adapt, no matter how hard he trained. Then again, an absolute powerhouse like him had absolutely zero need for pathetic mortal martial arts. He was already overwhelmingly overpowered. Suddenly, the griffin launched a deadly dive, baring its razor-sharp claws. Yet, our main character effortlessly deflected it with an ironclad arm. Enraged, the beast pivoted, aiming its massive, terrifying beak straight for a fatal strike. But Kim simply smirked, activating his Devour ability. His human hands instantly mutated into monstrous claws, piercing right through the beast's defenses, securing a brutal grip on its massive beak. Suddenly, his arm shape-shifted again, morphing into a terrifying crab pincer. With a devastating uppercut from below, he completely obliterated the monster. This flawless execution was entirely powered by an assimilated arthropod leg, capable of exerting force 2,500 times its own body weight. Thrilled by this overwhelming strength, Kim eagerly tested his next assimilation. He manifested the blood-shooting eyes of a horned lizard, fusing them with the highly lethal venom of a pufferfish. The corrupted blood splattered across the griffin's face, melting its flesh like highly corrosive acid. The beast shrieked in agonizing torment. Witnessing this brutal display of power, the female holy knight standing nearby felt her very soul tremble. An overwhelming thrill coursed through her veins. She felt an insane urge to abandon everything, toss away her entirely useless holy sword, and surrender to the exact same bloodthirsty instincts as our overpowered protagonist. But logic suddenly pierced her mind. She shook her head frantically, desperately reminding herself of her sacred duty. She was still a divine knight serving the goddess, observing her pathetic internal struggle and wavering faith. Kim's expression turned stone cold. Yet, before he could spit out a harsh reality check, the holy knight abruptly interrupted him. She begged for time, needing to carefully weigh her destiny before making a life-altering choice. Within just 3 short days, the entire griffin bloodline had been completely exterminated. Even their unhatched eggs were cooked into incredibly delicious meals. With overwhelming efficiency, they thoroughly annihilated every single monster lurking within the cursed sector. Having cleared the zone, they immediately departed. However, upon arriving at the Adventurer Guild to claim their rightful bounty, the arrogant receptionist flatly rejected them. Disgusted by his pathetic C-rank status, she audaciously reassigned their hard-earned reward to a completely different party. She demanded Kim hand over his glorious achievements to another guild member. Naturally, our ruthless protagonist utterly refused. He mercilessly mocked her audacity. You call yourself an official guild staff member, yet you blatantly cover for worthless trash, stealing another hunter's achievements. If word of this corruption leaked out, this entire pathetic establishment would become a laughingstock. His piercing words instantly ignited the arrogant receptionist's fury. Removing her glasses, she arrogantly warned that no one could ever defy their almighty guildmaster. Then, she slowly slid her frames back on, attempting to feign an aura of absolute superiority and composure. In response, Kim swiftly reached out his hand, locking his grip around her delicate wrist. That delusional woman actually thought he was flirting with her. Her face instantly flushed a deep, arrogant red, but in the very next split second, a sickening crunch echoed. He completely shattered her wrist, triggering a blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, the man sweating profusely nearby was the guildmaster himself. He was once one of the legendary party members who accompanied the hero to slay the Demon King. Originally, he was nothing but a pathetic side character, unworthy of even having detailed facial features. However, after shamelessly begging the heavens to be granted absolute power through the goddess's divine wish, he returned to the human realm and seized the title of Adventurer Guildmaster. He became the ultimate symbol of freedom, relying heavily on his accumulated fame. Over countless years, he secured an untouchable position of authority. Yet ironically, During this recent massive demon subjugation campaign, not a single veteran adventurer had participated. Instead, a completely different hunter, named Edward, had miraculously ascended as the new hero, claiming the ultimate throne. The masses continuously chanted his name in pure adoration. Now, society blindly worshipped absolute authority and overwhelming power, completely abandoning the romanticized ideals of freedom that the guild desperately represented. This bitter shift in power was the exact reason he constantly stole glorious achievements from lower-rank hunters, shamelessly feeding them to his own son. Although that spoiled brat initially despised the corrupt methods his father employed, he ultimately swallowed his pride and accepted the stolen glory. He was utterly crushed by the heavy burden of restoring the fading prestige of the hunter industry. But suddenly, this chilling dynamic between father and son was violently shattered by a blood-curdling scream. The heir panicked and sprinted outside to assess the chaotic situation. The very first horrifying sight that burned into his retinas was the devastating image of our overpowered protagonist, ruthlessly crippling everyone in his path. Witnessing the arrogant receptionist writhing in agony on the cold floor, the young master's pathetic hero complex instantly flared up. Boiling with intense rage, he dramatically drew his blade and charged forward. But with a mere, chilling glare, Kim caught the glowing blade entirely barehanded. With a terrifyingly casual squeeze, the holy steel shattered into a million pieces. Before the boy could even process this absolute disparity in power, Kim mercilessly clamped his hand around the boy's throat. His free hand casually snatched a falling blade shard. Just as he prepared to execute the fatal strike, the panicked guildmaster sprinted out to desperately intervene. But a pathetic has-been held absolutely zero authority over our overpowered MC. Ignoring the old man entirely, he brutally executed the beloved heir right before his father's eyes. The devastating shock pushed the guildmaster into a blinding, vein-popping fury. Yet, upon realizing Kim was the C-rank hunter whose achievements he had blatantly stolen, the corrupt leader swallowed his raging pride. Gritting his teeth in pure humiliation, he forced out a pathetic apology. Thus, Kim casually turned his back to leave the bloodbath. Feeling utterly insulted, the old man desperately blocked his path. His entire elite squad had been massacred. His daughter-in-law and precious son were completely erased. Annoyed, our protagonist had to waste his extremely precious time lecturing this foolish old man. He coldly explained that crushing the arrogant receptionist's arm was merely a generous warning because she lacked the basic respect to summon her superior. As for his precious, golden boy heir, his brutal death was entirely self-inflicted. He dared to raise a blade against an absolute apex predator. The other trashes perished simply because they harbored killing intent toward our overpowered MC. Then, he arrogantly pointed straight at the guildmaster's face. Since the old fool had actually apologized, Kim generously decided to spare his miserable life. It was simply the law of karma. Actions have deadly consequences. Complaints were absolutely meaningless. Seeing the stubborn leader still trying to argue back, Kim ruthlessly cut him off before he could even speak. Our protagonist coldly declared he was merely reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. Those who leech off the blood and sweat of true hunters will inevitably face absolute despair. Kim casually walked away, exuding an unimaginably badass aura. He left the shattered old man drowning in harsh realization. The hunter's ruthless logic was flawless. This horrific tragedy was completely self-inflicted. Seething, the old man viciously clenched his trembling fists until crimson blood dripped. He smashed a devastating crater straight through the stone tiles. Consumed by overwhelming, irrational bitterness, he completely abandoned all logic and morality. He violently dumped every ounce of blame onto Kim's head. Therefore, he summoned multiple guilds to ruthlessly hunt down our protagonist. Meanwhile, the conflicted fake disciple was still agonizing over her destiny. She felt entirely torn between wielding her sacred sword and maintaining her holy knight status. Yet, succeeding seemed impossible. Out of reach. Should she just say to hell with those hypocritical divine laws? She desperately wanted to embrace her true nature and unleash an absolute bloodbath. Suddenly, right outside their peaceful sanctuary, an elite assassination squad deployed by the vengeful guildmaster had already swarmed the perimeter of our protagonist's hidden residence. They gathered menacingly in the shadows below. Meanwhile, Kim was casually strolling back from his brutal conquest. But suddenly, his path was aggressively blocked by that pathetic, leech-like guildmaster. The crazed old man dramatically revealed the tragic truth. The arrogant brat Kim had ruthlessly slaughtered earlier was his utterly precious son. Seething with murderous intent, he unsheathed his blade. He arrogantly assumed a cold-blooded monster like Kim could never possibly comprehend a father's agonizing grief over losing his own flesh and blood. But ironically, our overpowered MC understood it perfectly. He grasped that profound sorrow better than anyone breathing, simply because countless foolish, revenge-driven parents, who completely overestimated their pathetic strength, had shamelessly hunted him down for revenge. This chilling revelation made the corrupt leader tremble in blinding fury. Yet, he desperately suppressed his exploding aura, terrified but desperate to uncover the gruesome fate of those previous attackers. Our protagonist simply smirked. Since he was still standing here breathing, it was blatantly obvious that every single challenger had been mercilessly annihilated. Spotting a microscopic opening in Kim's stance, the desperate old man furiously dashed forward, unleashing an aura he painstakingly cultivated for 10 grueling years. He delusionally believed this ultimate strike would sever our protagonist's head. Suddenly, crimson blood violently erupted everywhere. Unsurprisingly, that pathetic display of red syrup belonged entirely to the foolish guild leader. Kim's assimilated pincer had brutally decapitated him in a single, lightning-fast strike. Upon casually returning to civilization, a panicked wave of citizens suddenly rushed past our MC. They trembled in absolute terror, sprinting as if escaping a legendary disaster-class monster. It turned out, blood dripped from the disciples' trembling hands. Corpses littered the cold ground. She had done this herself, sobbing uncontrollably as the gravity of death crushed her. He trembled at his own terrifying nature. Shrugging it off, the main character dropped down for a breather. Exhausted from the endless trek, he pulled a massive griffin thigh from his spatial pouch. He devoured the meat like a starving beast. But eating alone felt a bit too greedy. Tossing a piece to his little disciple, he watched as she mirrored his savage appetite. Yet one bite was enough to make her violently hurl her guts out. Wiping her mouth, the disciple confessed her dark truth. The title of Holy Knight? Just a glorious lie. In reality, they were nothing but lab rats. Twisted experiments bred to manufacture the perfect holy maiden. The grotesque proof? Her own sickly green hands, bulging with mutated, cursed veins. She was merely a failed prototype. Seeing those monstrous hands, it finally clicked why he felt such a strange connection to this girl. Beneath human skin, both of them hid the exact same truth. They were abnormal. Bloodthirsty monsters wearing human masks, true kindred spirits. But sentiment aside, reality hit them hard. They had already triggered an absolute catastrophe. A trail of corpses lay behind them, including the local guildmaster. Staying here meant death. He ordered her to secure train tickets immediately. The moment her figure vanished into the shadows, he summoned his hidden pawn. Dark circles stepped out from the bushes. The spy had heard everything. Accepting the gold coins and a forged identity token, Kim prepared for his next evolution. This time, he would emerge as a rank 4 mercenary. Destination? Santo, the exact battleground where he first clashed with his sworn brother. But more importantly, there was a certain old acquaintance waiting in that city. Someone Kim was burning to see again. Meanwhile, Glasses was sweating bullets. Why on earth was she stuck in the same carriage as these two freaks? Just one glance at Kim's face, and the terrifying memory hit her. He was the demon who massacred the tavern. Trembling, she shifted her gaze to the disciple's dead-eyed stare. Absolute panic gripped her fragile heart. The fear was suffocating. When this little girl had unleashed her monstrous nature, slaughtering targets with psychotic joy, Glasses had witnessed the entire bloodbath from the inn's upper floor. Their sheer demonic aura terrified her to her core. Fleeing Febra was her only chance at survival. But ironically, the devastating chaos they caused forced them to evacuate too, and twisted fate trapped them all in the very same carriage. The journey seemed deceptively peaceful, until a sudden, blood-curdling scream from the driver shattered the silence. A dungeon had violently erupted. Back at the estate, Baron Canago received the grim report of the dungeon break, but the monster threat was the least of his headaches. The worst part? The portal spawned right near Febro. This meant the Adventurers Guild would swarm like vultures. He would be forced to share the loot with that greedy, despicable guildmaster. And adding fuel to his raging fire, his own territorial army hesitated, considering letting those filthy adventurers interfere. Just as his fury reached its peak, the door crashed open. A shadow stepped in, tossing a baron's crest forward. The baron's sinister grin stretched from ear to ear. Hearing that the wretched guildmaster was dead sent him into ecstatic laughter. He showered Kim with endless praise. However, our main character was currently operating under the alias Z. In this twisted fantasy world, dungeons were catastrophic anomalies. Much like a snail's shell from Earth, their chaotic structures spiraled endlessly down into the abyss. The cavern's gaping maw secreted a toxic pheromone, a deadly lure forcing wild monsters to blindly sacrifice themselves to the depths. Once trapped inside, the dark magical radiation corrupted their very souls, mutating them into hyper-aggressive beasts. Once the dungeon reached its bursting point, it would shatter, unleashing a tidal wave of bloodthirsty monsters to butcher the surface world. Yet, as always, chaos brings supreme opportunity. Despite the lethal danger, dungeons overflowed with legendary gems and divine minerals. This birthed two types of people: cowardly nobles who fled in terror, and battle-crazed adventurers chasing glory and gold. Right now, at the dungeon's entrance, the guild's elite had already staked their claim. Smug grins on their faces, they planted their arrogant banners high, making sure the whole world knew they owned this raid. Seeing Kim dressed as a lowly dragon knight, they sneered and ordered him to scram. Big mistake. A brutal kick sent the trash flying. Another arrogant fool tried to intervene. Bam! A devastating punch rearranged his face. The snobby receptionist collapsed from his chair in pure terror. Noticing the heavily armored guards closing in, Kim didn't hesitate. He dashed straight into the mouth of the dungeon. One of the living statue guards immediately charged into the abyss, hunting him down. It crept up from behind, ready to strike. But wait, this was no ambush. Ripping off its heavy helmet, the stalker revealed herself. It was his disciple in a cunning disguise. As they descended deeper, the suffocating darkness swallowed them whole. Visibility dropped to 0. Navigation became impossible. Channeling his explosive mana, Kim's pupils narrowed into piercing dragon eyes, shattering the darkness. And just as expected, his disciple's eyes mutated too. Flaring with a beastly golden glow, her pupils slitting like a predatory cat's. Through the gloom, they finally spotted the horrific abominations blocking their path. Grotesque monsters with nightmarish four-part jaws. Flashback. Kim had accepted a secret quest from the Baron to annihilate this exact dungeon. However, this commission flat-out violated royal law. Commoners were strictly forbidden from trespassing into dungeon territories. Doing so meant breaching the Lord's sacred contract. But Kim? He was an absolute anomaly from another world. Their fragile laws couldn't bind him. Therefore, the Baron could only rely on his overwhelming power to shatter the core. A win-win deal. A massive feast to devour, and brand new overpowering skills to steal. That's exactly why he stood here now. He commanded his disciple to take the vanguard. Her muscles tensed. In a flash of grotesque transformation, her delicate hands morphed into razor-sharp talons. Her entire body contorted into a horrifying beast, a demonic winged lizard, eerily resembling Kim's own draconic form. Yet, unlike his divine devour ability, she couldn't mutate by eating. This horrifying state was undeniably the result of sick biological tampering. Unleashing a deafening roar, the disciple launched herself like a missile. Her twin demonic horns violently impaled a monster's guts, sensing another foul creature lunging for her blind spot. She overloaded her leg muscles with raw aura. Springing backward like a coiled spring, she instantly crushed both beasts against the dungeon wall. Then, she turned her deadly gaze toward the remaining horde. They hissed, ready to strike. But before they could even blink, her devastating stomp shattered their fangs to bloody dust. Following a brutal one versus an army massacre, she ripped the final abomination squarely in half. Gore rained down. Collapsing to the cold floor, she panted heavily like an exhausted wild hound. No ordinary holy knight possessed this world-breaking, monstrous strength. They were merely flawed prototypes, grafted with pathetic bone and muscle enhancements. She alone was the ultimate chimera, injected with legendary mimic cells. Maintaining her fragile human disguise cost an astronomical fortune. A mimic? A supreme trickster, capable of 72 flawless transformations. Masters of deception that shape-shifted into divine treasure chests just to devour greedy adventurers whole. This slaughter had produced an absolute mountain of prey, a royal feast for his devour skill. But the second Kim sank his teeth into the flesh, his pupils dilated in pure shock. And it definitely wasn't because of a heavenly taste. It was absolute poison. The foulness made him violently gag and dry heave. These dungeon entities were mere puppets, animated by dark magic. Technically, Every single monster in here had been dead. For centuries. He had just swallowed thousands of years old rotting carrion. The texture? Like chewing on cursed sandpaper. Worst of all, his system completely rejected their stats. Back when the Holy Maiden endured her genetic mutations, the mana running through her veins still tasted of fresh, vibrant blood. But this dungeon trash? Eating this was literally like swallowing a steaming pile of garbage. Utterly vile and completely inedible. He suddenly recalled the legendary surface rumors. Dungeon anomalies possess insane hidden skills. They are infinitely stronger than surface monsters. The ultimate power fantasy was a literal scam. Kim scowled in absolute fury. Nonsense. He shoved the girl aside, storming deeper into the abyss to find his next meal, guided by that useless illustrated bestiary. An SSS-Rank hunter wrote this garbage. Supposedly, this abnormal dungeon bred uniquely evolved beasts, epic treasures hidden in every shadow, right? What a total scam. Kim's high hopes shattered into blinding rage. He wanted to beat the author to death, but since the guy might already be a corpse, he unleashed his wrath on the monsters. A path of absolute slaughter. One survivor waited inside, crying tears of joy, thinking Kim was his savior. Flash! The man's head rolled across the floor. He looked human at first glance, but a gaping, bloody hole had already pierced right through his chest. It was a fresh undead, nothing more. This entire cave wasn't just a dungeon. It was a massive, breathing, living organism. And so, Kim unleashed his parasitic familiars. They swarmed every dark corner. The scout signals returned instantly, revealing the core was close. The disciple broke into a cold sweat. She couldn't believe their terrifying speed. Reaching the end already? She immediately started kissing up to Kim, praising him way above those pathetic guild hunters. Kim shot her a chilling glare. He knew she was sucking up, but comparing a predator like him to those useless trashes, it was a deadly insult. An insult to the very beings who granted him these powers. The disciple completely misunderstood, assuming he spoke of a noble master or a fallen comrade. In reality, Kim was remembering that monstrous octopus. It panicked when he slaughtered innocents. To Kim, that beast was incredibly brave for sacrificing itself, even when its gruesome defeat was destined. The disciple felt deeply moved, completely missing Kim's sadistic smirk as he remembered devouring her so-called friend. Their path led to a colossal, ominous gate. Behind these ancient doors lurked the nightmare, the exact beast that punched a hole through that undead man's chest. Creak! As the heavy doors opened, even Kim paused. An overwhelmingly massive entity loomed in the shadows. At first glance, a legendary dragon, but a closer look revealed wyvern traits. And yet, the horror didn't stop there. Staring at its twisted anatomy revealed a true abomination. A serpent's neck, bat wings, a horned lizard's head, and frog legs? It was a grotesque chimera, a horrific patchwork of evolution. Was this the masterpiece of a mad sorcerer? Or the dungeon cannibalizing its own creations to forge a giant? Regardless of its origin, Kim felt absolute disgust. Looking at this distorted freak of nature made his stomach churn, like watching a pathetic old man bragging to children about a new toy. He ordered his disciple to step back. Watch and learn. This beast's colossal size made it the absolute perfect punching bag for his boiling rage. Transformation triggered, giant dinosaur lungs activated, troll muscle and marrow synthesized, lizard hide hardened. Kim morphed into an absolute apex predator. He let out a heaven-shaking roar. The very fabric of the cavern trembled. The ground shattered as explosive shockwaves ripped through the air. The chimera flinched, deeply confused by this new titan. But the dungeon's sinister will instantly hijacked the beast's primitive mind. Its eyes burned blood red. Berserk mode activated. It launched a deadly frog kick aimed right at Kim's head, but he caught it effortlessly. Crack! He crushed its wings bare-handed. A spiked tail whipped through the air. Kim dodged, but it coiled tightly around his throat like a steel whip. Toxic fangs dripped with lethal venom. The chimera lunged. This was the legendary death bite, a one-hit kill guaranteed to send anyone straight to hell. A smart attack. But against Kim's mithril-coated copper scales, crunch. The monster shattered every single tooth in its jaw. It couldn't even chew a leaf. Human patience has limits. Boiling with rage, Kim expanded his arm to monstrous proportions and blasted the creature away. But with its lizard anatomy, it shot venomous blood straight from its eyes. A desperate, pathetic move. Kim was merely testing his new toys from the very beginning. He licked the deadly toxin like sweet syrup. Boring. Game over. With a blinding flash, he punched 2 massive holes straight through the beast. In its final moments, the monster's memories flashed before its eyes. It died utterly confused by its own defeat. Kim stared at the massive corpse. Did it just smile before hitting the ground? Whatever. Whether it cried or laughed meant nothing to him. The hunt must continue. According to that famous hunter's guide, the dungeon core was supposed to be a tiny, 2-meter creature, wrapped in incredibly soft, cute fur. But reality was a cruel joke. Right before their eyes sat a pulsating, fleshy tumor, covered in 1,000 squirming, grotesque eyes. It wriggled and pulsed disgustingly. Both of them were left utterly speechless. This looked nothing like the textbook. Was this a cheap online knockoff? Poking it made it emit a horrifying shriek. Cold sweat dripped down their faces. That cute illusion was clearly a trap born from excessive pheromones. It preyed on the protective instincts of naive adventurers to lure them in. But Kim's instincts were strictly predatory. He pulled out a massive cleaver, a rusty blade stolen straight from a local butcher. He wasn't drawing this weapon just to slay the core. Oh no, it was time to feast. Slash. He hacked the fleshy core in half, then diced it into bite-sized pieces for easy swallowing. Earthshell and pheromone release were extremely tempting skills, and he intended to devour them all. The disciple watched in muted horror, before aggressively vomiting her guts out. As he chewed the core's shell, the dungeon's life force shattered. With the core dead, the entire cavern began to collapse. They had exactly 48 hours to escape or face a rocky grave. But for an apex predator like Kim, total child's play. In a mere 3 hours, the exit light appeared. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, an entire armed battalion surrounded them. That petty guild receptionist had reported him, accused of illegal mercenary work without an official hunter license. The disciple frantically looked for an escape route, but Kim calmly surrendered, offering his wrists, handcuffed and forcefully dragged toward the transport vehicle. It was a striking parallel to his dark past on that infamous boat. The glasses-wearing operative was still scheming, alongside 2 mysterious youths waiting aboard. With the demon realm completely annihilated, an eerie peace settled over the seas. Bored out of their minds, the crew actually wished for a bloodthirsty pirate raid just to kill time. But be careful what you wish for. A colossal pirate galleon suddenly rammed their vessel, sending shockwaves through the deck and leaving the crew drenched in cold sweat. Talk about cursed words. A ruthless pirate crew swarmed the deck, led by a notorious butcher cosplaying a certain rubber boy, demanding able-bodied survivors be taken as slaves. An elderly survivor bravely stepped forward, loudly protesting that the slave trade had been completely outlawed across the entire kingdom by absolute royal decree. But these scum cared nothing for laws. Spotting the golden tooth and flashy coat, the old man recognized the signature style of Captain Philip, a legendary pirate who possessed actual honor. Yet this vile son had inherited none of his father's chivalry, devolving into a heartless slaver. The arrogant captain brutally kicked the old man to the ground, mocking his weakness. He spat that his father's foolish pride was exactly what landed him in a dungeon. Why play fair when selling human lives brought in mountains of easy gold? At that exact moment, Kim stepped out of the shadows. He was casually devouring a dungeon core like a mere snack. His overwhelming, arrogant aura instantly caught the captain's attention. Thrilled by Kim's deadly presence, the pirate captain adjusted his cheap straw hat replica, arrogantly offering the overpowerful hunter a spot in his pathetic crew. Kim slowly reached out his hand. His panicked disciple frantically tried to stop him, but Kim wasn't joining anyone. Mana surged, and blinding flames erupted from his fingertips. The cheap cosplay hat turned to ash instantly. By devouring that high-rank dungeon core, Kim had unlocked a supreme evolutionary trait, manipulating combustible pheromones through his very skin. Fusing the devoured traits of a fire lizard dragon and an ancient dinosaur's trachea, Kim essentially transformed his sweat glands into a limitless, devastating biological flamethrower. As for why Kim was casually cruising the ocean instead of rotting in a cell, the guards who arrested him were actually the Baron's undercover agents, staging a flawless theatrical deception. It was a perfect ruse to completely blindside the Adventurers Guild. Back to the slaughter, the fake captain was already reduced to a pile of smoldering, pathetic ash. Watching their boss get incinerated, the terrified pirates mistook Kim for a high-tier fire mage. They ordered a water elementalist to strike, but before he could even chant a spell, a lethal flash of steel severed his fate. Kim's disciple instantly dispatched him to the afterlife. The charging mob met the exact same bloody end in the blink of an eye. Her swordsmanship was terrifyingly flawless. Even she was having an existential crisis, absolutely shocked by the explosive evolution of her own combat prowess and monstrous hidden potential. On the other side of the battlefield, Kim unleashed a devastating barrage of lethal toxins from both hands. One desperate pirate tried to leap overboard to escape the slaughter, but a sinister, suffocating mist instantly swallowed him whole. Kim emerged from the shadows like a demon, effortlessly shoving the screaming pirate over the edge of the ship. Free food for the sharks! Suddenly, a massive brute attempted a cowardly sneak attack from Kim's blind spot. But his heavy blade cleaved nothing but the empty wooden deck. Kim had already vanished. Reappearing directly above the giant, Kim delivered a heaven-shattering punch that instantly turned the brute into a bloody mist of pulverized watermelon juice. An absolute massacre. Kim had utilized explosive fire propulsion to teleport without wasting a single ounce of muscle power. Now, his predatory gaze hunted for more guinea pigs. He needed more bodies to test his newly devoured abilities. Meanwhile, the bespectacled girl on deck trembled in absolute terror, completely bewildered by this monstrous hunter's sudden appearance. The surviving crew members fell to their knees in deep gratitude. Yet the young disciple stood frozen, still questioning how her physical stats had drastically leveled up overnight. Seeing her existential crisis over becoming too overpowered, Kim realized he had to reteach her the absolute basics of movement, rewriting the very foundation of her martial path. His previous teachings were for normal humans, but she was evolving. Casting aside all hesitation, the eager disciple shamelessly begged him to teach her his destructive fire techniques. Fire, lethal toxins, and blinding mist. These were vicious assassination arts designed for agonizing deaths. Yet she craved this dark power. Proving her innocence was rapidly burning away. The stronger she got, the more merciless she became. Kim truly hoped she wouldn't walk his blood-stained path. Finally, they arrived at the legendary aquatic city of water. The disciple's excitement shattered when she spotted a finned creature moving cargo. Mistaking it for a demonic survivor, she drew her blade, but Kim instantly suppressed her aura. It was merely a native of the merfolk tribe. The smooth skin and dorsal fin clearly identified him as a dolphin beastman, and he wasn't the only one here. The bustling harbor was teeming with bipedal marine creatures walking freely. Upon reaching the guild's secret inn, Kim immediately separated from his disciple and vanished into the staff-only quarters. Inside, he met his dark-circled informant, a guy weirdly obsessed with theatrical disguises. This time, Kim's undercover mission required him to infiltrate as a pathetic, low-ranking rusty knight. Slipping into the embarrassingly basic armor, Kim looked perfectly unremarkable. His sole objective in this aquatic metropolis was to hunt down a supreme, hidden boss-level calamity of the deep, the legendary Kraken, a colossal, mythical octopus said to possess world-ending power. Just the thought of devouring its mana-rich tentacles made Kim lick his lips in absolute predatory hunger. A feast fit for a king, but while walking the streets, a massive neon sign caught his eye. Fresh Kraken served here. Intrigued, he stepped inside the bustling tavern. Before he could even utter an order, an overzealous waiter forcefully shoved 3 massive plates of mystery meat down his throat, rambling endlessly about their divine coastal delicacies. After 30 agonizing minutes of non-stop yapping, Kim realized this scam restaurant didn't actually serve Kraken. Rage flared in his eyes as he fought the urge to decapitate the waiter. Never before had the overpowered hunter faced such a terrifyingly annoying opponent. Escaping that verbal hostage situation drained half his life force. Regaining his composure, Kim headed to the plaza. A massive crowd had gathered by the central fountain, buzzing with hype. The bombastic announcer roared, preparing to unveil the legendary, terrifying Kraken to the awestruck public audience. The curtains fell, revealing the monstrous calamity. But wait, what the hell is that? It was just a ridiculously tiny, squishy mini octopus, blinking with big, sparkly anime eyes. While the ignorant peasants cheered in awe, Kim stood paralyzed in soul-crushing disappointment. This legendary beast was reduced to a pathetic petting zoo attraction, too small for even a snack. He should have just stayed in bed. Suddenly, an armored speedboat tore through the harbor at lightning speed. A gang of ferocious beastmen leaped onto the docks with explosive force. An arrogant lion beastman stepped forward, loudly declaring himself a supreme adventurer from the main continent. His earth-shattering roar almost blew out the eardrums of a nearby whale beastman. The arrogant lion immediately locked his predatory gaze onto the tiny kraken. The massive whale beastman glared back, furious at this disrespectful intruder who refused to take no for an answer. Rejected but undeterred, the savage lion drew his greatsword, leaking bloodlust to assert dominance. But the towering whale didn't flinch an inch, his eyes daring the fool to strike first. He wasn't fighting alone. A massive horde of sea beasts had already hijacked their vessel. Who in their right mind sails to a sunken city? They needed a boat to get here. Did they plan to swim back? The beastmen were humiliated as ignorant animals, but they swallowed their pride. Deep down, those overgrown felines were absolutely terrified. They retreated to the waters, vowing to return for brutal revenge. With those arrogant pests finally gone, Whale went back to feeding the baby kraken. But before the morsel even dropped, Kim mercilessly snatched it away. He chewed the monster meat without a single hesitation. Their entire guild branch was just one pathetic desk. The real reason those feline cowards had invaded earlier was pure greed. They wanted to slaughter the infant kraken. Months ago, before the demon realm's massive invasion, the hunters faced a cataclysmic threat. A colossal boss-class kraken had appeared. They managed to slay the titanic beast, but countless hidden eggs were left behind. While Whale was clearing the dungeon, this tiny abyss creature hatched. It imprinted on him instantly, claiming the old man as its father. Yet those greedy hunters demanded its head. Blinded by the massive system bounty, they ignored the sacred laws. The United Beastmen Alliance had decreed it. All demi-humans are born absolutely equal, but laws mean nothing to the corrupt. For decades, the arrogant terrestrial beasts ruthlessly oppressed the aquatic races. 50 years ago, the lion tribe marched in. They sought to exile the oceanic ancestors, driven by pure greed to conquer this lucrative trading port. But a lion is just an overgrown kitten. Whale grabbed their leader by the collar, smashing his spine until he begged. Ever since that humiliating defeat, they harbored a venomous grudge, abusing their hunter badges to harass the guild, day and night without a single pause. After explaining the tragic lore to Kim, Whale suddenly dropped a massive bombshell. He exposed Kim as an intermediate knight. It was merely a forged system identity, crafted perfectly by the royal prince. But the old man's intel network was terrifying. How did a mere whale know so much? Seizing the chance, Whale proposed a quest. He needed the overpowered protagonist's help. Hiring a monster like Kim was not cheap. An equivalent exchange was absolutely necessary, as a hunter always demands proper tribute. After Kim finally left the room, cold sweat drenched the old man. He collapsed weakly into his chair. The SEAL operatives rushed in absolute panic, drawing their weapons to chase Kim down. But Whale roared and held them back, issuing a terrifying absolute command. Anyone trying to assassinate Kim must be purged. He is not a man you can provoke. He is an absolute walking calamity. Meanwhile, his loyal little disciple was suffering from a brutal stomachache, the penalty for devouring raw monster flesh. Suddenly, a mysterious figure recognized her aura, pointing her out as a holy knight. At first glance, a devout nun, but beneath the holy veil, twitching demi-human ears were perfectly hidden. Absolute panic painted her pale face. The demonic relic was still concealed nearby, hidden right beneath their noses. The two cautiously stepped into the tavern. The disciple recalled her master's divine quest. Kim was hunting that specific demonic beast, but an ominous chill crept in. Master Kim was right about this city. The peace here was a sickening illusion. Her urgent reports to the church had been deliberately swept aside. Suddenly, overwhelming killing intent flared. A shadow loomed right behind them. Without a single moment of hesitation, the fierce disciple ambushed the fake nun, kidnapping her into the deep shadows. Meanwhile, out on the desolate plains, Kim triggered his beast transformation. Morphing into a lightning-fast shadow panther, he tore across the landscape like a comet. Back at the heavily fortified stronghold, elite guards stood at high alert, spotting a terrifying blur rushing toward them. But with one gravity-defying leap, Kim landed flawlessly inside the walls. Instantly shifting back to his human vessel, he vanished seamlessly into the bustling crowd, leaving the stunned guards far behind. They questioned their sanity over what just happened. What on earth was that monstrous speed? Kim recalled the old whale's intel. According to the Hunter Association's strict laws, unauthorized entry to the inner sanctum is forbidden. But with his shiny the intermediate knight badge, the VIP doors were wide open. That is why he carried forged intel, delivering the fake quest right to the core. Inside, the Lion Chief was still raging, throwing a massive tantrum in the guild. Completely blind to the grim reaper outside, Kim clung to the window like an apex predator ready to strike. He mercilessly impaled the tiger guard's stomach. Before the arrogant lion could even blink, Kim's iron grip crushed his throat, lifting the massive beast like a feather, choking the life out of him instantly. Activating his devour ability on the corpse, he carved out a prime cut and vanished. The exact second, Kim leaped into the void. The entire room erupted into a blazing inferno. Explosive flames devoured the crime scene. Elite water mages rushed to cast their spells, dousing the raging hellfire in seconds. As the thick smoke finally cleared, only a charred, unrecognizable corpse remained. Beside it laid a mysterious glowing sphere. The mages stared in absolute bewilderment. Suddenly, Kim strode onto the chaotic scene, wearing his pristine knight armor like a hero. The ultimate performance was about to begin. He boldly stepped up to investigate the zone. The moment his finger brushed the memory orb, an incriminating audio recording blasted out. The voice of the treacherous tiger echoed through the silent ruins. It was a flawless, self-directed illusion by Kim. He played the shocked investigator perfectly, discovering a planted secret letter in the ash. Inside was the devastating fake evidence. Documents exposing massive guild tax evasion, framing the dead lion as a demonic spy. The perfect trap had been sprung. The murder of the tiger was pinned entirely on the treasonous, dead lion guildmaster, a masterclass in psychological manipulation. Meanwhile, back at a hidden safe house, the fake nun blinked her eyes open, only to find herself bound in heavy chains, trapped inside a desolate, isolated warehouse. Her captor was none other than the fierce disciple. The guild had already checked with the Holy Church. No one recognized this imposter's face. She was a complete anomaly in the system. With the truth out, they stripped her of her hidden hunter pass. Her true motives remained cloaked in shadows. But in this brutal world, you never take chances. Better to slaughter a suspect than become prey, the disciple prepared, to cleanly sever the fake nun's head. Back in the city, the media was in a frenzy. Reporters were fighting for the frontline scoop, sweating buckets to draft the ultimate headline. They were spinning a wildly dramatic tale, pointing out the massive plot holes in the case. The Lion Guildmaster's death was too suspicious. If the killer had torched the entire room, to burn away the crucial criminal evidence, why did the secret letter survive flawlessly? Not a single corner was even singed, and only one charred corpse was found, while the other target vanished into thin air. Adding to the overwhelming mystery, the shattered window glass fell inward, proving a terrifying assassin broke in. But the reporter was too blinded by justice, digging far too deep into the deadly abyss. He failed to sense the grim reaper behind him. The dark-eyed assassin loomed in his blind spot. The journalist was still connecting the dots, wondering how the guildmaster knew about the spy. Why wouldn't he expose the venomous traitor? The chilling answer was crystal clear. He only cared about expanding his guild's power, completely disregarding the fate of the entire kingdom. But before he could print the truth, the assassin ruthlessly snapped his neck, silencing the nosy journalist forever. All loose ends were perfectly tied up, and the brutal cleanup mission was complete. It was time for the overpowered protagonist to return. Kim shifted back into his Shadow Panther form, tearing across the plains at godlike speed, thanks to his absolute devour ability, digesting the flesh of that tiger. His beast mastery leveled up significantly. His senses were sharper than ever before. But suddenly, a forgotten memory struck him. Losing his supernatural focus for a second, he hilariously tripped over his own paws, tumbling violently, smashing headfirst into a massive boulder. With blood rushing rapidly to his brain, his superhuman intellect kicked into overdrive. He finally remembered a crucial detail: the very first monster he devoured in this world. As a werewolf, I naturally favored my own kind. But other demon races were a totally different breed. They possessed distinct, terrifying traits, evolving far beyond normal species. You could say beastkin and demons shared a deep, twisted bloodline connection. Yet, they remained fundamentally incompatible. Two sides of a very dark coin. Pondering their genetic roots gave me a headache. I decided to just devour them later and absorb the truth myself. Pushing open the door to my in-room, I froze in my tracks. My disciple stood there, drenched in fresh blood. With a twisted grin, she proudly displayed her latest trophy. A tied-up cultivator, completely broken. She had brutally tortured the poor soul inside a boiling cauldron, detailing her sadistic methods. Her eyes sparkled with sheer, psychotic joy. People truly change in this brutal world. I was supposed to be kicking back and enjoying some rare sunlight right now. Instead, we were forced to pack up and flee into the dead of night, all thanks to this chaotic little menace. The informant, Whale, was highly grateful for my successful mission. But my crazy disciple had kidnapped a living target in broad daylight. Worse, she tortured them in a room with zero soundproofing. And the victim? A heavyweight VIP in the Adventurer Guild? To dodge an army of furious investigators, we had to lay low and vanish like ghosts in the shadows. Accepting my fate, I checked the massive quest rewards provided by Whale. Reaching into my dimensional pouch, I pulled out a colossal sea snake. Taking a massive bite, the extremely tough, rubbery texture assaulted my jaws. Its flesh was packed with lethal venom, but my absolute immunity scoffed at it. Watching me feast on raw, bloody monster meat, my disciple finally dared to ask why. I fed her a half-truth about cooking smoke, exposing our position to lurking enemies. The real secret? Roasting meat destroyed the essence needed for my devour ability. Eating them raw was the ultimate shortcut to stealing their skills. 5 minutes later, the little glutton was snoring loudly. A full belly truly brings instant peace. Just as I swallowed the last bite of the venomous tail, my aura flared. A shadow stepped out from the absolute darkness. It was the assassin, Kuang Shen. We were supposed to rendezvous outside the Beast Woods, but he ambushed me under the moonlight because the script had flipped. The arrogant elves had made their sudden return. They had barricaded my escape route with an impenetrable wall of magical thorns. Elves, the classic, insufferable long-lived species, blessed with overwhelming magical talent and endless pride. They looked down on all other earthly races. And the one marching into my territory? A prime candidate for the legendary elven throne. A sudden realization hit me hard. The system required the severed heads of 4 racial kings to unlock the otherworldly gate. This royal elf was literally delivering his head on a silver platter. He did not wander here by chance. His ultimate prey was the mythical Hydra. As they plunged deeper, the suffocating poison made the pampered elf prince grimace in agony. Behind him, a cowardly old retainer begged him to abandon this suicidal solo raid. Annoyed by the endless whining, the prince shot him a blood-chilling, murderous glare. Yet, the desperate retainer kept blocking his path. If the prince retreated now, his fate was sealed as a forgotten failure. His younger siblings were absolute, heaven-defying monsters. They wielded god-tier abilities, manipulating time itself and crushing legendary milestones effortlessly. Between those two terrifying prodigies, the battle for the crown was fierce and ruthless. But one truth remained absolute. He was completely disqualified from the royal succession. Running away meant fully embracing his pathetic identity as royal trash. Meanwhile, the pathetic retainer's mana core was running dry. He did not care about the prince's safety. He was just terrified of becoming collateral damage in this hellscape. Seeing through the old coward's selfish fear, the prince's aura flared wildly. Casting a vicious spell, brutal thorny vines erupted from the shadows, violently binding the traitorous servant. He walked away, leaving the screaming fool to be silenced as venomous thorns pierced his throat. On the flip side, I was also hunting the legendary disaster, the Hydra. Based on my system's knowledge base, the Hydra's toxic aura drove beasts into a blood frenzy. Even the surrounding flora lashed out violently, snapping like solid iron whips. Yet, we strolled through safely. The mutated plants literally bowed and parted ways for my overwhelming presence. I placed my palm against a demonic vine to establish a deep connection. My radar pinged a powerful entity moving against the current. I was not using some weak nature magic. I unleashed my parasitic swarm to map every inch of the deadly woods. Synchronizing our brainwaves, I tapped directly into the forest's dark network. The toxic flora was whispering about an intruder, a being with pointy ears radiating high-tier energy. Connecting the puzzle pieces from the shadowy intel, a sinister smirk crossed my face. My ultimate prey had arrived. The disgraced elf prince, wielder of ancient water magic. As a child, the prince believed he was kissed by destiny itself. Awakening a supreme water affinity, he was hailed as an absolute prodigy among his arrogant kin. But heaven's favor shifted when the twins were born. His brother commanded the ultimate taboo, time magic, while his sister possessed a god-level intellect that easily outmaneuvered every crisis. Eclipsed by their brilliance, his glorious life shattered into an endless, humiliating nightmare. Even now, his luck was absolute garbage. 3 steps in, toxic vines ambushed his legs. Forced to eat dirt, His grand crusade to slay the Hydra and reclaim his honor crumbled to dust. His mana core was completely shattered, pushing him past his absolute limits. The defensive water barrier evaporated instantly. Utterly defeated, his mind collapsed into despair. He stopped struggling, letting the demonic vines tightly coil around his broken body. Waiting for the sweet release of death, tears streamed down his dirt-stained face. Game over. Or so he thought. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence crashed down from the stormy sky. I landed with the earth-shattering force of a titan, offering a hand of salvation. The battered prince froze in sheer confusion. Who was this monstrous stranger interrupting his tragic end? Meanwhile, Quang Shen, degraded from an elite assassin to a glorified delivery boy for Edward, was stressed out. He frantically reported that I had successfully intercepted the royal prey. Truth be told, even if the prince presented the Hydra's skull on a throne, he would never be king. Slaying a primordial dragon would not change his doomed royal fate, but Quang Shen could not afford to pity royal trash right now. If this grand scheme failed, my monstrous wrath would literally tear his flesh apart and devour his soul. With a single lazy flick of my wrist, the bloodthirsty vines submitted to my will and violently retreated. The bruised prince watched my godlike authority in absolute, breathtaking awe. My overwhelming aura had just saved his pathetic life. He immediately bowed his head, showing profound, deeply humbled gratitude. I blinked in total shock, doubting reality for a second. Was this actually a pure-blood elf? This bleeding prince completely shattered every stereotype my system had provided. Weren't these 1,000-year-old freaks supposed to be disgustingly arrogant and unapproachable? They usually viewed humans as mere insects to be crushed underfoot. Catching my bewildered stare, the disgraced prince painfully smiled, fully aware of his shattered royal pride. The little disciple rushed over in a total panic. But her timing was terrible. Instantly, mystical vines shot out from the ground. They wrapped tightly around her body. Kim could only facepalm in utter disbelief. At his firm command, the demonic vines finally released their crushing grip. She gasped for precious air, realizing the handsome guy before them was the legendary elf prince. Her mind was completely blown away. Playing right into his royal ego, the prince flashed a blindingly polite smile. The poor disciple questioned her entire reality. But then the prince dropped a massive quest. He needed their strength to annihilate the Hydra. It all made sense. Kim accepted without hesitation. He needed the prince's connections anyway. He smoothly lied about seeking a raid party. The elf then revealed his elite water attribute support skills. Kim boldly revealed his own trump card. He could shapeshift into a literal dragon. To butcher the Hydra, Kim planned. To transform into an apex sea serpent. The duo would raid the boss monster together. Meanwhile, the disciple was tasked with mob clearing. Along the journey, the eerie silence bored the disciple to death. Where was the epic action fantasy drama? She craved some absolute blood-pumping chaos. As if on cue, trouble finally found them. Reaching the dreaded Hydra's lair, the elf prince began a high-tier chant. A blinding magic circle materialized mid-air, illuminating the dark lake below. The colossal boss monster erupted from the depths. 3 terrifying heads hissed on one massive body. Instantly, toxic minions swarmed, the battlefield under the monster's control. The disciple confidently prepared to clear the mobs. But before she could even finish her sentence, Kim completely vanished. Something lethal shot out from the churning water. One Hydra head looked down in absolute confusion. Slash! Before it could even react, the head was cleanly decapitated. It was Kim in his glorious draconic form. He looked like an ancient mythological beast. The heavy Hydra was sluggish in the deep water. Combined with Kim's devastating dragon fangs, that giant 3-headed snake was nothing but soft prey. He effortlessly tore through its thick scales. As he aimed for the next monstrous head, a sick twist occurred. The severed stump rapidly began regenerating. Not just one, but 2 gruesome heads sprouted out. Its insane regeneration speed far surpassed ordinary trolls. Kim immediately analyzed this terrifying broken mechanic. Suddenly, 4 snapping maws launched forward. They aggressively lunged right at our overpowered hunter. But Kim ruthlessly severed all 4 heads instantly. As they regenerated again, he noticed a critical flaw. Its base could not support the immense weight of endless heads. When one giant maw violently struck down, Kim coiled his powerful serpentine body around it, using it to launch upward, and shifted back to human form mid-air. He perfectly aligned all the writhing serpent heads. Activating his flaming mantis shrimp devour ability, he unleashed a devastating, bone-shattering super punch. Boom! Multiple heads were completely obliterated in one strike. As he landed, the severed pieces rained down heavily. No matter how many monstrous maws attacked, Kim savagely ripped them all into bloody shreds. It became a brutal war of absolute attrition. Infinite mutant regeneration versus raw, overpowering dominance. Eventually, only one solitary head remained defending itself. Its massive body finally collapsed under the overwhelming, crushing physical strain. One singular torso simply could not sustain an endless, root-like cluster of heavy heads. It was physically drained to the core, completely running out of its monstrous life force. Meanwhile, the little disciple wiped out all the trash mobs. The royal elf eagerly wanted to repay Kim's massive favor, but Kim only hunted it to devour its insane stats. Claiming the main Hydra corpse was his ultimate prize, he tossed 3 severed heads to the stunned prince, giving him royal proof of victory. Looking at the mountain of monster corpses she cleared, Kim smugly praised his own brutal training methods. His fragile disciple was evolving into an absolute berserker. Her physical strength was growing insanely terrifying by the day. Returning to base, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. The prince received his desired heroic glory. But suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground. Another massive crowd was wildly praising a different hero. The prince's younger brother had allegedly slain a mighty dragon. The elf prince seethed with bitter jealousy. Meanwhile, Kim casually devoured his elite monster loot without a care. He studied the world map for their next hunting ground. He ordered his minion to harvest the remaining premium meat. Soon after, they ventured up into the treacherous mountains to continue their grim raid. Kim's arm fiercely glowed with a toxic purple aura. After fully absorbing the monstrous stats, a revelation struck him. Those extra heads were never the beast's true vital organs at all. They were mere extensions, like mutated fleshy limbs. Its main brain was hidden safely in the lower torso. Elsewhere, deep within a rugged bandit fortress, illegally occupying the noble marquis's outer territory. Suddenly, blazing meteorites rained down from the dark sky. The devastating hellfire instantly incinerated their entire perimeter. Emerging from the searing flames was a spiky, demonic silhouette. Such a terrifying aura could only belong to one hunter. It was Kim, flexing his newly devoured monster traits. 2 Hydra heads replaced his hands like biological hellfire cannons. He sported a razor-sharp tail and demonic horns. The terrified bandits mistook him for a high-ranking boss monster. They instantly scattered, running for their pathetic little lives. Did you really think you could escape my range? Kim blasted a devastating organic missile, instantly, vaporizing the fleeing scum into absolute nothingness. The surviving bandits trembled in absolute despair and sheer terror. Sprinting desperately toward the second defensive barricade, they prayed for safety. But they found a massive crater blown straight through it. What kind of absolute monster had done this? Peeking through the fresh wreckage, their blood ran completely cold. Mutilated corpses decorated the entire courtyard. Not a single soul had survived the brutal massacre. They suddenly locked eyes with the disciples' terrifying, monstrous form. Utterly paralyzed by fear, they desperately tried to flee again. But from out of nowhere, a lethal projectile impaled the bandit's leg straight to the ground. The cowardly older bandit instantly abandoned his screaming comrade. He sprinted wildly into the dark woods to save himself. However, in his blind panic, he tripped and crashed into a solid brick wall. It was Kim's absurdly jacked, 230-centimeter muscular chest. Kim glared down with chilling, killing intent. Dare to mess with death? His fate was brutally sealed right then and there. Hellfire erupted, burning the sinful bandits to crisp ashes. Their pathetic screams echoed through the dark night. The disciple cheerfully bounded over, proudly reporting her successful annihilation of the entire enemy camp. But Kim's piercing gaze remained completely unsatisfied. The true hidden boss he sought was nowhere to be found. These weak bandits were nothing but disposable bloody bait. The disciple tilted her head in sheer confusion. Then, cold realization struck like a lightning bolt. Only one mythical beast actively hunted humans for its twisted meals, the legendary manticore. Yet despite its entire food supply being brutally burned to ashes, it remained hidden. Why hadn't the monster shown its face yet? Kim coldly plotted his next destructive move. Suddenly, a chillingly calm voice pierced through the dark shadows. Emerging right beside them was a deeply unsettling visage. Both hunters froze in absolute, bone-chilling shock. Neither had sensed this terrifying presence sneaking up on them. At first glance, it seemed like a creepy old man. But as the moonlight hit its massive frame, the horrifying truth of the legendary manticore was revealed. A human head on a colossal lion's body. An ancient bestiary once warned that if you ever cross paths with a manticore, you must run for your life. Otherwise, you will become mere prey, just like dragons and three-headed serpents. These legendary monsters were not just created by the goddess for mere amusement. They were born to amplify the despair of this world, possessing an insatiable, bloodthirsty craving for fresh human flesh. The bandit camp was nothing but a lavish buffet for this beast. The main character's disciple immediately reached for her blade to strike, but an overwhelming primal sensation suddenly washed over them. Even Kim felt it deep within his soul. His absolute devour ability hungered to consume the beast, yet he hesitated to kill it. Astonishingly, the terrifying monster radiating killing intent felt the exact same way. An unspoken resonance violently suppressed the blazing battle lust in all of their hearts. It was a bizarre mutual understanding. Knowing a meaningless clash would solve nothing, the majestic manticore gracefully retreated into the shadows. It vanished into the darkness, leaving an unspoken promise to meet exactly 24 hours later. The next day, amidst the ruins of a completely devastated camp, a lone man sat arrogantly on a makeshift throne. When the master and disciple arrived, shock paralyzed their very core. The figure sitting before them was none other than the manticore itself, but the most spine-chilling revelation came when they finally saw its face. Kim's expression instantly darkened with brewing fury. The cursed monstrosity had perfectly replicated his exact physical features. Wearing the hunter's own face like a stolen mask, the shapeshifter prepared to reveal a long, forgotten history. With eerie politeness, the beast invited Kim to take a seat before diving into the ancient past. It spoke of the world's dawn, revealing how the goddess had violently shaped this reality by copying living beings. She shamelessly stole concepts from Earth's flora and fauna, manifesting not only mythical fantasy creatures but also terrifying earthly monstrosities. It was glaringly obvious who the supreme original template was in this twisted divine game. The ultimate blueprint was Kim himself. The monster was merely a cheap counterfeit forged by the goddess, using Kim as the absolute origin. She successfully stitched together various monstrous body parts to create a hybrid vessel. However, the arrogant deity completely failed to replicate Kim's legendary, soul-devouring ability. Out of countless pathetic, discarded experiments and endless failed prototypes, the legendary manticore was ultimately born from the ashes of her divine frustration. This apex predator emerged with the terrifying power of ultimate shapeshifting. However, its inferior descendants absolutely failed to inherit this majestic trait. Hearing this, a sudden wave of nostalgic realization crashed into Kim's hardened mind. He remembered that his own blood son had also failed to inherit his supreme devouring ability. Wait a minute. His disciple's brain completely short-circuited. She stared in utter disbelief, entirely paralyzed by this massive bombshell. Her incredibly stoic master was actually married and had a child? Unbelievable. But snapping back to the grim reality, Kim was already 32 years old. Yet this twisted fantasy dimension had only existed for exactly 2 years. Yet, the nightmarish aberrations roaming this land boasted lifespans of 1,000, even 2,000 years. This was the grand illusion orchestrated by the goddess. She commanded the absolute flow of time across the entire cosmos. She ruthlessly manipulated entire continents and galaxies on a whim. Naturally, the manticore wasn't the only one burdened with this cosmic truth. All surviving first-generation test subjects perfectly understood the tragic reason for their cursed existence. They knew exactly why they were created as monsters. However, the fate of its fellow ancient clones remained a total mystery, whether they were dead or alive. Scattered across the hellish abyss, these creatures were forced to endlessly adapt. They aggressively evolved based on their brutal environments. Upon hearing this lore, Kim's sharp mind immediately flashed back to the horrific monstrosity he slaughtered in the dark dungeon. That creature was undeniably another failed divine experiment. It was bound to be the manticore's long-lost kin. With all the cosmic puzzle pieces finally clicking into place, Kim had one ultimate question left. His eyes flashed with cold indifference, but beneath that calm surface, his predator instincts boiled. Thrilling anticipation coursed through his veins as he realized this beast had devoured countless members of its own race. Without warning, a massive deadly scorpion tail lashed out at lightning speed, only to violently crash against his aura-infused armor. The absolute defense flawlessly deflected the lethal strike. Unable to suppress its monstrous nature any longer, the manticore shed its human disguise. A grotesquely twisted smile stretched across its real face, eyes practically burning with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. It never expected the human to expose its cannibalistic secret. Sensing the explosive escalation in danger, the overpowered hunter immediately ordered his female disciple to fall back. Squaring off against the legendary threat, his own arm began a terrifying mutation. In a split second, Kim completely vanished, instantly materializing right behind the colossal beast. Caught entirely off guard, the monster ate a devastating, bone-shattering blow that launched it flying away, though it fiercely channeled its mana to stabilize itself. It desperately dug its claws in to halt the skid, but when the beast locked eyes with Kim, it saw absolute, terrifying madness. The supreme predator was starving for manticore flesh, and coincidentally, the monster harbored the exact same hunger. Two demonic, predatory grins mirroring absolute savagery. Neither apex predator was willing to back down. For over 1,000 years, this ancient beast obsessed over tasting the flesh of its glorious original template. Its muscular shoulders violently bulged, the stolen garments ripped apart, unleashing an intimidating, majestic lion's mane and a wickedly lethal scorpion stinger. The beast sadistically bragged about the exquisite, mouth-watering flavors of every single mutant brethren it had mercilessly hunted and devoured over the centuries. They were all prime divine delicacies. In response, demonic horns viciously erupted from Kim's skull. His ears sharpened into a draconic form as a primal new aura cloaked his existence. Despite the wild appearance, his godly physique radiated absolute dominance. Bulging with raw power, indestructible dragon scales and razor-sharp lethal claws completely enveloped him. The two titans violently collided like two runaway meteors. In a blinding flash of catastrophic impact, Kim's jaws forcefully clamped down, brutally ripping a massive chunk. He viciously chewed the manticore's flesh. But in that exact same terrifying fraction of a second, the overpowered hero also lost a massive chunk of his own body. The beast was happily crunching down on Kim's divine meat with sadistic glee. The very instant both supreme monsters simultaneously swallowed their stolen bloody morsels, their eyes exploded with sheer, unadulterated ecstasy. A profound, mind-blowing realization hit them both. The opponent's flesh was undeniably the most heavenly, god-tier delicacy in the entire universe. It was a taste beyond mortal comprehension, right as the manticore's face twisted into an expression of absolute euphoria. Its completely severed arm violently regenerated, instantly morphing into a bizarre, terrifying, three-pronged bird talon. The gruesome power-up had just begun. The two terrifying behemoths lunged into a blood-soaked, apocalyptic death match. Watching from the terrifying sidelines, the disciple was utterly paralyzed by confusion. Why would two beings of the exact same origin violently tear each other apart with such pure malice? Her mind spiraled into absolute chaotic panic. How on earth was she supposed to report this apocalyptic anomaly to the Holy Church? Her master was a supernatural glitch from an entirely different dimension. She could only watch in breathless horror. Seeing the two unstoppable anomalies butcher each other shattered her logical reasoning. The majestic, terrifying spectacle unfolding before her eyes was like a glorious, devastating war pulled straight from forgotten ancient mythology. Her sanity began to dangerously blur into sheer awe. A dark, primal desire awakened within her soul, fiercely urging her to join the glorious carnage. But bound by her sacred honor as a holy knight, she desperately suppressed the roaring inner monster, refusing to let the bloodlust completely consume her. She forcefully locked her savage instincts away. Meanwhile, having tasted the ultimate template's divine flesh, the beast grew infinitely more arrogant than any pathetic clone before it. Suddenly, the monstrous manticore aggressively unleashed a highly familiar, blinding technique onto the battlefield. It exhaled a massive wave of dense, suffocating fog, a signature skill completely stolen from the hunter himself. From within the blinding mist, bizarre flying fish shot out at godlike speeds, successfully sinking their razor-sharp fangs directly into Kim's draconic tail. However, their lethal bites were totally useless against his legendary steel-like dragon armor. These were clearly the exact abilities of beasts Kim had previously devoured. Yet, this horrifying shapeshifter had managed to flawlessly fuse and replicate those powers in mere seconds. Realizing that dragging out this clash would spell certain disaster, Kim unleashed a catastrophic breath of hellfire, instantly incinerating the parasitic swarm to absolute ashes. But violently bursting through the raging flames was the true apex predator, charging with killing intent. The manticore aggressively slammed its colossal paw down, instantly shattering the entire earth into a massive, jagged crater. The raw, Overwhelming destruction proved this monster wasn't an easy meal. Embracing the deadly thrill, the overpowered hunter immediately dove straight into the fray. Bearing his own terrifying, razor-sharp fangs, Kim went all out for a lethal, blood-soaked clash. Seeing the hero's absolute suicidal ferocity, the beast desperately raised its massive tail for an impenetrable defense. But with one godlike, aura-infused strike from his demonic claws, he flawlessly sliced the indestructible stinger cleanly in half. However, as Kim relentlessly pushed his brutal assault forward, he violently froze. A disgustingly sinister smile stretched across the beast's face. The overconfident hero had blindly walked right into a fatal trap. The severed tail miraculously mutated into a living weapon, violently stabbing straight through the hunter's supreme defense. Blasted backward by the devastating damage, he forcefully yanked the bloody projectile out of his flesh, genuinely praising the creature's ancient combat mastery. What an incredibly cunning, thousand-year-old apex survivor. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Kim sadistically took a massive bite out of the severed tail to savor its divine flavor. Infuriated, the manticore violently lunged forward to reclaim its stolen flesh. Only to get ambushed, the beast lunged for his neck. But Kim's reflexes were godly. In a flash, he crushed its windpipe. Only when its severed tail regenerated did it manage to strike his hand away. Breaking apart, both monsters unleashed their blazing breath. The colliding infernos triggered a devastating explosion, tearing a massive crater straight through the battlefield. Using his devour skill, Kim had already consumed a chunk of the manticore's tail. But losing flesh didn't stop the beast. It charged forward. At breakneck speed, a relentless barrage of strikes rained down. Kim stood his ground, taking the absolute beating, but his dragon scales were reaching their limit. Retreat was his only option, but before he could move, a colossal strike slammed him down. The devastating impact embedded Kim straight into the solid earth, flattened like a tragic masterpiece. The culprit was the giant tail of the demonic dinosaur he had devoured previously. Thinking the hunt was over, the manticore licked its chops in sinister triumph. It swung its tail for the final kill, but suddenly, clang! Steel met scales. It wasn't just Kim's dragon armor holding strong, the beast's overwhelming power was rapidly fading. The toxic venom had finally kicked in. The manticore gasped for air, wheezing heavily in absolute agony. Pufferfish venom coursed through its veins. Just as Kim predicted, this fantasy beast had zero resistance to Earth's lethal toxins. Seizing the ultimate advantage, Kim blitzed forward. With a single, devastating swipe of his claws, he shredded the beast into pieces. Mercifully, Kim granted the dying monster a moment for final words. The manticore, a creature who usually listened to the dying pleas of its prey, was now facing its own grim demise. In its final breath, the beast revealed a terrifying truth. There were countless other twisted experimental subjects, lurking in the shadows. After eagerly devouring his legendary meal, Kim noticed an eerie silence. His little disciple had vanished without a trace. Only a mysterious letter was left behind. But, before he could even read it, a pale face with deep dark circles burst into the room. Panting heavily, he screamed that the adventurers had started a massive rebellion. Ironically, that manticore was basically a dark mirror of Kim himself. But in pure specs, it was actually far superior. Naturally, this was because the ancient beast had devoured countless mythical entities over thousands of long, agonizing years. By consuming its core, Kim managed to evolve his brain capacity while flawlessly retaining his human sanity. However, a bitter wave of regret hit him. The vast centuries of knowledge the beast had accumulated over its lifetime had completely evaporated. Hearing this insane complaint, Edward could only shake his head in pure disbelief. Kim was already an unstoppable monster, yet somehow, he was evolving into an even greater nightmare. Snapping back to the burning crisis at hand, Kim's patience completely snapped. He wanted to incinerate those rebellious adventurers on the spot, nearly giving poor Edward a heart attack. They needed to crush the rebellion, yes, but not like this. Proving his terrifying intellect, Kim immediately devised a cunning master plan. He would manipulate the rogue adventurers into assassinating the corrupt lords. Only by turning public fury against them could he justify a total massacre. Meanwhile, at the bustling adventurer guild, the rebels were fiercely rallying their forces. Their suicidal objective? Storming the royal palace to kidnap the nobles. Lurking in the chaotic crowd below stood a mysterious figure heavily wrapped in ragged bandages. His fierce, golden eyes pierced through the darkness. At the mere mention of infiltrating the royal palace, bloodshot fury exploded in his gaze. Painful memories of a tragic night months ago flooded his mind. Back at the bloody harbor, the young demon Maiden had fought tirelessly just to feed his little sibling. Yet, everything was instantly reduced to ashes by Kim's merciless dragon fire. All that remained was a charred, unrecognizable lump of coal. The soul-crushing despair of losing his only family ignited an unimaginable wrath. Hovering at death's door, a dormant, catastrophic power violently awakened within him. A blinding golden light erupted from his shattered chest. The divine energy enveloped his entire being, miraculously reconstructing his ruined flesh. He was reborn into a mature, overwhelmingly powerful warrior. Yet, the horrific burn scars from the dragon's breath would eternally brand his skin. That fateful night, Maiden had clawed at the crushing rubble for agonizing hours. But his desperate efforts ended in sheer devastation. Tears of blood fell as he gazed upon his sibling's shattered remains. An apocalyptic hatred permanently etched itself into his very soul. He clearly remembered the terrifying rumors spreading across the continent. The second prince had slain the demon king and returned, riding a majestic dragon. In that shattering moment, Maiden connected the dots. The beast that murdered his family was hiding right inside the Royal Knight Academy. His path of vengeance was set. Snapping back to reality, the arrogant new guildmaster stepped forward. He smugly introduced a towering lizardman warrior as a rank B elite for the palace raid. But to Maiden's bloodshot eyes, this reptilian creature reeked of the exact same draconic aura. The mere sight triggered a violent flashback of his sworn nemesis. Blinded by pure rage, Maiden drew his blade and blitzed forward. His steel stopped mere inches from the lizardman's smug face, when suddenly, smack! As his vision cleared, the furious guildmaster stood blocking his path. After viciously tearing into Maiden for his reckless outburst, the boss stormed off. But the tense atmosphere didn't fade. The towering lizardman remained, staring him down with chilling indifference. They were practically forced to be teammates on this suicide mission. Yet, the scaly warrior lacked even an ounce of respect. Suddenly, facing a horrific, multi-limbed green monstrosity that ambushed them, the lizardman spun his massive weapon into a lethal whirlwind. He charged the beast with calculated brutality, but his devastating strike hit nothing but air. The monster had agilely dodged, using the beast's massive bulk as a perfect springboard. Launching himself high into the air, Maiden positioned himself perfectly for a lethal plunge, driving his blade straight through the creature's core, without an ounce of mercy. Witnessing this flawless combat instinct, Maiden finally acknowledged the lizardman's worth. But what happened next sent a shiver down his spine. The eccentric draconian warrior was actually drooling over the monster's carcass, freezing Maiden in his tracks. With a brutal swing, the lizardman severed the beast's grotesque arm and took a massive, sickening bite right out of it. It was an ancient, savage ritual, a twisted tradition among their warrior class. After stalking the scaly glutton's every move for hours, Maiden finally reached a solid conclusion. This peculiar draconic warrior was surprisingly a decent guy at heart. However, there was one fatal flaw that made Maiden want to strangle him. The guy's sense of humor was absolute, agonizing trash. Little did Maiden know, he wasn't the ultimate apex predator here. Every single breath and movement he made was being strictly monitored. The unseen watcher? Our overpowered main character? Kim. He had flawlessly infiltrated enemy lines. Although, Kim had zero memory of whatever irrelevant weaklings he massacred at the demon port. He found the current situation absolutely hilarious. Maiden was literally standing shoulder to shoulder with his sworn enemy, completely oblivious. He chose to stay hidden, relishing the dramatic irony. Exposing himself now would ruin the grand show. He needed to observe if this vengeful kid shared his monstrous nature. With the lethal duo finally assembled, the guildmaster dropped their critical covert mission. Secure a highly classified black box before sunrise. Under the cover of darkness, the two phantoms infiltrated Lord Damara's heavily guarded estate. Pulling a bizarre flashlight from literal nowhere, the lizardman blasted a blinding beam straight into the sleeping noble's eyes. But the moment the poor lord snapped awake in sheer panic, the chaotic duo brutally knocked him out cold again. Securing their heavy package, they dragged the unconscious noble away like a sack of potatoes. Talk about an unnecessarily messy extraction. The second they returned to base, a heavy glass projectile rocketed straight toward them. Barely dodging by a hair, it nearly smashed Maiden's face into paste. The guildmaster was radiating pure, unadulterated fury. Seeing their successful return did nothing to quench his blazing wrath. He began screaming like a madman. The other rogue branches had completely ignored their missions. The silence was deafening, as if they had already triggered the enemy's traps. Suddenly, a panicked scout sprinted in, reporting a brutal massacre at their branch faction. A simple kidnapping turned into capturing a baron? The guildmaster's head throbbed violently. This mission was spiraling out of control. But seeing the heavy sack on Maiden's shoulder, a wicked idea sparked. They could use Baron Damara as the ultimate bargaining chip, remembering Edward's ruthless scheme, to use these greedy adventurers to wipe out the corrupt lords. Keeping only Baron Damara alive, he was a useful pawn, but painfully disobedient. So, instead of letting Kim slaughter him, they turned our overpowered protagonist into the ultimate boogeyman, just to terrify the old fool. As the group marched off, to negotiate with the royal bloodline, Maiden begged to join the front lines. But Baron Damara was their only trump card. Someone had to stay behind. Maiden and the Dragonkin were ordered to guard the hostage. Maiden's blood boiled with impatience. He desperately wanted to face Edward. Seeing this, the Dragonkin reassured him. "A king doesn't reveal himself so easily," he warned. "Not unless the deal is struck." Meanwhile, the guildmaster returned in high spirits, throwing a massive feast. The negotiations were a flawless victory. Both sides had greedily accepted the terms. Hearing this, Maiden smirked in the shadows. Everything was falling into place. Soon, he would march to the capital and face Edward. Lost in thought, the Dragonkin approached, handing Maiden a simple glass of water, knowing his habits. But the moment the liquid touched his lips, Maiden froze. He wiped his tongue, revealing bizarre, microscopic spores. Meanwhile, Baron Damara finally regained consciousness. Rage consumed the arrogant noble, waking up in a filthy, rotting cell. But as if sensing his profound loneliness, Kim stepped into the shadows of the room. Just a friendly chat to kill the silence. "A count is dead," Kim whispered coldly. The Baron's arrogant facade instantly shattered, cold sweat drenching his spine. After a warning, laced with terrifying killing intent, Kim vanished like a ghost in the night, leaving the old man paralyzed with absolute dread. Elsewhere, an empty glass sat there, coated in sinister, microscopic spores. Kim's devourability had evolved. He secretly laced their water supply with mind-controlling parasites. Days passed. The second negotiation commenced. Maiden and the Dragonkin stood guard at the fortress gates. Exhaustion weighed heavily on their bones after endless sleepless nights guarding the hostage. The night was silent, until a blood-curdling scream shattered the peace. It was the guildmaster, sprinting for his pathetic life, his body dripping blood from deep, vicious slashes. Hot on his heels were the elite royal guards. Without hesitation, they raised their enchanted blades, unleashing a devastating barrage of fire magic at the gates. The walls were immune to basic flames, but a traitor had slathered the walls in explosive oil. Boom! A catastrophic explosion blew the defenses to ashes. Maiden was violently blasted awake. His body was battered and bruised. Only the sturdy Dragonkin survived the blast unscathed. Around them, infected adventurers succumbed to Kim's parasites. Driven utterly insane, they abandoned their posts, leaving Maiden behind to hunt down their own guildmaster. Pushing through the rubble, the Dragonkin found him. The once proud leader was cowering in a dark corner, trembling with terror. "Why did I do it?" he sobbed, regretting the suicidal choice to kidnap a noble. Suddenly, an unnatural voice echoed through the shadows, forcing the pathetic man to look up. The horrifying truth struck like lightning. Half of his own face had been hijacked by Kim. A second, demonic visage was growing out of his flesh. The guildmaster screamed, but this wasn't some split personality madness. The absolute fool hadn't even realized he was already dead. Kim had devoured his soul and hijacked his rotting corpse. The terrifying truth brought a sickening purple corruption infecting his face, spreading like a plague across his undead flesh. The Dragonkin stepped forward, trying to assess the bizarre situation. But before he blinked, a monstrous, shadowy snakehead lunged from the darkness, its massive jaws snapping open to devour the Dragonkin whole. Death seemed utterly inevitable. But in a flash of speed, Maiden violently knocked his comrade out of the lethal strike. The two bolted down the corridor like their souls were on fire. The Dragonkin was stunned. Maiden had risked everything, but fate delivered a cruel and bloody punchline. Squelch! Grotesque tentacles exploded right through the Dragonkin's chest. A blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat. Kim materialized from the shadows. He had been hunting them from behind the entire time. Testing his newly devoured powers, mantis scythes fused with octopus tentacles. Kim coldly stared down Maiden, revealing the ultimate truth. I am the monster that annihilated your precious port. Maiden's eyes snapped wide as blazing fury consumed his soul. His arm mutated into a colossal, crushing weapon. With a roar of pure vengeance, Maiden launched a devastating strike, but the power gap was an absolute abyss. Swish! Kim's tentacles diced him into 8 bloody pieces in a heartbeat. Since devouring the legendary Manticore, Kim's evolution had reached god-tier levels. Not only did his sheer destructive stats skyrocket, but his devour ability evolved. He perfectly replicated the personalities of victims. He had finally mastered his ultimate life's work, mutating his own flesh into an infinite arsenal of lethal weapons. Cannibalizing other monsters granted unimaginable perks. That was exactly why he targeted Maiden in the first place, hoping to absorb a fellow shapeshifter. But to his utter disappointment, it yielded 0 new skills. Speaking of devouring allies, the image of his cunning little disciple flashed in his mind. He recalled the ominous warning letter she left behind, prophesying a catastrophic disaster that would soon engulf the kingdom. As a holy knight of the theocracy, she couldn't legally intervene, so she ghosted them. Edward had dismissed the warning as pathetic cowardice, but the truly terrifying detail was, Kim received this prophecy before the Adventurer Rebellion even started. The truth struck Edward like a physical blow. He suddenly connected the missing pieces. According to the sacred religious texts, the goddess was unleashing divine judgment upon their corrupt kingdom. But our overpowered duo knew the absolute truth. That goddess was nothing but a cold, calculated system, void of humanity. This chilling realization confirmed one thing. The theocracy was a monstrous, untouchable faction, wielding god-tier technology from the shadows, pulling the strings of entire nations like mere puppets. Taking down an enemy that commands the system itself? Almost impossible. Sensing Edward's anxiety, Kim delivered a bone-chilling warning, reminding the king of his absolute devour ability. I can perfectly replicate the memories of anyone I eat, Kim smirked. So don't even think about plotting against me. The king swallowed hard. He knew the sheer terror of a betrayal. Even in his wildest nightmares, he wouldn't dare. Eventually, the sinister duo arrived at their ultimate destination. The highly classified Royal Engineering Research Institute, the very facility built to analyze the ancient Demon King's ungodly skills. But instead of brilliant scientists at work, a chaotic, full-blown brawl had erupted at the entrance. 3 aggressive men were throwing fists, desperately trying to breach the secure gates. Edward's royal patience completely snapped. Do I literally have to do everything myself? He growled, stepping out to confront them. Turns out, these violent intruders were from the EVM Republic, the legendary race of dwarves. But wait, these guys didn't fit the fantasy stereotype. Massively jacked, sporting gigantic bellies. Absolutely nothing like the folklore described. Instantly flipping his politician's switch, Edward masked his rage, slapping on his most charismatic diplomatic smile, ready to welcome these brute force guests perfectly. Seeing this desperate threat, the trio slammed the hidden triggers behind their necks. The metallic armor hissed open, revealing 3 actual dwarves operating advanced mechanical exosuits. What an absolute genius design to cheat their physical limits. True mechanical mastery of this era. Just as the veteran dwarf assumed Edward was a reasonable host, he was dead wrong. All 3 were mercilessly hogtied like slaughterhouse pigs and dragged away. Meanwhile, the sinister Edward coldly plotted to throw them into the darkest dungeon. He intended to slowly dissect their technology. But these dwarves did not just wander into this absolute fortress. Their true target was the revolutionary steam engine, a mythical machine operating entirely without mana crystals. Deep inside the facility, the heavy mechanisms were nearing absolute perfection, mere moments away from devastating real-world application. Edward lacked raw engineering talent, but the goddess had blessed his mind with divine blueprints. He was practically an omniscient creator. But that was far from everything. He escorted him into the mechanical lift, ascending to the highest secure floor. Inside, countless humans were bound by heavy chains, their minds completely shattered. This nightmare was not Edward's creation, but the terrifying masterpiece of his twisted father. The sinister force controlling these broken vessels, vile demonic snail parasites wrapped around their brains. A horrifying mind control technique, terrifyingly similar to Kim's own devouring tadpoles. Once this brutal brainwashing process finalized, Edward would command an invincible, absolutely loyal, undead army. Zero chance of traitors lingering in his ranks. Although the current prototype formula was flawed, reducing the subjects to mindless zombies, he was aggressively evolving the mutation. His delusions of absolute grandeur skyrocketed. Edward dreamed of the day his supreme army would crush the elves, forcing the entire world to kneel. The very next dawn, the captive dwarves were finally unchained. Edward fiercely threatened them to remain strictly on the outer perimeter. The dwarves exchanged a silent, knowing glance, immediately cutting their signals. Suddenly, the black-bearded dwarf exploded into action. He locked Edward in a crushing, fake apologetic bear hug, buying crucial seconds for the golden-bearded dwarf to infiltrate the core. Even the absolute threat of death could never extinguish a dwarf's legendary engineering curiosity. But the magnificent mechanical marvel before him completely paralyzed his senses. Edward's murderous aura erupted, glaring at the intruders like a demon king. Trembling in pure terror, the golden dwarf fell to his knees, begging for his miserable life. He would accept the most brutal punishment imaginable, begging only for a chance to join this legendary research. Seeing this desperate obsession, Edward reluctantly granted him access. Their endless, pathetic whining was splitting his skull anyway. Besides, he was already planning to unveil this ultimate weapon of mass destruction to the entire world very soon. He played the role of a noble savior, but Edward's true scheme was purely demonic. He would enslave these dwarves to forge a weapon to slaughter their own king. Meanwhile, an elite expedition team was excavating ancient ruins, hunting for legendary artifacts. Suddenly, they unearthed a perfectly intact, 5-layered hidden mechanical seal, driven by sheer greed. They violently yanked the ancient mechanism. The earth instantly ruptured with a catastrophic quake, splitting wide open to reveal a massive, mysterious structure rising from the abyss. Lurking in the dense shadows, remnants of the demon race watched hungrily. Back at the command center, Edward plotted to dominate all nations and become the supreme overlord. 5 supreme factions ruled this fantasy realm: humans, elves, beastmen, lizardmen, and dwarves. Once united by blood to annihilate the Demon King, that era of peace had crumbled. Without a common enemy, they viciously tore each other apart. The fragile human faction was already overwhelmingly weak, yet hopelessly divided into fractured, warring states. To claim the absolute throne, Edward had to assassinate the rival kings. But his very first, brutal step toward world domination, totally conquering the scattered demon race. His master plan was absolute perfection. Edward threw back his head and laughed maniacally, utterly convinced his destiny was untouchable. But the cruel hands of fate delivered a devastating reality check. A scout burst in, screaming about the awakened ancient ruins. Edward's arrogant, victorious grin instantly shattered into pure, unadulterated shock. The universe had played a sick, painful joke on him. Yet, his ego convinced him he could salvage the disaster by deploying overwhelming reinforcements to secure the ruins. But destiny delivered another catastrophic blow. The scout frantically reported that the demonic descendants had already breached the ancient gates, charging straight into the sacred ruins. Sweating profusely, Edward forced a calm facade. They were merely trash remnants, nothing to fear, right? But the world refused to show this arrogant mastermind any mercy. The crisis escalated to maximum threat level. The intruders were master demonic archaeologists, possessing the exact knowledge to activate the ruins. Edward's fragile sanity completely collapsed. His absolute pride was violently pulverized. Blind with rage, he shattered his teacup. Then, instantly abandoning his dignity, he crawled back to desperately beg Kim for salvation. Kim sighed deeply at this pathetic, cowardly display. Watching Edward grovel and act incredibly cute made Kim want to slap the living daylights out of this arrogant fool. The threat was multiplying exponentially. Out of nowhere, an impossible swarm of demons had materialized. Deep within the hidden shadows, they were frantically trying to mass-produce an unstoppable army of perfect clones. The mastermind behind this terrifying operation? A menacing, purple-skinned demonic commander. His ultimate, bloodthirsty ambition was simply to use these weapons, to resurrect the absolute terror of the demon race. But his grand illusion was instantly crushed. A scorched lackey stumbled into the chamber, screaming in absolute horror. A monstrous dragon had completely ambushed their outer perimeter. Breathing in the toxic atmosphere, Kim unleashed a devastating, unstoppable torrent of draconic hellfire without a single hesitation, incinerating the demonic trash into absolute ash. Suddenly, a heavily armored warship roared into view. Kim instantly morphed back into his human form, equipping his elite combat gear. A subordinate rushed over, handing him a tactical communicator. The second they retreated, Kim immediately infiltrated the dark, suffocating ruins to assess the deadly situation firsthand. Before his eyes could adjust to the gloom, a scorched demon pointed right at him, screaming his true dragon identity. But before the purple commander could even react, Kim's massive draconic tail whipped out like lightning, snapping around the demon's throat and hoisting him helplessly into the air. Kim thought infiltration would take precious time, but these absolute fools had delivered themselves on a silver platter. Activating his supreme devour skill, he consumed their heads, stealing their very memories to locate the hidden artifacts. With monstrous, overpowered strength, Kim ripped the reinforced vault doors apart. Stepping inside, his eyes widened in absolute shock. This was undeniable. Modern Earth technology. The glowing text on the active monitor sealed the unbelievable truth. Flawless English characters. After 4 grueling hours of absolute focus, Kim successfully bypassed the encryption. The impenetrable security wall finally crumbled. He wiped his nervous sweat. Devouring that legendary Earth hacker's soul was a total lifesaver. But as the secret files opened, the ground violently quaked. This colossal warship was an advanced weapon from the future, specifically 2075. However, to our returning monarch, it was utterly worthless on this Earth. Kim's eyes flashed with absolute coldness. It had to be eliminated. He smashed the console blindly. Suddenly, deafening alarms blared. Somehow, he had triggered the ultimate self-destruct sequence. As a true brawler, Kim relied on ancient ancestral wisdom. He gave the machine a massive, echoing slap. But instead of fixing it, the self-destruct sequence abruptly glitched out. The system shifted into a catastrophic red war alert. Even our overpowered main character froze in pure confusion. He could only stand helplessly, waiting for the arrogant artificial intelligence to detonate. A massive shockwave obliterated the area. Kim emerged from the rubble, his clothes completely shredded, forcing his battle-crazed brain to actually think. He immediately grabbed his communication device. Pulling it from his spatial inventory, he contacted Edward. The handler panicked, firing off endless questions about the ruins. But Kim coldly interrupted. He had one piece of bad news, and something far worse. Edward grabbed his head, dizzy from the overwhelming stress. Here we go again. The bad news? The mission to completely destroy the ruin had utterly failed. It was actually a massive vessel. Despite his explosive payload, only a tiny fraction was damaged. Tracking the chaotic massive trail, Kim realized the mechanical beast had escaped into the vast ocean. Edward nearly suffered a massive heart attack. What the hell was he talking about? Gritting his teeth in sheer absolute frustration, the handler demanded to hear the legendary worst news. The vessel was a 2072 American dreadnought, packed with self-replicating artificial machines. Edward froze. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intense greed. Wait, this was actually an epic jackpot. Ruins were terrifying because their origins remained shrouded in dark mystery. Knowing it was earthly technology made it highly predictable. This completely aligned with their secret guild operations. It was an absolute goldmine. Suddenly, the stolen equipment began sparking furiously before violently exploding. Right on cue, dark circles appeared, casually explaining the tech's operational time limit had expired. The coward had been hiding because Kim's murderous aura was too overwhelming. Once they established a secure temporary base, they finally reconnected their transmission with an anxious Edward. They cut straight to the chase. That colossal warship wasn't a mere clone. It possessed the terrifying capability to recreate technology from 50 years in the future. Furthermore, by design, this unstoppable battle carrier was completely self-sustaining. It could automatically harvest materials, repair its armor, and endlessly mass-produce killer machines. But hearing the word Legend Cell made Edward flinch violently. Long ago, the authorities hunted a very specific target. By day, he played the role of a pathetic corporate slave. In reality, he possessed a terrifying, godlike, shape-shifting ability. An unpredictable monster caught on tape by a random junkie. The government labeled him a mutant anomaly. Eventually, he surrendered, but only after they promised absolutely to protect his second beloved son. Only then was the beast captured. The boy's genetic code seemed entirely normal. However, scientists discovered a singular, terrifyingly powerful anomaly within him. They officially dubbed it the legendary Legend Cell. The sinister organization shifted their crosshairs onto this power. Yes, that man was Kim. They mercilessly slaughtered his children right before his eyes. Searing tears of absolute bloody vengeance flowed. Consumed by bottomless hatred, his humanity completely shattered. He awakened into a supreme, unstoppable monster. Yet, breaking the heavy silence, Kim's voice was deathly calm, sending violently cold chills down Edward's spine. Sweat drenched the handler's trembling face. He was paralyzed with fear for accidentally digging up the monarch's tragic past. Surprisingly, Kim masked his murderous intent perfectly, coldly redirecting them to the main crisis. Finding a single rogue warship in the boundless ocean was impossible. Without radar or satellite tracking, it was a massive blind spot. Kim let out a heavy sigh, reluctantly accepting this suicidal mission. The connection finally cut off. Even through a mere video screen, Edward was violently gasping for air. He genuinely believed his head would be cleanly severed for daring to provoke the awakened beast. Meanwhile, our overpowered main character stood atop an abandoned, decaying port. He casually extended his arm, violently snapping his own flesh off. It splashed into the dark waters, instantly mutating into countless bizarre fish. These grotesque biological creations acted as his personal surveillance network to hunt the warship. Utilizing his Supreme Devourer regeneration, he forced his limbs to instantly regrow, endlessly dropping more flesh into the depths. The swarm scattered, initiating the ultimate oceanic hunt. Bored to death while waiting, Kim casually pulled out a legendary fishing rod. It was as if he wanted to forcibly change the author's genre entirely. The stronger you fish, the more overpowered you become. He flashed a rare, hilariously goofy smirk at his own foolishness. Dark circles arrived, instantly gagging from the wretched stench of mangled dead fish nearby. Our savage main character had been chewing them raw. Absolutely disgusting. But the moment Dark Circles locked eyes with that legendary fishing rod, his brain melted, completely forgetting their high-stakes survival mission. Witnessing this pathetic mortal fanboy over literal trash, Kim casually tossed it over. Gripping his newly acquired holy relic, Dark Circles finally remembered to report. Edward was desperately searching for the monarch's whereabouts. Instantly, colossal demonic wings violently burst from Kim's back. He blasted into the sky, creating a massive sonic boom. He left his subordinate behind to enjoy his newly found, bizarrely elegant fishing addiction. After drowning Kim in pathetic speeches about their unbreakable trust, Edward received a terrifying death glare. "Get to the point!" The handler was just desperately padding his life bar before making a dangerous accusation. Insanely aggressive mutant fish had recently invaded the local waters. Kim ruthlessly denied any involvement. Those biological horrors were acting on their own free will. How was our innocent, overpowered protagonist supposed to know? Edward's sweat dropped like a massive waterfall and pivoted. Recently, grotesque oceanic titans had also surfaced. Kim scoffed with supreme arrogance. Did his glorious demonic form look anything like those incredibly ugly trash mobs? It was absolute proof. Those abominations were clearly mechanical foot soldiers of the rogue warship. Suddenly, Edward shifted to a deadly serious tone. Why on earth did Kim gift that supreme fishing rod away? Dark Circles got it, but his own handler didn't? The sheer audacity struck like divine lightning. Kim flawlessly activated his absolute ignore skill. Meanwhile, despite sustaining heavy battle damage, that rogue artificial intelligence, it endlessly spawned an entire army of cloned leviathans. Human artillery bounced off their absolute defense like pathetic toys. A single beast could obliterate an elite naval armada using only its bare, monstrous hands. Amidst the chaos, a foolish mortal tried playing the classic hero, saving the beauty. As they desperately fled, a towering mutant stalked them from the shadows. Nowhere left to run. The soul-crushing despair was absolute. Confronting that foul abomination, the trembling youth drew his weapon. Too weak. He couldn't even stare death in the eyes. Just as he accepted his pathetic end for the sake of forced romance, a miracle occurred. The sky roared. Kim descended in his breathtakingly majestic, overpowered dragon form. Elsewhere, Edward returned to the capital to visit his esteemed Uncle Ran. But judging by the old man's violently disgusted expression, zero familial joy existed. The once adorable nephew had aggressively evolved into an absolute walking disaster. However, the handler's sudden appearance wasn't entirely useless. He held the supreme key to resolving their current catastrophic nightmare. His uncle scoffed with legendary levels of contempt. What could this useless trash possibly accomplish? But before the ultimate roasting could continue, the entire atmosphere shifted. The heavens abruptly plunged into terrifying, absolute darkness. It wasn't the apocalypse. It was merely the monstrous Kim soaring through the clouds. Beneath him, Edward's extreme exhaustion had transformed his face entirely. He now rocked permanent, legendary dark panda rings around his eyes. In terrifying contrast, our main character remained fiercely alert no matter the chaos. How? He casually revealed his absolute cheat skill, sleeping like a dolphin, shutting half his brain down while the other stayed awakened. The sheer, overpowered absurdity left everyone speechless. He was no longer human, but a certified monster. Suddenly, Kim's chilling aura flared up. He realized Edward had been endlessly exploiting his glorious power like some unpaid intern. Panicking, the handler desperately tried to fast-talk his way out of death. Returning to Earth was just part of the grand process. Ignoring the lies, Kim heavily slammed his beautiful, devastating hands onto Edward's trembling shoulders. That fool thought he could play nice. He shouldn't have messed around. Luckily, Rand stepped in, saving his miserable life. Edward then dropped a massive bombshell. A grand alliance of nations would be joining the fray. Unlike Earth, gathering the absolute powerhouses of this fantasy world in one place was a near impossible feat. Therefore, this unprecedented summit had to be held via the Goddess Church's divine communication network. Just as some arrogant noble tried to take the lead, claiming an absolute emergency, Edward ruthlessly cut him off. He seized total control of the meeting, revealing the terrifying and sudden appearance of abyssal sea monsters. Despite sending desperate pleas for reinforcements, those arrogant kingdoms ignored them entirely. A bearded noble scoffed, boasting that his nation possessed the supreme naval force. Why would they need saving? But the moment Edward mentioned the Demon King's involvement, absolute terror froze their veins. Still, the cowards demanded solid proof. Anticipating this exact reaction, Edward signaled for Kim to take the stage. Our overpowered main character stepped up, invoking his true identity to swear a divine oath. He vowed every single word would be the absolute truth. During the sacred ritual, lethal spears of holy light materialized, ready to instantly pierce his soul if he lied. Kim calmly detailed the horrors of the abyssal leviathans, yet cunningly kept his mouth shut about the ancient battleship ruins. Throughout his entire legendary testimony, those threatening spears of holy light slowly dissolved into nothingness, proving to the terrified masses that his words were absolute truth. Of course, he was just playing the system. Our genius hunter used a brilliant loophole to completely bypass the divine judgment. He made them believe the demonic beasts spawned right after the Demon King fell. Triggered by that ultimate nightmare, the terrified nations had no choice but to form a grand alliance. And the Supreme Commander? Edward. Nobody dared to challenge him now. The Supreme Alliance was officially forged. Yet, an overwhelming sense of dread lingered over what disastrous events awaited. Meanwhile, the rogue battleship had abandoned its mining mission. Instead of harvesting the ocean's depths, it had turned into a ruthless predator, hunting humans. Those weaklings were no threat, but seeing Kim's terrifying dragon form shook the artificial intelligence to its absolute core. This primal fear sparked the creation of advanced fighter jets. After 6 grueling months of relentless tracking, they finally located the ghost ship, hidden deep within the abyssal depths. This hardened Grand Admiral would lead the ultimate monster hunting fleet. The system didn't just possess basic scout ships anymore. It had evolved with state-of-the-art magical weaponry. Naturally, standing next to an apex predator like Kim made the Admiral tremble in pure, unadulterated fear. But his suspicious gaze shifted to Edward. How did he develop such overpowering technology in just 6 months? Suddenly, a scout ship rushed back to the main fleet, throwing the Admiral into absolute panic. The blood-red emergency flag was flying high. A crystal orb broadcasted a terrifying live feed of fighter jets, clashing with a colossal, mutated kraken. The colossal beast threatened everything in its path. Just as the cowardly crew prepared to abandon ship, Kim's supreme power awakened. He morphed into his majestic dragon form and skyrocketed into the stormy heavens. He completely ignored the Admiral's desperate, pathetic screams. One glance at that monstrous kraken, and Edward instantly knew the dark truth. This was the terrifying result of Kim's own devour ability. His summoned familiars had fused together, completely breaking free from his absolute mental control. If that rogue beast annihilated the enemy warship, great. But if it turned its wrath on them, total wipeout. Kim charged straight into the chaotic battlefield, ready to discipline his rebellious creations. The fighter jets unleashed a relentless barrage of explosive hellfire. Yet, the beast's severed tentacles instantly regenerated, defying the laws of mortality. The rogue system immediately locked onto Kim's overwhelming aura. His imposing presence instantly drew the Kraken's deadly gaze. Kim gracefully danced through the lethal skies before making a flawless landing on the enemy warship. The system panicked, throwing up massive red warning screens. Kim coldly offered to negotiate, but the arrogant intelligence fiercely rejected any form of surrender. Did it really think our overpowered main character was bluffing? Left with no choice, Kim invoked Edward's old earthly authority. The system finally recognized him as a top-tier special agent. A temporary alliance was forged to obliterate the colossal Kraken. Without hesitating, Kim surged forward, his dragon scales glowing with a newly awakened, god-tier power. As gigantic tentacles whipped through the air, Kim effortlessly dodged. He ruthlessly severed its limbs before unleashing a devastating blast of hellfire. The sea boiled as demonic spawn erupted from the burned flesh, lunging at him. But a single, earth-shattering tail swipe completely obliterated their pathetic existence. The colossal Kraken was completely battered, its energy drained from the fierce naval bombardment. Channeling absolute destruction, Kim unleashed a tri-elemental fire blast, incinerating it to ashes. Only a single, furious eye remained. The beast cursed him out, leaving our hero absolutely baffled. The familiars rebelled because they sensed his humanity making him soft. They completely rejected his compassionate human side. Just as Kim considered reflecting on his ultimate power, that foolish parasite pushed its luck, igniting his unyielding wrath. He initially thought this was just a rebellious phase, but now, he was ready to utterly erase this ungrateful trash. While the beast kept whining, he mercilessly unleashed a lethal strike. "You dare challenge your absolute creator?" The system scanned Edward's biometrics, confirming his high-ranking authority. The devastating crisis was resolved with absolute perfection, yielding an astronomical, system-breaking reward. Claiming the legendary warship meant securing ultra-rare cloning tech and magical gear. But Edward made a fatal mistake, casually mentioning the parasitic familiars. He hypocritically offered his help, only to be instantly rejected. The atmosphere turned freezing cold as Edward dared to mention Kim's slaughtered family. Cross that ultimate line, and the price paid will be blood. Kim's murderous killing intent caused Edward to violently tremble in sheer terror. Realizing he was still alive, he gasped for breath. He thought he was safe. But Kim ruthlessly flipped the script, coldly stating how Edward's annoying requests tested his absolute patience. Being around this overpowered monster was going to give Edward a literal heart attack. Panicking, he desperately changed the subject to his upcoming grand coronation. The fateful day arrived at the massive Grand Imperial Square. Tens of thousands gathered, including the sharp-eyed guildmaster. But a lingering nightmare named Kim overshadowed the event. Because wherever this legendary hunter went, absolute disaster followed. Just as the golden crown was placed upon Edward's head, the supreme knight stepping up to swear eternal loyalty was none other than our overpowered protagonist. Pure, unfiltered terror gripped her heart. She turned and sprinted for her absolute life, and her survival instincts were completely right. A catastrophic explosion instantly obliterated the grand square. High-ranking nobles were instantly wiped out. Even the newly crowned King Edward was blasted into a deep, life-threatening coma. With the entire kingdom plunged into absolute chaos, Kim seized absolute control. He was officially declared the supreme protector of the realm. 3 grueling months later, a mysterious figure draped in a crimson hood approached the gates. Imperial guards blocked their path, completely unaware of the deadly magic about to be unleashed. But the moment Kim tossed aside his hood, the enemies froze in pure terror. Before they could even question his sudden appearance, he instantly logged them out of the server of life. After effortlessly erasing those 2 weaklings, Kim breached the High Elf embassy and blew it to absolute ashes. The woman caught in the blast was one of the twin sisters of the elven prince from the Hydra Swamp. She was the true mastermind behind the catastrophic explosion at the recent coronation. When she orchestrated that deadly scheme, she was absolutely certain that no one could ever expose her as the culprit. Yet, she was hunted down. Naturally, Kim had 0 concrete evidence. He just took a wild guess, but his hunter instincts were dead on. Furthermore, Edward was never actually unconscious in a coma. The victim was nothing more than a disposable body double. By the time the elf witch realized the bitter truth, it was far too late. Desperate, she tried everything to contact her remaining twin. But the moment she traced her magic circle, Kim's blazing flames incinerated it into nothingness. He eradicated the ultimate threat in less than a single breath. Securing his first elven trophy, the mission was a total success. Soon after, Edward dragged himself before the roaring public, covered in fake, bloody injuries, and boldly declared the wicked assassination plot of the elven race. He vowed to completely annihilate them. While the clueless citizens cheered in emotional support, it was all an absolute lie. The reality was, Edward did not possess a single scratch on his body. Meanwhile, the current Elven King exploded with absolute fury, because he was the remaining twin. Faced with the Elven King's blazing wrath, Edward maintained an arrogant, mocking smirk. He looked like an absolute scoundrel, but in the blink of an eye, his entire demeanor instantly shifted 180 degrees. Exposing the ugly truth of their treacherous assassination plot, Edward ruthlessly revealed that the twin sister died a gruesome, mangled death. Because her corpse was butchered, he flatly refused to return her remains to the royal family. The Elven King's pride completely shattered. He swore a blood oath of devastating vengeance. With the tension boiling like lava, Edward ruthlessly added more fuel to the raging fire, successfully provoking an all-out war. True to his word, the king rallied 500 elite warriors to claim Edward's head. He immediately activated his divine skill of temporal foresight. He envisioned their mighty fortress drowning in an ocean of blazing hellfire, while he led the glorious charge. Thrilled by the pathetic, terrified face of Edward in his vision, the Elven King arrogantly marched his grand army forward. But he was completely blind to the terrifying truth. Edward was already waiting in the shadows, hungry to sever the king's head. The woman Kim slaughtered was not just the king's twin sister, but also his official wife. Despite sharing the exact same blood, they married to preserve their twisted pure-blood lineage. Hearing this sickening absolute taboo, Kim felt an overwhelming wave of pure disgust. Seizing the moment, Edward devised a brilliant, bloodthirsty master plan. After cleanly decapitating the Elven King, they would casually slaughter the Dwarven King as well. As the Elven King's majestic army marched forward, the border guards scattered like frightened rats. It looked like a completely pathetic defense, but the arrogant king failed to realize they were brewing a deadly trap. They swiftly breached the capital city, flexing their overwhelming aura. But their heaven-defying confidence was instantly shattered the very next second. He was paralyzed with absolute shock. Edward casually wielded his peak-tier supreme light magic as if it were a simple fork slicing through cake. Naturally, Kim also possessed supreme magic gained from absorbing the powerful beasts he devoured. He rarely used spells because the casting time was far too slow, with enemies breathing down his neck, who would foolishly stand still like an early game mob, waiting to power up. Kim did not even need magical attacks. A single, casual thrust of his monstrous claws could pierce right through their absolute defense. Besides, as every hardcore gamer knows, flashy mages only shine in the tutorial. The true endgame masters rely on pure physical dominance or hidden arts. Thus, Kim made his grand entrance with an unbelievably terrifying, chimera-like transformation. He sprouted 3 venomous hydra heads from his arms, followed by devastating wyvern claws and a massive ankylosaurus tail. With a single, earth-shattering spin, he violently wiped out almost the entire elven vanguard. A terrified scout scrambled forward to report the carnage, unable to comprehend if it was a hydra, a wyvern, or a demon from hell. Suddenly, a blinding light gathered deep inside Kim's jaws. The foolish Elven King assumed it was a standard dragon breath, frantically ordering his troops to raise their heavy fire shields. Instantly, a massive crimson barrier blazed to life. But it was a fatal miscalculation. The devastating beam erupted in a glowing pink hue, melting straight through their absolute defense. The shields shattered, and the elite warriors screamed as their faces melted away. The agony was unimaginable. It was an overwhelmingly corrosive, supreme acidic blast. No matter what stood in its path, it was instantly liquefied. Following up, Kim unleashed a true, hellish inferno, plunging everything into a catastrophic sea of flames. The Elven King completely questioned his own existence. The glorious future he had prophesied was actually his own army burning in hell. Meanwhile, Edward's expression was never filled with fear towards the elves. He was terrified of Kim, the supreme monster. Driven into absolute madness by his crushing defeat, the king's eyes blazed with desperation. He whipped his warhorse, preparing to launch himself into a suicidal airborne assault. The exact moment Kim's guard seemed down, the desperate king triggered his ultimate trump card, a divine spell that drastically slowed down the flow of time. This was his absolute killing move. By freezing the world, he fully believed Kim would be completely immobilized. But that was a pathetic delusion. In reality, Kim's massive tail brutally slammed the king straight down into the depths of hell. While a naive human soldier cheered for their glorious victory, Edward's face drained of all color. If he failed to perfectly uphold their absolute soul contract, that apex predator would definitely devour him next. In stark contrast to his blackened, charcoal-roasted younger brother, the cowardly older elven prince was living a completely stress-free life. He used to ruthlessly fight for the royal throne, but realizing his own strength was trash compared to his monstrous sibling, the prince had a profound awakening. He chose a peaceful, completely slacker lifestyle. However, his carefree days vanished when his loyal retainers frantically rushed in and dropped to their knees. Receiving the devastating news of his siblings' brutal slaughter left the prince completely paralyzed with absolute shock. But overwhelming terror quickly swallowed him whole. Humanity possessed an ungodly, world-ending monstrous power. Yet amidst his panic, a royal official suddenly presented the grand imperial crown. They forcefully pushed him to ascend the throne, because a nation cannot survive without a ruler. Furthermore, he was the absolute last surviving pure-blood heir. Returning to Kim, the moment he kicked open the doors, Edward instinctively flinched in pure terror. Kim's aura was evolving into an unfathomable, cosmic horror. Trembling with fear, Edward instantly presented the Elven tribe's official letter of surrender, which included one absolute condition. Kim himself had to attend the peace negotiations. Meanwhile, the new Elven king was completely wasted, babbling drunken nonsense that left Edward utterly speechless. Dragging Kim into this call was basically a giant teenage therapy session. Edward immediately launched his elite psychological manipulation. He started by faking deep empathy, before deviously gaslighting the naive ruler to completely overthrow their ancient laws. He urged him to shatter the pureblood empire and establish a supreme rule of power. Noticing the prince's cowardly hesitation, Edward ruthlessly provoked his fragile ego. He reminded the new royal that he was currently the strongest elf alive. What was there to fear? Brainwashed by these intoxicating words, the incredibly naive prince swallowed the lie completely, clenching his fists with blazing determination. Naturally, a seasoned veteran wouldn't fall for such cheap talk so easily. The dark truth was far more sinister. From the very beginning, Edward had secretly laced the king's sacred wine with a potent, mind-warping neurotoxin. This invisible poison perfectly molded the prince into a loyal puppet. The very next day, the absolute unconditional surrender to humanity was publicly broadcasted, sending devastating shockwaves across everything. The crowd fiercely rebelled, rejecting the prince's peaceful warnings. Their foolish mockery pushed his simmering rage to the absolute limit, triggering a devastating awakening. And that concludes today's legendary tale. Bear signs off here. Please drop a like and share to fuel my motivation, unlocking even more epic action manhwa recaps for you.